throughout this session, I want all of you to be active. Understand, this is not a session where again you are going to learn everything from the basics. Understand this session as something where you are going to revise your basics. Whatever you have learned previously, whatever the terms that are hidden in there in your mind, if you remember any of the key terms, so this session should definitely help you to revise the entire concepts. So I'll make sure that most of the concepts we are going to cover throughout our sessions. When I say definitely we are going to cover more than 90%, let's say, so throughout the day of all the concepts that we have. So pay attention, keep responsive, stay active throughout the day. So then definitely you can get best out of it, and we will try to simplify all the topics as much as we can, so that when you start your preparation, it will become so easy for you to understand. So it's a known thing that we have 5 chapters in strategic management. So we are going to cover all the chapters and most of the topics of every chapter. So we will follow a pattern. For every chapter, first I'll provide you a learning objective of the chapter, which means what we are going to learn in that particular chapter. And then we'll take each and every topic and we'll understand the topic accordingly. So this is how the journey is going to be. All of you are having materials with you? Great. The one thing that you have to do is that whatever the key terms that I am highlighting throughout the explanation, it will be great if you can follow the same key terms or else highlight the same key terms. Why key terms are important? Why key terms are important? Huh? Because when you write in the exam, you are not supposed to generalize the answers. So by this time, most of you might have been experienced with this. When you are writing the answer in the exam, it is not that you will write in your own content. In professional exams, what matters is that to provide key terms. So I'll guide you throughout the sessions to understand those key terms also. So if you are having materials with you, highlight the key terms. When you are preparing, focus more on those key terms. And conceptual learning is must. Understand this. Most of the 80% of your paper consists of case scenarios that you are aware of. If you have already been through or if you have given any attempt. So for new people, you will be coming to know. So when you write your exam. So 80% of the paper consists of case studies. So what important is that to understand the case study. What the case study is all about. Regarding which topic the case is talking about. In a recent MTP, if you check, we have case scenario and MCQs related to that. That the 15 marks MCQs that we are talking about, they are related to the case study. So that consists of multiple topics. Now don't expect that, sir, will that case study is about only core competencies? Will that case study is about only competitive advantage? Is it only about Porter's 5 forces model? No. Multiple topics will come into it. By reading that case, you should be in a state to understand which topic it is related to. Let's say a particular line may be related to differentiation. A particular line may be related to cost leadership. Another line may be related to divestment and liquidation. These are all strategies, right? So when a big case study is given, in that case study, it may consist of multiple topics of your SM. So you should be in a state to quickly identify what is the topic, and if any MCQ comes with that regards, you should answer it. So this can be done only when you know the concept. Conceptual learning is must. It is not just reading the topic, remembering and reproducing will not work it out. So pay attention on learning the topics. So I'll try to provide you the conceptual clarity so that you can understand what the topic is all about. Is that clear? Great. And in between, if you get any conceptual doubts, definitely we'll be dealing with that also if you have any so. So only thing that is expected is that give me some quick responses when I ask anything and stay active throughout the session. Shall we start? Great. So the first chapter that we have is with respect to Introduction to Strategic Management. So first, any chapter when you revise, first there have to be set of topics in your mind what I'm going to cover in that chapter. Every chapter has a learning objective So the first thing that you should know is that what I am going to learn by revising this chapter. So we call it as learning objective of the chapter. So if we check with the learning objective of the chapter, the first chapter that we have, Introduction to SM. So here there are few topics which you need to focus on. So what are they? Let's have a look at that first. Introduction to Strategic Management. As the title suggests, this is introducing certain topics to us. So I will focus only on key concepts here. I will not be taking you through each and every topic. So what are the key areas that we'll be focusing? Because we have introductions, management, strategy, these terms are there. Rather, the primary focus will be on understanding meaning of SM. Meaning of SM, we are going to understand. And then we'll discuss about objectives of SM. Meaning and objectives of SM. After this, we'll discuss about advantages and disadvantages of SM. So this is a one part of this chapter. Meaning, objectives, advantages, disadvantages. Prior to this, we have meaning of strategy, meaning of management. These are generic to understand. So I'll just give you a quick recap of meaning of strategy also, but I'm just focusing on core topics. This is a one part of this chapter. The second part of this chapter deals with three terms. Any idea? Which one? No? Exactly. So we'll be focusing on vision, mission, and objectives. So let's say these will be the core areas. Along with that, we have one more area called strategic levels. That also, thanks for reminding me that also comes under first part itself. So after advantages and disadvantages, here itself we will understand strategic levels. Strategic levels. So these are the set of topics that we have. If we divide this chapter into two parts, in the first part, meaning of SM, objectives, advantages, disadvantages, and strategic levels. In the second part, we have three terminologies: vision, mission, objectives. And how many of you are here who have already listened to SM in the old syllabus? Raise your hands. Old syllabus, SM. Okay, great. So you guys don't need to worry that, sir, what are the new things that have come into this? So technically, there is nothing much of new that has come into this. If any old student asks me this question every time, I always say this: the change that have happened is nothing but old wine in a new bottle. Beyond that, nothing have changed. Chapter names have changed, but the content that you are going to understand is same. Yes, one or two topics newly added. They are also simple to understand. So don't worry about the people, those who have listened to SM in the old syllabus and writing the exam in the new regime. So don't need to worry about it. Definitely all the topics are going to be understandable for you people. So learning objective is clear? Yes. So let's get into the things now. Just for the sake of connecting with the topic, first we'll start with understanding the meaning of the term strategy. When you are reading every topic, understand what is the topic is all about and what I am going to understand from that, which is nothing but, let's say, strategy you are studying. There has to be some terms in your mind should come first. Origin of this term. Strategy is not evolved for businesses. The origin of the term strategy is something related to warfield. The origin of this term has come from warfield. Techniques adopted by the army to defeat the enemy. The same thing applied even for the businesses also. Who is enemy for the business? So techniques adopted by the business in order to defeat the enemy is called as strategy. You better write these terms as a part of introduction. So one more thing, where as we go into the topics, wherever the situation demands, then I'll explain you how you have to answer questions in the exam. It's not that separately I will tell you these questions need to be discussed in this way. Throughout the day, wherever situation demands, there I'll explain you how certain questions need to be answered. Because most of the questions are going to be scenario based case study questions. Then if they come, how you have to answer, I'll guide you with that accordingly. Let's go back to the topic now. So when we understand about strategy, the first thing that we have to write is that strategy is going to be related to warfare, techniques adopted by the enemy to defeat the, techniques adopted by the army to defeat the enemy. Now the same thing is going to be for the companies also. For a business, who is the enemy? Competitors. So whatever business do to defeat the competitor will come into strategy. Strategies are for future or for past? This is known. We prepare always strategies for future. That's why we say strategy is a long range blueprint. Long range. Okay, one more question. Who will prepare strategies in the organization in 3 strategic levels? Don't say top level. Exactly. The 3 strategic levels are corporate level, business level and functional level. Strategies are prepared at which level? Corporate level. Whenever corporate level prepare strategy, they won't prepare for today and tomorrow. No corporate level guy is planning something for today and tomorrow. They will always plan for something for next 10 years or 20 years or 5 years, let's say at least, where they want to take the company in coming 5 years, which means they will always plan for long term. That's why the one term that you have to remember is strategy is nothing but long range blueprint. Long range blueprint of what? The desired image, direction and destination of a company. That includes what it wants to be, what it wants to do and where it wants to go. This is the primary key term that you have to remember if you are writing about strategy. First you will write some introduction related to warfield, ways to win over the enemy. Same for the company. Company also need to fight with the competitors. After that you drop the key term called strategy is a long range blueprint with respect to where the company wants to go, where it wants to be. So one more input. Let's say you're writing something about strategy in your exam. It is not necessary that you have to keep these headings and in this way only you have to write the answer. Here headings have been kept for the purpose of easy grasping. While you're writing in the exam, you don't need to keep the heading called long range blueprint and underline and write this point. Straight away you can write point and a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, where it wants to be, what it wants to do, where it wants to go. Like that you can write in the form of a point. So plenty of students will be thinking that, sir, in whichever the format that is given here, is it necessary that we have to write in the same format? For every question it is not needed. You can keep the heading meaning of strategy. Then you can write in the points format. Nothing wrong in that. So the first point you will write something related to warfield. And the second point you will write long range blueprint. 2 authors have given 2 definitions. Any one definition you can pick if the situation comes to write. So one author you can pick. If you ask me, you can pick the William F. Gluck's definition. Will be simple and easy to understand. What William F. Gluck have said about strategy is, he compared strategy with 3 things. Look, when you are reading, understand it and create a pattern of steps in your mind. William F. Gluck definition. William F. Gluck have compared the strategy with 3 terms. What he said, strategy is a unified, comprehensive, integrated plan. Unified for the entire company, comprehensive one, and it has to be integrated one. Why it has to be unified, integrated, comprehensive plan? It will assure that basic objectives of the enterprise are achieved. Now when you studied this definition, you know you can understand in the other context also. In order to achieve the basic objectives of a business, whatever the unified, comprehensive, integrated plan, that can be called as a strategy. When you understand it, you can turn it in a way that you want. But while you're writing, it has to be written in this way only. Don't tamper with the definitions. So you'll be writing, William F. Gluck have said that strategy is very much needed for the business. Without strategy, William F. Gluck feels that there is no business. Somehow you are keeping the term strategy and William F. Gluck, but you are not saying what William F. Gluck have said. And you are expecting that you should get some marks for that. So don't, that is applicable for your graduation exams, like where you can add your own stories, cooking up stories there. Will not work it out here. What important is key terms. That's about definition. What are the 3 terms that you have to remember? Unified, comprehensive, integrated plan. Why this plan? To achieve desired objective. Done. Then you can remember one more key term. Long range blueprint is over. Then you can remember strategy is nothing but a game plan. Now this game plan is to achieve certain things. Customer satisfaction, To achieve desired market position, exactly. To achieve goals, all those points I've given here. So to market position, conduct operations to attract the customers, these things you can write. So look at the key terms now. Long range blueprint, a definition and game plan. After this, one term you can understand. Whenever a company prepares strategy, does it need to be flexible or rigid? Why? Why strategies have to be flexible? Because of the uncertainty that takes place in the environment. No company is supposed to prepare strategies in a rigid way. The strategies have to be prepared in a flexible way because of uncertainties in the environmental factors. That is what it says. Strategy is a consciously considered and flexibly designed scheme of corporate intent. Intent stands for plan. Corporate intent means plan of top management. So cautiously chosen and flexibly designed. Strategies are flexible. Strategies are never rigid. Why strategies are flexible? Because of the uncertainties that happens in environmental factors. If you can justify writing the answer, the points that I have stated, you are at a safe side. Instead of this, in the exam, you have to write about strategy. Now our first point is strategy is very important for business. Point 2, without strategy, no business. Every business should have a strategy. Finally wrote 5 to 6 points about strategy. These kind of points. And you're expecting that you should get marks. Professional courses, this way of writing will never get marks. For this, I always say this, and I'm not saying that, sir, are you asking us to copy paste what we write here, what we read here? You can do unless you have a photographic memory. If you have a photographic memory, sir, I can give a print here and I will reprint in the exam. I can scan, sir, all the terms and the same thing I'll print in the exam. Unless you have a photographic memory. Most of us will not have that. Then what is the solution? I always say 60-40 principle. 60% key terms, 40% you can change. In that 40%, don't change the meaning itself. You can use your own terms. But what we do, 80-20. 80% generalized things, 20% strategy. Let me write the term strategy 5 to 6 times. Somewhere in the points I will write. Don't expect marks. So 60-40. 60% key terms has to be there. Yes, 40% you can make some changes. Clear with us? So understand, topic need to be conceptually, you should understand what the topic is and then key terms. So when you are let's say if you have to write about strategy, first you will write some meaning. Warfield, ways to win over enemy, same for the companies to face with the competition. Then long range blueprint, game plan, definition by William F. Gluck, cautiously designed and flexibly chosen. Done. So if you can add these key terms, at least you will be at a safer side. So that's about strategy. I will not talk about management and all those things. And let's straight away go to a statement. This one is a very interesting and needed statement to understand. So many won't understand what this statement is all about and what it is trying to convey. The statement is, let's say, SM of a company, strategic management of a company, how it is going to be. Two options have been given, whether strategic management is going to be proactive or is it reactive in nature. Proactive or reactive in nature. How strategic management of a business should be, proactive or reactive. Proactive. Proactive means if something is going to happen in future, you are planning that now itself. So proactive strategy is always a planned strategy. Planned strategy where you are planning the things well before. That is what proactive. Where everything has been fixed in a predetermined way. Yes. Predetermined manner. Everything is fixed in a predetermined manner, which is nothing but you could able to understand what is going to happen in future and everything you are fixing for the future now itself. You are being very Proactive. How the strategy of the company should be means proactive means planned strategy where you are planning everything for future. So meaning of proactive. Then reactive. Just I am telling you the meaning, then I will tell you how the strategy should be. Reactive means adaptive reactions. Adaptive reaction. Adaptive reaction to changing conditions. Changing conditions in where? Environmental factors. First, just meaning. Proactive means planning everything well before, where everything has been fixed in a predetermined manner. Reactive means whenever sudden changes happens in the environment, you have to quickly adapt to it. Okay, this is a independently meaning of these two terms. Now, how the strategy should be is a question. When company prepares a strategy, how the strategy of the company should be is a question now. Then, how the strategy of a company should be. Now, the answer is how it should be. Yeah, that is the answer of the statement. An organization strategy should be partly proactive, partly reactive. But why is a question now. Okay, I have a question for you. Is it good to, every time is it good to be proactive or reactive? Generally think and answer. It is always good to be proactive, where you are trying to assess the things for future. But the problem is, it is not possible to be proactive every time. Why it is not possible to be proactive every time? You can't predict the future exactly. There can be significant deviation from what you plan and what actually happens. Because you are planning for future. You thought that in future things will be in a particular scenario. But all of a sudden things were not like that. Things have changed. Things were not in the way that you have thought. Then what you should do? Quickly change your strategy. Because something has happened you did not predict it. Like the classic example for this is COVID that in a recent times the entire world have faced. No one have predicted that that will happen. But what all the other companies did, immediately they have changed to the situation. Happened or not? Every business have changed. Every company have changed. Every sector have adopted so many new changes. This is nothing but being reactive. So hence, it is not possible to be proactive every time. It is suggestible to be reactive whenever situation demands. That's why an organization strategy should be, yes, partly proactive and partly reactive. An organization strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. Let's say now you are answering this question in the exam. Statement, case study in any scenario. What first you have to do is that the question may come, justify the statement, how the strategy, whether partly proactive and partly reactive. Then your answer should be saying that yes, an effective organization strategy should be partly proactive, partly reactive is the first line. Then in the second point, you explain what is being proactive and what is being reactive. You are explaining this. Then in the third point, you will explain why it is not possible to be proactive. Then you will give the conclusion. Hence, it is not possible to be proactive every time. It should be partly proactive, partly reactive. You design this kind of points in your mind first. But rather what we do, instead of conceptualizing, creating flow of points in our mind, rather what we do, blindly reading this 5 to 6 points. Reading, remembering, reproducing. That's what we follow. Triple R. Reading, remembering, reproducing. But that will not serve the purpose. In between reading, understanding and reading is important. Look at the terms. First you will say strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. What is proactive strategy? Proactive strategy is a, whereas reactive strategy means adaptive reactions to, because environment is uncertain. You never know what sort of changes happens in the environment. When sudden change happens, you have to change your strategy to suit that particular situation. And there can be significant deviation from what you plan and what actually happens. That's why strategies need to be changed in the light of changing conditions. So then you will write, so proactive strategy is nothing but where you are going to plan everything in a predetermined manner. But what is the problem? In reality, no company can forecast the environment exactly. You cannot forecast the environment exactly. And one more point you can add. There can be significant deviation from what you visualize and what actually happens. Look at here. First you are saying what is proactive and what is reactive. Then you are saying you can't be proactive every time. Why you can't be proactive every time? Because there can be significant deviation from what you plan and what actually happens. Now you provide the conclusion. Hence, strategies need to be changed as per changing conditions. Look at this term. Strategies need to be modified in the light of possible environmental changes. And the conclusion is an effective organization strategy is a perfect stitch of two things, proactive and reactive measures. Now don't worry, sir. Last point is said lot of things. No. You can simplify even that point also. Thus, crafting a strategy involves two things. Stitching together proactive based strategies at the same time being reactive and adaptive. Just what is adaptive explanation is given here. Don't worry about it. But you can simply say that conclusion, thus an effective strategy is a mixture of both the things. Understood? So first you will be writing what is proactive and what is reactive. Then you will be saying why it is not possible to be proactive. Hence you provide a conclusion. An effective strategy is a perfect mix of both the things. If in this way you can conceptualize, even you will enjoy learning. You won't feel like a burden to understand. If not, you're simply reading all these points and you're saying, sir, I'm not able to remember what it is saying. Confusion, and you will give up at the end. Rather, create a flow of points in your mind. So what I am going to do is that until our last topic, this is how I am going to guide you, creating a flow of activities in your mind along with key terms and what the concept says. So that when you revise, things should become so simple and convenient for you. And some topics conceptually you should understand, that I will guide you. Clear with this topic also? Done. So now we are moving with the meaning of the term strategic management. Such a simple topic it is, if you ask me, to understand meaning of strategic management. So I will provide you sequence of steps even for this also. So the topic is to understand meaning of strategic management. So just one thing that you have to remember to know meaning of strategic management is nothing but just keep one term in your mind. Whenever you have to write the meaning of SM in the exam, you just need to remember SM is a process. First remember this, process. Strategic management is nothing but a process. Hence, you are understanding strategic management as a process. When we say something as a process, the process should consist of some steps, isn't it? When you call something as a process, process always consists of some steps. Now we are saying strategic management is also a process, which means this also consists of some steps. If we know the steps, done with the meaning. And it is enough for you to simply remember 5 steps. That's it. If you can remember 5 steps, no matter whenever the situation come to answer this, you can easily answer. So sequence of activities. SM is a process. Hence it is a process. It consists of some steps. Let's understand what are the steps. So step 1 of SM process says that to develop, yes, to develop vision and mission. So this is the first step that SM process should consist of, understanding vision and mission. After vision, mission has been set, setting objectives. What is vision and what is mission? We will understand as a last thing of this chapter, learning objective we have. If not, if you want to know in a simple terms, we all know that vision deals with goals of a company. Mission deals with, yes, existence and purpose. Vision is about goal. Mission is nothing but existence and purpose of a company. Because at the very first level itself, you have to set your goal. let's say sometimes a question may be asked like this: why setting vision has to be the first step of SM process? Because stated by board. Because board said that, sir, vision is the first step in the SM process. That's why it is the first step. Yes, sir. Yes. Why? Why setting vision is the first step in the SM process? Why first vision need to be set to run the entire SM process? Yes. To set a, why? To set a target is my question. Again, you are saying, sir, set the target first. My question is, why to set the target first? Without? Yes. Good. Yes, please. Exactly. Nice. If you don't know where you want to go, can you start your journey? That's why vision should be the first step. If you don't know what is your end, then you can't start your journey. They say that keep the end in the mind in the beginning. Isn't it? When you start any journey, what should be there in your mind is end. Call him once. Call him once. Yeah. So without having end in our mind, can we start our journey? That's why vision has to be the first step. Whatever the rest of the steps that will happen are for the purpose of achieving vision. Rest of the steps that are taking place are for the purpose of fulfilling vision of the company. So that's why vision have to be the first step in the SM process. So that is over. Then step 2 is setting objectives. So if we have an idea, objectives are nothing but targets. So these targets are for the purpose of achieving the vision. So we'll understand that also. So step 1 is developing vision and mission. Step 2 is setting objectives. Objectives nothing but targets. So these 3 terms independently we will discuss anyways as a further topic. So after this, crafting a strategy. Crafting a strategy. Nothing but you are preparing a strategy. Strategy is prepared. Step 3. Simply by preparing the strategy, will you achieve your goal? What you should do, whatever the strategy that you have prepared, it should be? Yes. It's implementing the strategy. Of course, the term says evaluating and implementing. Just I am simplifying. Implementing the strategy. So, sir, hence I am implementing strategy very effectively. Can I relax now? Is everything going well in my company? Through implementation, your job is not done. And yeah, when I say your job is not done, can you tell me it is whose responsibility to do these things in the company? Setting vision, mission, objectives, these are corporate level have to do. And they should ensure that proper strategy need to be crafted. And they should ensure that the strategy is effectively implemented. Implementation is not the last step. Implementation will not fulfill the purpose. What is the last step? Yes, taking corrective adjustments. Taking corrective adjustments. So do we get all the 5 steps here? Yes. Then SM process is over. SM definition is over. But don't write in this way in the exam. This is just to understand the sequence of activities. Remember, SM is a process. Hence we are calling it as a process. Process consists of some steps. You should remember 5 steps. Step 1 is? You don't even remember developing term also. First remember the key term, vision, and then after that the crafted one should be. After implementing, don't relax. Check whether it is properly implementing or not. Taking corrective adjustments. Rather, taking corrective adjustments nothing but control. You know, actually the entire definition consists of the process of our chapters. If you carefully observe, let's say, what is the last chapter that we have in our SM? Implementation and control is the last step. Before that, we'll understand formation of strategies. In strategic choices, we have corporate level strategies. And prior to that, we have business level strategies. And prior to that, understanding environmental factors. All these things are there. Which means all our chapters are talking about this process itself, technically to be observed. So as of now, are you clear with the definition? But you have to write this in a form of a definition. It's not that you will draw and write in the form of points. So how you are going to create this definition? Strategic management is a managerial process of developing vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting the strategy, implementing and evaluating the strategy over a period of time, taking corrective adjustments wherever deemed appropriate, which means wherever needed, take corrective adjustments. You have to have controls in the step 1, step 2, step 3, in all the steps you need to assign controls. Keep this flow of thought process in your mind. Okay, process 5 steps. Even in this 5 steps also, if you ask me, it is enough to remember the first 2 steps, vision, mission and objectives. Because later on crafting, after crafting, implementing, then you are checking whether properly happening or not. While you are reading, if you keep this thought process in your mind, you don't need to read this 100 times to remember. Isn't it? Just understanding it will be more than enough to write the answer. Subject is not rocket science. We made it like that. Because there is always this kind of stature for this subject in the market that, sir, it's a nightmare one, sir. Like in the previous syllabus, AS and SM is nightmare. Thank God, sir, one nightmare gone. But still this nightmare exists. The reason why you feel like that is you are not approaching the content in a right way. Hence, you feel like the subject is a very complicated one. So look at the key terms here. When you're writing the definition, you will write some introduction. Every company wants to create superior value to the customer. And then meaning you will start. Look at the definition, what it says. Strategic management is a manage. And one more thing. While you are writing definitions and meanings in the exam, don't write in this bullet points. Here, they have been divided to understand the steps. In the exam, when you write meaning, definitions, write in a paragraph way. For any subject, when you are writing meaning and definition, it has to be in paragraph. Importance, advantages, limitations, characteristics, this can be in a bullet format. So keep this thing in your mind, because in theory, presentation also matters. When evaluator looks at your answer sheet, he should understand what is he evaluating. So you give that convenience to that guy. This is a definition that I am writing, which is in a paragraph way. I am writing characteristics in bullet points, or I am writing side heading, writing the side heading and underlining it, and writing the explanation under the side heading. I have seen so many students, once they keep the side heading, they will start immediately writing from there. Let's say, imagine if this is a side heading. Now what they do is that they will do this and they will start explanation from here. Why? Did board charge from you for the paper? Additionally, for every paper pay me 100 rupees. They have given big book, right? Where you have lot of space to write. So when you keep a side heading, start writing under the heading. If this is a head, I have seen very less students will be doing this. More of, let's say if this is a heading, underline it and start writing from here. Why you are writing exactly again from here, where the evaluator don't understand which one is the heading and which one is the explanation. Presentation matters, understand this. So definition has to be in the form of paragraph. Keep this thing. Meaning and definitions has to be in the form of paragraph. Here it is given just for your easy understanding. Okay, let's go back to our definition. Strategic management is a managerial process of, what is step 1? Step 2 is, and then what is the last step? Wherever needed, deemed appropriate. This is how simple it is to understand meaning of SM, process and 5 steps. While you're reading also, okay, first I should remember the term process and then I should remember it consists of 5 steps. So meaning is over. After meaning, we have objectives of SM. This is also simple to understand, where these objectives need to be understood in many of the topics that come further. Strategic management have 2 straight objectives. So first remember the key terms. Okay, I will only draw the key terms here, but you have to write the entire line. Strategic management have 2 objectives. The first objective, strategic management will help the company to create competitive advantage. This is the first objective, competitive advantage. So will you help me to know what is competitive advantage? We have a topic in our SM, competitive advantage. What is competitive advantage? Gaining advantage. The term itself is giving you answer if you carefully observe. Even we are not in a state to understand that. You will think is our competitive advantage, big definition is there. What should I write? A lot of points are there. No, the topic itself is giving you answer. Competitive advantage is nothing but gaining advantage over competitors. As a company, if you have to survive in the competitive environment, you should try to gain advantage over your competitors. How you can gain that? Excellent. By developing, we have that topic also, core competencies. Connected, interconnected, understand the subject, it becomes simple. To gain competitive advantage, you need to have core competencies. What are core competencies? Again, meaning of core competency means unique strengths that cannot be shared by others. As a company, if I have to defeat my competitor, I have to create something unique which is not available with the others. If I have something unique which is not available with the others, can I gain advantage over my competitor? That's it. Connectivity. As the topic has come, I was explaining that thing also, because we have a separate topic for core competencies. So as of now, if you are implementing strategic management in your business, the fundamental objective of applying SM in your business, you should try to gain competitive over whom? Let's say if your company is successful in gaining competitive advantage, is this helping you to improve your market share? Isn't it? You have an advantageous position over your competitor, which means you can have good sales in the market. If you have good sales, is it possible for you to dominate the market also? Yes, because you will be holding the entire market because you are having high sales. That's it. Then you should write this as a point. Strategic management helps the company to create competitive advantage over the competitors to dominate the market. Over. But first, for that, you should remember competitive advantage. From this, you can enlarge the point. Understand. Understanding the topic will simplify the content. Instead of understanding what the point is saying, but our focus is only on, let me read it so like n number of times until I remember. Don't do that. Second, objective. Yes, to guide the company. To guide the company through, yes, through changes in environment. To changes in environment. Do changes happens in the environmental factors? Because environmental factors are never static, they will be keep on changing. Sir, what are environmental factors? In the very next topic, we will try to understand the entire concept of environmental factors, internal and external, micro and macro. It was there in BCK. Again, it put into SM. Environmental factors are never stagnant, they will be keep on changing. Whenever there is a change in the environmental factor, does business need to change their strategy? So whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, can we say the change may come with some threats also? Against those threats, who is protecting your company? Strategic management. The point says strategic management is guiding the company. If your strategies are strong, you are protected against the changes of environment. So guiding the company is the term that you have to remember. SM is guiding the company against what? Against the changes. So even if you can remember guiding the company, then the point will come against which it is guiding me, against the changes that happens in environment. Two objectives are over. So objective 1, SM is helping to create what? Over whom? So that company can. And second objective, SM is against what? Those are the points. Creating competitive advantage over general competitors, so that company can gain advantage over the competitors, and at the same time it can dominate the market. And it is guiding the company against what? Changes in the environment. At least this thing if you can write, you are done. Meaning of SM and objectives of SM. After this, we have advantages and disadvantages. Even advantages are also simple to understand. I will take you through the key terms from this. So the first advantage of SM is that strategic management will always provides direction to the company to move ahead. No strategy of a company say that you go backwards in your progress. When you prepare strategy, it is always looking forwards, vision. I have set a goal for my company for the future, and to achieve that goal, I am preparing all these strategies. So it always helps the company to think in a forward direction. So it provides direction to the company to move ahead. And next key term, strategic management will always help the company to be in what way? Proactive way than being. Now don't get confused, sir. Here advantage says that to be proactive. There you have said that proactive and reactive. Understand the concept here. It is good to be proactive, but it is not possible to be proactive every time. That's why there it said that when you prepare strategy, be proactive and reactive measures. But it is good to be proactive, where you could able to assess the things for future. Now who is helping you to be proactive? Strategies. Strong strategies will help you to be more proactive. So the term says it is helping the company to be proactive than being reactive. Who will take decisions in the business? So strategic management is providing framework for decision making. Any decision regarding your products, regarding your businesses, which markets you have to be in. All these decisions you can take with the help of strategic management. And strategic management will act as a pathfinder to utilize. You all know that for every business there are 4 factors: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. This is called as, you tell me, for a business, from where you will get opportunities? From the external environment you will get opportunity. What happens if you don't utilize the opportunity? Your competitor will utilize, hence it converts as a threat. Now if you come to the point, who is helping you to grab all those opportunities? Strategic management. Got the point? So strategic management is helping the company to utilize all the opportunities. So it acts as a pathfinder. Next key term, strategic management is helping the company as a corporate defensive mechanism. Defensive and offensive. Offensive means you are retaliating, fighting back. Defensive means protecting yourself, defense. So when any uncertainties happens in the environmental factors, as a company you have 2 options. Either protect yourself or fight against. Got it? Look, here I can't spend more time on giving a lot of examples for every topic. So I'll be focusing more on key terms and conceptual clarity. If we sit along with the examples, then it will take 2 to 3 days to understand everything in this space. When Jio came into Indian market, the rest of the companies have only 2 options. Let me fight back or to protect. So most of the companies, instead of fighting back, first they have focused on protecting themselves, because that was a disruptive product in Indian market. In Indian telecom, that was a disruptive product. So the rest of a company have only one option. Let me protect first. Later on, I will think of fighting back. Got it? When any sudden change happens in environment, you will be having only 2 options. Either protect or fight back. But if you have strong strategies, that will help you to protect from the losses. So strategy is acting as a corporate defensive mechanism. Against what? Against mistakes and pitfalls. Pitfalls means ups and downs. You can see the same term here. Strategic management serves as a corporate defensive mechanism against mistakes and pitfalls. If you have strong strategies, you can protect yourself against any sort of mistakes. Because when you do business, it is a quite obvious thing that you will be having some mistakes and pitfalls. So strong strategic management is helping you to fight against those mistakes and pitfalls. And then the next one, strategic management is helping the business to enhance the longevity of the business. The term need to be pronounced as longevity. When there is a huge competition in the market, chances are there you may not able to survive in the long run, isn't it? When the competition is huge and heavy, possibilities are there you may not survive. But if you have strong strategies, you can stay in the market for longer period of time. So strategic management is protecting you so that you can survive in the long run. Because of intense competition, companies will not be able to survive in the long run. But strong strategic management is helping the company to make sure the company can survive in the long run. Look at the explanation. It says the same. The state of competition and dynamic environment, it may be challenging for the organization to survive in the long run. Because of heavy competition, companies may not survive in the long run. But SM takes care a stand so that company can survive in the long run, not just depending upon luck. No company will survive on luck. Companies will survive only because of strategies. This is how your explanation should be. So the key term would be strategic management is helping for longevity of a business. Longevity means business will survive for a longer period. And then finally, already in the objectives we have discussed, SM is helping to gain two things. What are they? What is competitive advantage? How competitive advantage can be gained? By developing core competencies. What are core competencies? Unique strengths that cannot be shared by others. In order to get competitive advantage, you should have strong strategic management. Your strategies only help you to gain competitive advantage. Just keep these key terms in your mind. Directions to the company, proactive than being reactive, decision making, pathfinder, defensive mechanism, longevity of a business. Defensive mechanism against what? Mistakes and pitfalls. Helping for longevity, helping to develop core competencies and competitive advantages. At least if you can remember these key terms, when you are writing the heading, you will not be writing again own heading there. I see some of the people will write the side headings also on their own. They will create it. At least don't create side headings. So make sure there for sure you have to write those key terms and explain the points. Understood with the advantages? It is not that every time SM comes with a lot of advantages, it has its own hindrances also. SM has its limitations also. Not many, only 4 simple limitations have stated as limitations of SM. There are 4. First one says that in limitations of SM, environment is highly complex and turbulent. There is an interesting thing to understand here. The topic is limitation of SM, but the point is characteristics of environment. If you observe, topic is limitation of SM, but the point written talks about the characteristics of environmental factors. Environmental factors are complex and turbulent. Complex means difficult to understand. Turbulent means unstable. Environmental factors are never stable. They will be keep on changing. And environmental factors are complex to understand also. But you think of it now, why are we considering nature of environment as a limitation to SM? Exactly. Good. Verse. Why are we talking about nature of environment as limitation of SM? This point talks about nature of environment, but the concept is limitation of SM. Why so? Because our strategies depends on environmental factors. Whenever we prepare strategies, the nature of our strategies purely depends on environmental factors. But on the other hand, environmental factors are very complex, difficult to understand, and environmental factors are very turbulent, unstable. That is a limitation. Got the point? Because of the uncertainties and turbulences in the environment, it creates as a limitation for business. Strategic management. Next 2 points. Strategic management is time consuming. Strategic management is costly. Then how to explain these points? Sir, I can remember the heading, but I don't know what to write inside of that heading. That's the biggest problem for most of the students. When you say strategic management is time consuming, then you should remember, if any company is preparing the strategies, it will take a lot of time to prepare the strategy. It will take a lot of time to convey the strategy in the entire organization. Okay, sir, let it be. Why it is limitation? I am preparing a very strong strategy, so it will take time for me to prepare the strategy. Sometimes some effective strategies takes more than 5 years also to prepare. So let me prepare, sir. Good things take time. Taj Mahal did not build overnight. Then my strategy also takes a lot of time to prepare. Why it is limitation? Limitation because as a top management, you are spending your time on one particular plan. This will disturb your regular operations. It is not that only that plan that you have in your business. You have to focus on other things also. So as you are dedicating more time on one plan, this is disturbing your regular business operations. This is what you have to write. When you are writing time consuming, you see a point says here, it will negatively impact the routine businesses. You're only focusing on one plan. Now this is creating disturbance to the routine business operations. That's why it is a limitation. This is how you have to write. Next, costly process. You have to engage strategic planners. Lot of resources need to be assigned for the strategy. This is not possible if you are having less resources, particularly financial resources. If you are not financially strong, you cannot spend more money on SM. That's why it is costly process. A point also says this can be really costly for the organization with limited resources, particularly medium and small organizations. This point helps you to understand clearly. That's it. And another limitation that we have is when you are running your strategic management, exactly you cannot estimate the responses of your competitors. Your competitor will never tell you what is he doing next. All of a sudden he will do something and which will show impact on your business. 4 limitations. So the limitations are, first limitation is about environment, because strategies depends on environment. Second limitation, it will take a lot of time to prepare strategies. Third limitation, it will involve a lot of money to prepare strategies. And the fourth one is, you can't estimate what competitor is doing. Own the subject in your way. That is the only solution to remember the subject. Instead of that, 4 limitations are there. So what we do, we sit in the study hour, hold the book, complex, 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 time consuming, time consuming, time consuming, dynamic, dynamic. By the time you go there, you remember only complex and dynamic, but you did not know what to write inside. Rather understand it conceptually. The limitations are 4. And every limitation, these are the points that you have to remember. I'll tell you one more thing here that comes in my mind. In your SM exam, every question is for 5 marks. Apart from MCQs, the 15 marks that you have, rest of all descriptive questions you'll be writing for each question for 5 marks. So you should understand how much content you have to write. So for 5 marks, let's say limitation you are writing, 4 limitations are there. At least write 3 lines about every limitation. Enough. Evaluator is also not expecting that exactly you will drop all the points which are here. At least if you can write 3 terms, meaningful 3 lines, let's say, meaningful 3 lines instead of generally writing the terms. That will also serve the purpose. So don't worry about the amount of content that is given over there. Get the key term from that. Get the key term. And you should design a content in your mind, at least 3 to 4 lines you are writing in a perfect way, by not adding the casual way of answering. Every strategic management will have many limitations. Following are some of the limitations. The following are the 4 popular limitations of SM. Why all these things? Straight away put the heading, strategic management is a complex and turbulent. Then you write the 2 to 3 lines. You can't exactly understand how environmental factors changes. Because of the complexity of the environment, it creates limitation for strategic management. Look, when I'm explaining this, I did not use the term which is given over there, but I did not change the context also. This is what I'm saying, 60-40. When you say time consuming process, it will take a lot of time for the companies to prepare strategies. This may disturb the regular business operations. The costly process. To implement strategic management, planners need to be engaged, resource need to be allocated. This will be difficult for the companies which are lacking in resources, particularly medium and small organizations. Look, when I said these terms, I did not set the same points that are here, but I did not change the meaning. This is 60-40 that I am saying. In this way, if you can answer, you are safe with respect to the subject I am telling you. So we are done with one part. As in the first part, we have completed meaning of SM, objectives, advantages and disadvantages. We'll check with the strategic levels and then I'll come back to vision, mission and objectives. We'll discuss strategic levels, then vision, mission, objectives can be understood. There are 3 strategic levels are there. What are they? Corporate level, business level, and let me simplify this also. The topic is strategic levels. So how in a very simple way we can understand this? About 3 strategic levels, I can tell you, you have to remember 3 things. Okay, about every level, 3 things you have to remember. What are the 3 things? First one, who will come at that level? Second one, what are their roles and responsibilities? Third one, their scope of operations. Got it? If you can remember these 3 things, you can write the answer for the 3 levels. Okay, first of all, the 3 levels are, first one we have corporate level. I am saying about every level, you have to remember 3 things. First thing, who will come at that level? Who will come? All the top executives, CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing director, chairman, all the top executives will come into corporate level. So just I am writing top executives. But you have to write all the list. Okay, CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors, all these people will be at a corporate level. So first topic is clear, who will come? Second one is what are their roles and responsibilities? Here big list will come. Goal setting, policy creation, deciding what businesses company should do. These are the major things that the top level guy have to do. Goal setting, policy creation, decision making. You can add this one also. Let's say their responsibilities can be goal setting, and then policy creation, yes, decision making, deciding what businesses companies should do, procurement and allocation of resources, even that also you can add. These are major roles and responsibilities of corporate level. So 2 questions are over. Who will come? What are their roles and responsibilities? Third one would be their scope of operations. Scope of operations. Yes, whatever the corporate level do, that will be applicable for whole organization. These are the 3 major things to understand about corporate level. Who will come? What they do? Scope of operations. Whenever corporate level take a decision, that decision would be generally applicable for the whole organization. When corporate level prepares a policy, policy will be for the entire organization. Got the point? So here corporate level will be doing something that is applicable for the entire organization. 3 things are clear about corporate level: who will come, what they do, and roles and scope of operations. Then second level. What is the second level? Business level. So first thing that we have to know, who will come at business level? Yes, they are called as business level general managers. Business level general managers. General managers will come at business level. Before we understand roles and responsibilities, I'll talk scope here, then I will talk about their roles. Scope of operations. Any idea? Corporate level, whatever they do applicable for the entire organization. Whatever the general manager do applicable for, yes, particular business unit. Particular business unit, not for the entire business. Whatever the business level general manager do, it will be applicable only for that particular business unit. Like so many companies will operate multiple business units. Just to understand, let's take ITC. ITC is into FMCG. They are into hospitality and other businesses they are into. Let's say they have appointed a manager who will be taking care of only FMCG. So that general manager will be preparing strategy, taking care of the particular business unit only. So he will not be taking care of the entire business. So whatever business level general managers do, that is applicable only for that particular business unit. Clear with the 2 questions? Now what is the third one to understand? What they do, what are their roles and responsibilities? What do you think? Understand this carefully. Top level guy have decided something for the entire organization. Let's say I am working as a business level general manager, let's say. Now my job is not to create a new goal for the business unit. My job is to implement the goal that has been set by the top level management for this business unit. Conceptually understood? My job is to implement the goal at this business unit level. That's why the term is to make corporate level strategies practically feasible for every business unit. Understood this? Many people did not get what this term is. The thing that a business level general manager has to do is that he is not planning something new for the business unit. Already top level guy have said for the complete business. Now what my job just to implement the corporate level strategy only for this particular, then the key term is to make corporate level strategies practically feasible for every business unit. Are you clear with this? Great. So that's about business level. The three questions. Who will come at business level? What is their scope? What is their role? To make corporate level strategies practically feasible for done. So now we have third one. What is the third level? Functional level. Functional level. So here also we'll follow the same pattern. First, who will come at functional level? Very good. At functional level, we are going to have functional managers. Functional managers means every organization consists of some functional areas, nothing but departments. Marketing, finance, production, logistics, R&D, HR. All these are functional areas, right? Every functional area will be led by a manager. Those managers are called as functional managers. HR manager, finance, production, logistics, HR, whatever you call it as. All they are called as functional managers. So the first point is clear. Who will come? Now we'll understand their scope. Then I will come to their roles and responsibilities. Scope. Whatever the functional level manager do, is he doing for the entire business? For a business unit? Then what is he doing? Yes, particular functional area. Whatever he do, it will be applicable for a particular functional area. Nothing but if he is a HR manager, whatever he do, that is applicable only for the HR department, right? Only HR department he will take care of. Same as with finance, production and R&D. Second point is clear. What are their applicability, scope of operations? Now roles and responsibilities. What do you say? What is their roles and responsibilities? Are they doing something for the entire business? Are they doing for the unit? Whatever they are doing applicable only for that? Now what is the key term that I have said for business level? Their role is to make sure the corporate level strategies are practically feasible for. Now here, to make corporate and business level strategies practically feasible for every functional area. That's it. So top guy is for the entire business. The middle guy, which is nothing but the business level guy, is only for that particular business unit. Now this guy, whatever those two people have said, he is practically implementing it for the functional area. Whatever the top level guy have said, whatever the business level guy have said, let me implement to that my department, because my responsibility is only for that particular department. That's it. By depending upon these, by considering these three things, you can go with the explanation. Understood? A quick sum up of this entire topic. What are the three levels? Done. What is the scope of corporate level? Scope. Scope of business level? Business level. Particular? Scope of functional level? What do business level managers do? To make corporate level strategies practically feasible for. When it comes to functional level, to make corporate and business level strategies practically feasible for That is what the key terms are. So you don't worry about each and every individual question that comes after this. If you are clear with this topic, it is easy the rest of the 3 topics. You see what are the key terms that I have said? The first point at corporate level, who will come? This point talks about who will come. Now this point talks about their scope. What is the scope? Whatever they do is for the whole organization. Now this point talks about their roles. So you can see the roles have been given: vision, mission, goals, determining what businesses company should be in, allocating resources among different businesses. What are resources means? For a business, what are resources? For a business, what are, look, these are basic things. Don't, 5 M's: men, machine, material and money. It is whose responsibility to bring all the resources into the company? It is whose responsibility to allocate the resources in the company? That's it. Then business level, general managers. You see the key term? Yes. They are concerned with the strategies that are specific to particular business. Now, what are their roles? Look at the last point. Their role is to translate general statement of intent of corporate management into concrete strategies for individual businesses. Just to understand this, I have said in a very generalized way, to make corporate level strategies practically feasible for every, yes, even that point also you can write. Then functional level. What is at functional level? People are responsible for specific business functions, nothing but all these functional areas. Now they are not doing something for the entire organization. If you want, you can add this point also, which is not mentioned here. Their roles and responsibilities are to make corporate and business level strategies practically feasible for every functional area. We are done with the 3 strategic levels. Now you don't worry about this. Further questions are about every question. Again, lot of content is given. No, whatever we have discussed here have been said in the points. That's it. You see here, this point, 3rd point, the role is to defining vision, mission, all these things are there. The same thing is said here. To oversee the development for the whole organization, vision, mission and objectives, determining what business. It is just written in the form of points. So don't worry about the separate questions that have been given over there. So, and in any case study question comes, understand what it is saying in the case study. Is he saying that that person is focusing for the whole organization, or the case is saying that is he responsible only for that particular business unit, or is it talking about functional area? In the recent MTP, the first question, no, in the previous attempt, it seems in the last attempt, the question was about marketing. A scenario has been given where it says that she is a manager of marketing manager, where she is taking some marketing decisions. So tell which functional area that she comes under. Easy to identify. That particular person in that case study will comes under functional level. So if you can understand and read, it will be easy for you to know. Then with the strategic levels, half part of this chapter is over. Let's focus on the rest of the half, where we are going to understand 3 terms: vision, mission, objectives. So this also we can simplify by understanding some key terms. Conceptual understanding and key terms. The topics are going to be simple and easy. First, let's understand about vision. Vision is the first step in the SM process. Vision is nothing but, let's say if someone asks you what is your vision, you know what they're asking? It's not eyesight that they're asking. Vision is nothing but your vision, what you can see. That is also called as vision, right? That is not what they're asking. If someone asks you what is your vision, they're asking, they wanted to know what you ultimately wants to. What you ultimately wants to be is going to be your vision. Same thing applies even for the company also. What the company ultimately wants to be is referred to as vision. Nothing but goal. Now, in the organization, it is whose responsibility to set the vision? Corporate level is responsible to set the vision. So, but there is a definition for this. Vision is having a definition. And one more thing, what is the first step in the SM process? First step, developing vision. Why developing vision has to be the first step? Because without defining where you want to go, you can't start your journey. Which means the first step is vision. All the rest of the steps are for the purpose of achieving that vision. technically if I have to tell you, we have discussed all these steps, right? Why we set the vision at the first point is, all these steps are for the purpose of facilitating your vision. You are setting objectives. Why? To achieve your vision. You are crafting a strategy. Why? To achieve your... You are implementing strategy. Why? To achieve your... We are taking corrective adjustments. Why? To make sure whether the vision is properly achieved or not. So rest of the steps are for the purpose of facilitating your vision. That's why vision has to be the first step in the SM process. But here we need to understand some terms. Before I explain anything about vision, mission and objectives, one thing you have to understand here, vision, mission, objectives are statements in the company. They are statements, vision statement, mission statement. Objectives are set of objectives that are prepared in the company. In the vision statement, company explains about their goals. In the mission statement, they will explain about their purpose. Understood with this? Vision and mission are nothing but statements. Only if you understand them as statements, some of the points you will come to know, because some characteristics says vision and mission has to be short and precise. Remember this? They have to be unique, short and precise. These terms will come. Why they are saying short and precise? Because they are statements. They are not paragraphs that you create. As a head of a company, if you have to create your vision statement, it is not that you are writing a book on your vision. Your vision has to be just a statement, 2 or 3 lines. But when you are creating that statement, what elements have to be part of vision is your definition. This is conceptual clarity. Every top level management will prepare a vision. Vision is a statement. When they are preparing statement, they have to add some elements in the statement. What are those elements is going to be your definition of vision. Understood? So the key terms are, vision is nothing but a road map of company's future. Company's future. Because through vision, company has prepared something for future. Roadmap for future. In that roadmap, they have to mention some specifics. Which means, when you have prepared a vision statement, your vision statement should consist of some elements, specifics. What are the specifics? First one, technology. Like if you want, you can write providing specifics about. You can add that term also. Vision is roadmap of company's future, providing specifics about. What specifics have to be part of your vision? One is technology. What technology company is using? And next, customer focus. Customer focus. Technology, customer focus. Then geography and product markets. Geography and product markets to be pursued. As a company, in which geographical area that you want to be, what products and markets you wish to pursue, geography, products and markets, and capabilities, or not capabilities, capabilities will never be part of vision. Technology, customer focus, geography, products and markets, and the kind of company. No, I think it consists of capabilities also. Better write capabilities. Capabilities that as a company that you should have. And then kind of company. Kind of company the management is trying to create. Got it? All these specifics has to be part of your vision. Technology, customer focus, which geographical area that you want to be, which product markets that you wish to pursue, what capabilities that you are planning to create, and what kind of company you are preparing. By keeping all these things in your mind, the statement that you prepare and the statement that talks about future is called as vision. So, like once I explain vision and mission definitions, then I'll provide you with the reading and key terms we can highlight. So, vision is about goal. These things need to be mentioned. Those who have studied SM in the old syllabus, vision consists of a lot of elements. But in new scheme, that much amount of content is not there for vision. Only meaning has given and some elements of vision has been given. So simple to understand. But whereas in the old one, lot of aspects have added in vision. So we'll understand when we do the reading. Then let us have mission is all about. What is mission stands for? If vision is goal, mission talks about. Sir, how to understand, let's say in the exam practically, if any case study has given, in that how we can understand what is talking about vision and what is talking about mission. For this, I'll tell you a simple situation. Imagine I have started a school. And if anyone asks me, what is the vision of your school? And I said, to be #1 school in India. This is my vision. Did I talk about future in this? Have I said geography in this? India. In India, I want to be #1 school. Is it short and precise? Like a statement? Done. This is my vision. I am looking something for future about the business that I run. So then someone, the same guy asked me, why have you started this school? The first question was, what is your goal? The second question was, why you have started? Which means they're asking the purpose. Got the clarity in the question here? They're asking me purpose. Then I said, to provide better quality education at affordable price. Did you find the difference between the two answers? The first answer was to be #1 school in India. That is my goal. Like where I'm talking about geography, where I wish to see my company in the future. That is what I'm talking about. But in the second answer, I'm not talking about the goal. I'm talking about the purpose. Why have I established this business? To achieve what I have established this business. For that I said to provide better quality education at affordable price. Hence, mission talks about purpose. Got the clarity here? Done. So vision is about goal, mission is about purpose. And purpose should also be in the form of statement only. Missions are statements. That's why they have to be short and precise. The key term, mission talks about present business scope. Present business scope. And it involves two things. Present business scope, which always asked about two things. Who we are is a first question. And the second question is what we do. What we do. Who we are and what we do. Now you see, answer for these two questions is nothing but your purpose. Isn't it? Who we are and what we do. Answer for these two questions are talking about your purpose. So that's why mission talks about your present business scope, involves two things, who we are and what we do. It also describes about the present capabilities. The present capabilities. And it talks about activities that you perform. Even in mission also, you should talk about capabilities, activities, and you should talk about customer focus. In vision and mission, in both the places, you can talk about your customer. In vision statements also, customer will be there. In mission also, customer focus will be there. And finally, business makeup. Business makeup. Nothing but what is your business is all about. The ultimate purpose of your goal. Companies should be business makeup. So, mission is about present business scope. Deals with two things. Who we are and what we do. It talks about capabilities, activities, customer focus and business makeup. Just I am giving you these key terms. By adding these key terms, you should create a meaning or a point you have to write. Vision and mission is clear. Vision is about roadmap of company's future. Mission talks about existence and purpose. Look at the key terms by considering this. Which question is vision we have? Yeah. So look at the key terms here. So the first introduction point says vision making process. Who will create this vision? Yes. Senior manager must consider issues of which directional path the company should take. Directional path, roadmap. Where you would like to take your company. While you are preparing the roadmap, what you should talk about? Product, markets, customer focus. These also have certain specifics. Product markets to be pursued, customer focus. So you are trying to focus on improving your current market position in the future prospects. So that's the one key term that we have to understand. Strategic vision explains the management aspirations. It will provide panoramic view. Panoramic means broader view, overall view. That's panoramic view of where we have to go. Vision always talks about where we have to go. Mission always talks about what am I doing now. That's the difference that you have to understand. When you create a excellent vision statement, can you tell me for whom you did all these things? You have a good vision statement. Do you need to communicate this vision to anyone in your business? You have created a good vision. This vision need to be known by anyone. It's my question. Whom? All your stakeholders should know. To be more precise, your employees should know first, and then your shareholders should know. Because your employees have to know your vision. They are the one who are trying to fulfill your vision. And then your shareholders should know because they are investing. Look at the point. A clear articulated vision communicates management aspirations to the stakeholders. And it is energizing the company personnel in common direction. Personnel, not personal. Personnel means employees. Your vision should clearly communicate your employees which direction you are going. That will help them to walk along with you in that direction. Clear with the key terms for vision? And there are some essentials to understand about the strategic vision for your company. If you are creating vision, will you copy the vision of other companies and make it as your vision? Is it good to do? Why can't we do, sir? Let me borrow one term from the other companies and I'll make my own. Leastly, our constitution itself is borrowed one, sir. Can't I borrow vision from the other companies? Isn't it? Our constitution is a borrowed constitution. Do you know this? Sir, I'll borrow one word from the other company's vision, sir, and I'll make my own. Is it okay to do that? Yes, sir. For your company, try to think creatively. Have your own vision. Why you are adopting others' vision? What you do with the others' goals? I will try to achieve that goal, sir. First to focus on. Look at that. Entrepreneur need to think creatively about preparing your company's future. Don't borrow your vision from others. And think in a very intelligent way while preparing your vision. How about if your vision is creating enthusiasm among your competitors? Is it okay? Okay. Your vision is creating enthusiasm among your competitors. Okay, not okay? Then you should create enthusiasm among whom? Your employees first. If you dress well, first of all, your family members should be excited that you are looking good. If you dress well, if your neighbors are getting more enthusiastic, you dressed well, then something is wrong. Look at that. It should create enthusiasm among the members of the organization first. Your vision has to be so inspirational for your employees. When you are using vision, make sure you are using some best words, good words, catchy words, attractive words. Make it short and precise. As the great Henry Ford has a vision, a car in every garage. That's it. Within one line, he said what he wants to do. Do you know this popular vision? Henry Ford has a vision. His vision statement is a car in every garage. Don't misunderstand this. If you don't know the meaning of the term garage, we people use in a different context. But garage means a place where the cars are parked in their houses in the Western culture. So his vision is every household should have a Ford car. If it applies for India, you'll be thinking that, sir, why every Ford car should be in a mechanic shed? Is he manufacturing the cheap cars to keep it there? No. Garage means a place in the house where the cars are parked. Now, he look at his vision, a car in every garage. Single statement. He said where he wants to take his company. These things you have to think. Entrepreneur should think creatively, intelligently, should create enthusiasm, and it should be a best worded statement. So, in any case scenario, if the term talking about goal, then you have to understand it is about vision. And then mission. What mission talks about what business are we in and what we do. We have a straight definition. Look at the meaning. Mission statement focus on present business scope, who we are and what we do. It describes about present capabilities, customer focus activities and business maker. You drop the same definition when you're writing about mission. That's about vision and mission to understand. And why to have mission, you can easily understand, to have a unanimity of purpose, or allocating resources also. It will create purpose and direction for the company. As you are clear with the meaning, when you read these points, easily you can understand what it is trying to convey. And look at that, some of the points to consider while writing mission statement. The same points you can write for the vision also, nothing wrong in that. Vision and mission should be precise, clear, feasible, distinctive, motivating. They are statements, make them very short and precise, very clear, motivating to all your employees to be more precise. These points you can apply even for the vision and mission, both things. Even though it is said for mission, you can apply it for both. That's it. These are some of the key terms that you can understand. Yeah, I'll straight away take this thing is not needed. Don't worry about according to Peter F. Drucker what it says. That is not needed to be worried. Self-study is not right time to cover. Okay, objectives. Let us understand about objectives. First, definition. Objectives. The key term. Objectives are, the key terms are performance targets. Objectives are performance targets. This is the first key term. Vision means roadmap of company's future. Mission means present business scope, who we are and what we do. Objectives are performance targets, which means objectives are nothing but targets. Why these targets? To achieve your vision. To understand it in a more simple way. If your vision is to be a CA, you have some targets in front of you. Do you have or not? Target 1. Target 2. You have to be more precise. CA inter group 1. Target 3. CA inter. For some people. Then next target. Next target. Again you are mistaken. Next target is final. And then final. In between you have some other small targets also. There is something called ITT is there. Orientation is there. All these are collection of targets or not? If you fulfill each and every target, ultimately you have achieved your... That's what. These are targets. When you set a goal, it is important to divide that goal into targets. When you fulfill each and every target, ultimately you are reaching your goal. That's why objectives are performance targets. That is the results. That is the results and outcomes. Results and outcomes company wants to achieve. Like the reason why I'm writing is that you follow the same thing when you are preparing. The more you write, the more you remember. Don't blindly reading for hours and hours. Once you read, once you understand, take a paper and write. Writing is a wonderful habit which makes sure that you can remember the context for a longer period. So develop the habit of making a note of all the points that you read. No matter if you have read for 5 times, write it for 5 times. Little extra you have to push to get some good result for any theory you can do. So objectives are performance targets. That is nothing but the results and outcomes company wants to achieve. These are targets. These targets with respect to the results and outcomes. The definition continue. They act as add stick. They act as add stick. Add stick means measuring tool. Add stick stands for measuring tool, scale. They will act as a add stick to measure. Yes. To measure your performance and progress. To measure your performance and progress. This is the definition. 2 key terms. Performance targets is the first key term. Add stick is the second key term. Performance targets with respect to results and outcomes. Add stick to measure what? Imagine if there are no targets to become a CA. Just your board have said you will start your journey and so on so year. After 5 years you will become a CA. No targets. Now can you measure your progress now? To what extent you have achieved in the journey of reaching your goal? Hence there are targets you are measuring now. If you are done with the foundation, then you say, I have cleared my first threshold. Once you have completed your inter, then you say half of the journey I have cleared. When you are done with your articles, let's say 70% I have completed, the 30% left is final. Are you measuring your performance or not? Targets will help you to measure your performance. So you can cross check. By completing these small targets, how close I am to my goal. This is the definition. Once again, what is objectives are all about? Objectives are with respect to what? Results and outcomes. And they act as what? Yes. To achieve or to measure the performance and progress. Same key term. Performance targets. That is results and outcomes it wants to achieve. And they function as what? Add stick. With respect to your performance and progress. And just I have given you the definition, but you have to add few more points when you're writing in the exam. It says, setting of objectives is an unending process. Can you tell me why? The point says, continuously you have to set the objectives. Why? Because goal setting is a continuous process. Objectives are for the purpose of achieving goal. As a company, will you set only one goal for your business? Sir, I have achieved the goal. I am closing my business. This is what I wanted to establish. I have achieved that goal and I am closing now. Once you achieve one goal, what you will do? And to reach that goal again, you will have. So, target setting is a. One more question. SM process is also continuous process. We forgot to talk about the definition. SM process is also a continuous process. Why? After achieving the vision, you will set another vision. Again, to achieve that vision, objectives, crafting, implementing and corrective adjustments. So, SM process is also a continuous process and objective setting is also a continuous one. So, whatever the organization structure and activities, they will be depending upon your objectives and objectives will act as a benchmark. Benchmark is a standard. You have set a standard. When you achieve that standard, your goal will be effective. That's about. And then some characteristics are there. Make sure you are not going to tamper these characteristics. If you have to write the characteristics of objectives, you have to write exactly all these characteristics. I'll help you to understand them easily. First one, when you are setting your targets, your target should be set by considering the environmental factors. Because ultimately, target should help to achieve your goals. That's why by considering the environmental factors, you have to set all these things. Next, these targets are for the purpose of achieving your. When you set the targets, depending upon the targets, you will take decisions depends on targets. Let's say you have completed your CA Inter. What is your next target? Depending upon the target, what decision you will take? Yeah, which form you should do. After completion of articles, next target? Depending on that, what decision you will take? So, all your decision depends on targets. Got the scenario? Whenever you are taking your decision depends upon targets. So, they will provide standards for decision making and they provide standards for performance appraisal in your business. If you have to assign performance appraisal to your employees, your appraisal depends upon the targets that they are fulfilling. Next to three terms, concrete and specific, time frame, measurable and controllable. I have asked you when you will become CA. You have said, sir, slowly but surely. What is missing in your target? Concreteness is not there. Be specific. This is wrong. Concrete. Whatever the target that you set. Let's say if any company says, want to achieve 10% of growth in market share in 10 years. This is a perfect objective. because it is concrete and specific. The company wants to achieve growth in market share. Very clearly he is selling, I want growth in market share. Time frame, 10 years. Within 10 years. Measurable and controllable, 10%. Instead he say, wants to achieve some percent of growth rate in some time in some area. Is it a target? Because you are not specific, no time frame in that, not measurable and controllable. So that is not a objective. When you set objective, these three requirements are must. Be specific in your target, have a time frame for your target, and make sure it is measurable and controllable. And next one, all your targets have to be challenging. To whom? To the competitor. To the competitor. To whom they should be challenging? Your target should be challenging to whom? Competitors. Then employees. Like how your targets are challenging to your competitor. Your target should be challenging to your employees. They are the one who are trying to fulfill your targets. Next, they should correlate with one target, need to be connected to other, because put together all these targets are helping to achieve your goal. Yes. Next, they should be set within. Every company will have limitation. In India, you have established a new mobile phone manufacturing company. You are saying my target next year I will beat Apple. How come it is possible? You have just now started. You have some constraint and limitation. That guy is very established guy. So when you set targets, consider your constraints. These are the key terms. So when you have to write characteristics of objective, first they should sit within the environmental factors. They should help me to achieve my vision and mission. They should help me for decision making. They should help for performance appraisal. Next, remember this, some percent of growth rate in some time in some area. Then 3 points you can write. Concrete and specific, time frame, measurable and controllable. Then there should be connection between them. Within constraints, challenging. If you can remember these terms, you can write all the characteristics. Don't just write the characteristics of objectives are smart. Don't write this. Don't write this point at any point of time. If you are writing characteristics of objectives, write these characteristics. Done. This is enough about the first chapter. So the major topics divided into parts and understood. Are you clear with the first chapter? Great. So meaning of SM, objectives, advantages, disadvantages, and strategic levels. Intent I have skipped. No worry about intent. Intent is all about again what the company ultimately wants to achieve. So that is more talks about vision only. And then three things are vision, mission, and objectives. In intent, elements of intent are nothing but again vision, mission, objectives, and value systems. Every business will have some values, what they are doing in the market. That's about intent and elements of intent. So we are done with our first chapter, introduction to strategic management. Any quick doubts from the first chapter? So the second chapter is of analysis of what? External environment. From here, if you ask me, this chapter and half of the part of the next chapter consist of very generic topics, if you ask me. There is no much of conceptuality involved in this. They are very generic topics. In this also, we'll try to pick some of the key aspects and we'll understand from that. Session is up to 11:15, right? 11 only. I don't remember. Thinking 11:15 to 11:30 is a break that you have, or 11 to 11:15. Any time we take until 7:30. You are the only one who is roasting us, sir. So we'll take a break at 11:30. Sorry, 11:15. 11:15. From 11:15 to 11:30 for 15 minutes break we'll go on. Yeah. Well, first let's have a look at the learning objective of this particular chapter. Most part of this chapter can be again divided into two parts. The first part is about environmental factors, where we are going to understand all the business environment elements, but not all the business environment will be discussing, only the macro components we are going to understand. Macro components starting from demographic, economic, political and legal, socio-cultural, technological and global. That will be one key area to understand from this. where environmental factors, business environment is the one thing. And then we have to understand individual terms such as industry, market, customer and competitive strategy. Only two parts. Business environment is the one part that will be focusing on a first priority. And then the next thing would be these terminologies, understanding industry and then market and then customer and then competitive strategy. These areas will be more focusing on. So one part is business environment. Okay. So straight away I'll start with business environment in this chapter. Strategic analysis part, it is anywhere kept in the self-study. Don't need to worry about it. In analysis, if you observe, one thing I'll just explain to conceptual understand that will help you in any case scenario questions comes. Even before setting goal, there is a one more step that a business has to do is nothing but analysis. What is analysis is all about? Analysis means a detailed study. And a detailed study of a particular thing is called as analysis. So the second and third chapter talks about analysis of external environment and analysis of internal environment. So in analysis, what has been done? First, business will do external analysis and then they will do internal analysis. In external analysis, what a business study? Customers, competitors, market and some technical geographic environmental factors. In internal analysis, what a business study? Performance analysis, determinants, nothing but past, present and future. By doing internal and external analysis, by doing these two, company will come to know SWOT. This is what? Opportunities and threats, strengths and weaknesses. After knowing SWOT, what a company will do? Identify strategic alternatives. In order to reach the goal, no company will prepare only one strategy to achieve the goal. Isn't it? Rather, what they do? They will prepare alternative strategies like plan A, B, C, D. After you come to know about your SWOT, prepare your alternative strategies. And from them, select one strategy. Whatever the strategy that you have selected, implement and check whether it is properly been implemented or not. That stands for review. Look at the entire process. First, internal and external analysis. When you do internal external analysis, you will come to know about your SWOT. After you knowing the SWOT, then you prepare some alternatives, select one strategy, implement the strategy and do the review of the strategy. This is how flow of activities happens in SM process. So this thing might be helpful for you in any of the case scenarios and MCQs, internal and external, then knowing opportunities and threats and strengths and weaknesses. After that, the strategic process will go on. About business environment, some elements have been given here, but I will draw an outline, then you will have a complete clarity about that. Okay, the second chapter, the first topic will be focusing on business environment. So understand the outline that I am going to tell you now. Business environment. What is environment for a business? Environment means surroundings. Surroundings of a business. All the environmental factors of a business. You see, business will never operate in isolation. Yeah, business will never operate in vacuum. Business is always surrounded by environmental factors. And whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, business have to adapt to those changes. What happens if a business does not adapt to the changes in the environment? Business will become obsolete. Environmental factors will always be demanding something from your business. If your business is not in a state to meet up the expectations of environmental factors, your business will become obsolete. This is the one thing that you have to understand. So every business deal with some environmental factors, and environmental factors will be keep on changing. Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, business has to quickly act and react. If not, business will become obsolete. Here you can remember the words stated by Darwin's principle. You can remember what Charles Darwin says is that it is not the strongest, no, survival of the fittest, he said, but there is a statement, it goes, it is not the strongest, nor the most intelligent, but the most responsive to change will survive. It is not the strongest, it is not the intelligent. No matter how big your company is, no matter how skilled your management is, you will not survive unless you are not adopting to change. So change happens in environmental factors. Whenever changes happens, quickly business need to change their strategies. That's what Darwin says. Depending on that principle only, we have to understand these environmental factors, because environmental factors will be keep on changing. As per the changes in the environment, business also have to adopt those changes. So for a business, all the environmental factors are divided into two categories. They are internal environments, and other some are called as external environment. So all the environmental factors of a business are categorized into two heads, internal and external. Internal environment consists of components that exist within the organization, within the business. External consists of elements that are outside of the business, outside of the organization. This is one thing that we have to know. Okay, internal components within the business, external components outside of a business. There is a list of internal components that we'll understand in a while. And then when it comes to external, again, external environment is divided into two. Again, external can be understood in two parts. They are, yes, micro components and macro components. External environment is again divided into two, micro and macro. In this, I'll just write some terms. Micro components will be customer and consumer, and then we have competitors, and then organization. Yes, we have market, and then we have suppliers, and then intermediaries. All these are what? Micro components for a business. Luckily, micro components is not needed to be studied for you people. Explanation is not given about micro components. You don't need to worry about it. But rather, in this chapter, focus should be on macro components. So the macro components will be demographic environment, demographic, and then economic. I'm just writing big terms first. Economic environments, yes, socio-cultural environment, and then political and legal will come in this. Yes, political and legal environments, and then technology is also there, technological environment, and then global. Instead of talking about global, the context also internationalization. So our target is to understand these macro components. We don't need to worry about any other things in business environment. Our focus only should be on to study macro component. This is the entire picture of business environment. Environment is all about the surroundings for a business. All the environmental components is divided into two parts, internal and external. Internal exists within the organization, external are outside of the organization. External is divided into two, micro and macro. Even if we can learn, micro and macro is also having some characteristics. Micro is called as immediate environments. Micro components impact on the business will be regularly and directly. And to some extent, micro components are controllable. Remember these 3 points. Micro components are immediate environment, which means they are very close to business. And then their impact on the business will be regular in nature. Regularly they will show impact. And to some extent, micro components are controllable by business. A business cannot control all the micro. To some extent, micro components are controllable. When it comes to macro, remote environment. Okay. impact will be indirect in nature. The third one, beyond the control of the business. As a company, you cannot control macro components. As a company, to some extent, you can control micro components. Remember these terms, okay? And moreover, micro components are firm specific. They will change from company to company. All the companies cannot have same customers. All the companies cannot have same suppliers. But whereas macro components are general environment. General environment means commonly they are applicable for all the businesses. If you are operating in India, for you people, government is same. If any law comes, it will be applicable for all the businesses. If any culture come, most of the business will get affected by. That's why macro is called as general environment. Got the key terms? Yeah. Just I'm giving you these key terms for the sake of MCQs or in a case scenario if they come. So if we go for the explanation, you see this outline that I have drawn, and these are the internal factors not needed to be focused on. The value systems followed by the company, mission and objectives of a company, the organization structure, the corporate culture. We have corporate culture topic all the way in the last chapter there. We will come to know. Quality of human resource, nothing but employees, internal. The labor unions, physical resources and technological. So many people get confused by looking at this outline. Sir, technology you said internal. Here also you are saying in macro is also we have technology. The difference is the technology your company have, the technology that market is offering. Internal means the technology that you are using. In macro component, technology means the technology that is available in the market. Still BSNL is struggling with 3G, whereas the market have reached to 5G. Got the difference now? BSNL technology is only 3G that they are fighting with, but market is went for 5G. That's the difference. Like one student have asked me, that's why I'm just giving you this clarity. That's about business environment, and you can see the micro components, the key terms, micro components, small area, immediate periphery. Periphery means boundary, immediate boundary of a business. And they will show impact regularly and directly. That's it. Micro immediate environment of a business where the firm operates. And then you have all the types: employees, customers, suppliers, community and competition are there. And then when it comes to macro, that there's a portion of business that is outside world of a particular business. It's a very broader dimension and a business cannot have control over it. And we have list here, demographic, socio-culture, each and every component we have to discuss. So I will be providing you the key terms for them. Okay, what is demography is all about, what comes into demography. If you can remember some of the key terms, things will become easy for you. How many of you have did CA Foundation instead of CPT? How many of you have come from CA Foundation where you have studied BCK? Now you have to dig all the things that you have studied long back. Don't expect, sir. Don't even dare to expect, remember something from foundation. But don't worry, I'll try to help you out to understand some of the key terms. So like this will do once we come back after the break. So when I explain the macro components, straight away I will explain from the brief, the elaborate explanations. Even though they are in self-study, what I'll do is that I'll extract some key terms from this for all the macro components. So once we are done with the macro components, the rest of the topics are in this chapter are quite simple to understand. Market, customer, like product, industry, all these terms are known to you. So conceptually understanding them will also become so easy and simple. The only thing is that you have to focus on the macro and the pestle. In the last MTP, if I'm not wrong, a question has come on pestle. But I'm quite sure if that question comes in the exam, you will be keeping the sir pestle. I know very good, wonderfully I will write the answer, sir. But many of the students will miss the twist there. A technology company wants to enter into a new market. For that technology company, what is pestle? You have to answer. It is not that writing the key terms of pestle of this question that you study here. You have to understand the case scenario. So and so technology company wants to enter into new market. Now they want to study the pestle factors of the new market. If the technology company goes to new market, what political factors they should consider, what economic factors they should consider, this you have to write. But rather what we'll do, pestle is the heading. Whatever the key terms that we have studied, we'll drop it this. Don't do that. If any case scenario question comes, first check give the reference for so and so company. When they enter into new market, these are the political factors that they should face with. Like that you have to answer. Always refer to the situation in the case and provide your answer. So when we understand the pestle, you will come to know. The factors remains as same. Political, economic, what comes into political, what comes into economic. But for that company, what is political, economic, socio-cultural factors, you have to write. This will not be given as a question and answer for you anywhere. When you learn the concept, you should be in a state to visualize that and answer. Don't expect everything will be given as an answer for you people. That is what very much you are habituated to. At certain times, you have to think and accordingly you have to provide the answer. So we'll go for 15 minutes break. Let's continue with the macro components now. And I'll provide you the key terms to understand all the macro components. So the first we have demographic environment. So the first thing to know about demographic environment is all about demography denotes population. Understand this. A company, when it is operating in a particular place, first they should know the population of that particular place. The changes that happens in the demographic environment need to be understood. So demography, the key term, demography denotes population. What to study about population is a question here. Then we have some components to study about population. Race, age, income, education attainment, home ownership, asset ownership, all these things will come. So the key term, demography talks about what? Population. The changes that happens in the population of a place where the company is doing business. Increase in, decrease in population, birth and death rates that happens in that particular place. All these things will have impact on the functioning of business. And the products that they offer, the products that they manufacture, they also depend upon changes that happens in population. So that is a key term. So look at the key term here. Demography considered factors such as, what are the factors? Race, age, income, education, the assets that the population is having, how many of the people are having house ownership, what is their job position, region and degree of education. So region, which place, and the degree of education. Whatever the people are in that particular place, what is the level of education that they have. So all these things are going to be part of demographic environment. This is the major key term that you have to understand while writing about demography. Rather, one term that you can remember, demography denotes population. A study of population is called as demography. Geography talks about area. Demography talks about people. When company operates, they have to understand the changes that happens in the demographic environment. Let's say, if any global company is focusing on Indian market, they will understand India as an youngest country that you are aware of. Why to consider India as an youngest country? Because young population is very high. 30% of Indian people are below the age of 30 years. Youngest country. That has its own advantages for the companies which are coming and operating here. So that is very important for the business to understand the qualities of demographic environment. Yeah, that's why India has relatively younger population and compared with the many other countries. This will create advantage for a global company which is operating. And along by understanding demographic environment, what are the things that a business need to study is that the size of the population. Now, as luckily India is the largest populated country in the world. Isn't it? Then age distribution, young population I was talking about. Geographic dispersion, in how many geographic areas they are there. Ethnic mix, any idea what is ethnic mix stands for? Yes, yes. Ethnic mix talks about the ethnicity of that particular place, nothing but ethnic groups. Ethnic group is nothing but group of people who are following same culture. Now India, does India consist of multiple ethnic groups? Yes. Studying about those ethnic groups is called as ethnic mix. Cultural composition of population. Remember this term. When you study the multiple cultural compositions, we call it as ethnic mix. And then you should study about income, distribution of population. Nothing but how much people are earning and how much they're capable to spend. They all will have impact on business. When a company studies about demographic environment, all these demographic variables will show its impact on the functioning of business. So impact, like identifying the implication of changing demographic characteristics of population, what changes that are happening. When we say birth rate is high, then baby products will have a good demand. China have a limitation. Old people are high. Pharma, insurance, it will be a big opportunity for them. Like that, changes in the population will create opportunity and threat. Old population, opportunity for some company, threat for the country. That's why they have changed their child policy now. Previously, there has one or none. Now China lift up that ban just to make sure young population increase. This is all this will have impact on the business. If a company is going and operating in India, they will think which product need to be focused on. India young population is high. Let us focus on the product which are more appealing to young people. That's how the strategies will go on. And along with that, what a business need to understand, what demographic trends will affect the market. Why a business need to study all these macro components? Because to understand opportunities and threats. For a company, internal components, just to extend further, what we have to understand is that for a business, the internal components of a business will provide with strengths and weaknesses. Whereas external components of a business provides with opportunities and threats. When we study this demographic economic, all these things either they will provide opportunity or threats. So in that context, if we understand this, whatever the demographic changes that are happening in the market, either they will provide opportunity or threat. Look at the second point, says what demographic trends represents opportunities or threats. So if you get it out, sir, why only opportunities and threats? Because for a business, internal provides with strengths and weaknesses, external provides with opportunities and threats. This is about demography. What is the key term? Demography denotes what? Yes. And then you have to write all these elements. It includes factors such as race, age, income, all these factors you have to write. And along with this, majorly write point D also. It talks about age distribution, demographic distribution, geographic distribution, ethnic mix. You know what is geographic distribution stands for? Area-wise expansion. Geography is nothing but area. When do area-wise expansion happen? When people shift from one place to other place. Generally, when people shift from non-metros to metros. In metros, area expansion happen. Sometimes it will lead to threat also. Classic example, Namma Bengaluru. Anyone from Karnataka here? You know what is happening now there? Why it has happened? Urbanization. Population shift has happened. Everybody says Bangalore is this startup hub. Whoever wants to establish a startup going to Bangalore. Urbanization happened. Because of that, groundwater levels have reduced. So the impact of demography will have in different ways. Maybe it's on natural resources. The Bangalore example was impact of demographic changes on natural resources. Ultimately, it will show impact on the business also. Even from there also, some businesses may create opportunity. Water plants, they will create opportunity out of that. Someone's need is others' opportunity. That's how business works when talk about geography. Geography means area-wise expansion. It will happen when people shift from one place to other place, from non-metros to metros per se. That's about demographic environment. Next, we have socio-cultural environment. It talks about culture. Culture of a particular place. What is culture stands for? To understand the topic, first we need to understand the meaning of culture. Culture is combination of aspects such as values, beliefs, traditions, principles, rituals that followed in a particular place. All these things are called as culture. Every place has its own culture and every culture provides opportunity or threat for the business. Whenever we witness a change in the culture, it will create opportunity for a business. At present, we see a lot of cultural changes that are happening. Millennials' cultural preferences are something different from Gen Z cultural preferences. Yes or no? Gen Z's culture is completely different when you compare with millennials. Then now companies are focusing on the cultural aspects of Gen Z. Up to their expectations, they have to manufacture the product. That's what culture stands for. Understand the cultural shift. Like weekend culture created opportunity for so many businesses. Don't think only about that, so many are there. Working class wife and husband culture created so many opportunities for businesses. Nuclear family culture have created opportunity for businesses. All these things are cultural shift. Weekend, working class wife and husband, nuclear families. All these are cultural impacts. So they will create opportunity for businesses. That is how we have to understand. Nightlife culture is growing. This is creating opportunity for so many businesses. Let's say previously in any theater, if any movie has to be shown, there are 4 shows will be there and the standard time. Let's say starts at 12 and then 4 and then 6 and then hardly at 9. Isn't it? Now the last show starts at 11. In most of the big screens, the last show is at 11 o'clock. Because cultural advantage, people are ready to spend nightlife culture, creating as an opportunity. I will add one more movie. In some of the places, there are malls which will run 24/7 if you go to Dubai. Previously, this was not there. Slowly, it was coming to India also. The markets where they will be open 24/7. So, like that. Cultural changes will create opportunity that need to be identified by business. I am giving you general references for the sake of case studies. If any case scenario come, you have to understand that that is related to culture. If any of the scenario that I have said, if it comes in the case study. Look at the key term. It represents what factors will come into culture. Social traditions, values, beliefs, standards of literacy, ethical standards of a people, the state of society, extent of social stratification. Stratifications are nothing but divisions, social divisions. That also indicates culture. Conflict and cohesiveness, these are opposite to one another. Cohesiveness is togetherness. Opposite to cohesiveness is conflict. In any particular place, if there are more conflicts, it is not a good culture. In any particular place, if more cohesiveness is there, it's a good culture. Conflict and cohesiveness talks about the culture and so forth. All these things are going to be part of socio-cultural environments. So that is a major key term that you have to write. And the socio-cultural environment relates to human relations also. The impact of that social attitudes on the organization. Business have to adjust to social norms and beliefs to operate successfully. If I am running a restaurant, the social norm says that I have to register with any of the food delivery apps. If I say that no, I will do my conventional way of doing business, why should I pay commission to that Swiggy and Zomato guy? Then I can't survive. Because a social norm demand that. A shift over in thought process have happened. Because of that cultural change, I have to change my business. What happens if I don't change? Either I may not get profits or I can't sustain in the long run. So business demands, so culture demands, it has to change as per the cultural changes. That's about socio-cultural environments that will have impact on the business mission and objectives, it says. Clear with socio-culture? Demography is about population. Socio-culture talks about the changes that happens in culture. Now next we have economic environment. To understand why a business need to understand about economic environment, I give you some capital and I asked you to do business in South Sudan. Or I have asked you to do business in Nigeria. I will give you investment. I am asking you to do business in Nigeria. Will you do? Sudan? You won't do? Zimbabwe? You won't do business there also? I will give you capital. Go and do business there. Zimbabwe, South Sudan, Nigeria, Kenya. No, don't say sir, because people are not handsome and beautiful there. I will not go the places where you are saying. Okay, I will give you capital and will you do business in US? Acha. Why? What? Why not those countries? Why only US? Sir, we have our own reasons, we will not share. Rather, there any technical reason that you can say for this? In what sense? Land is not suitable. In what sense? In which way? To be purchasing power is a part of which factor? Economy of that particular country. You said only one part, purchasing power. Rather, purchasing power is a part of economy. So all the countries that I have said, their economy is not strong. The rupee value is very less. There, if you do business, you may not get any returns. Why US? Yes, sir. Because the value is very high. That defines when you do business, you are considering the economic environment of that country or not. So studying the nature and direction of economy in a place where you do business is called as economic environment. Sir, what should I as a business, what should I consider about economic environment? Simply whatever you have studied in economics you should consider. GDP, tax rates, inflation, per capita income, unemployment trends, interest rates, economic policies. All these things are part of economic environment. When you do business, check GDP. How is the GDP? How are the tax rates? How are the policies, economic policies? Is it a socialist economy or capitalist economy or mixed economy? What about the interest rates of that particular place? How do tax rates are fluctuating? All these things you will consider or not? That is called economic environment. This talks about overall economic situation in a place where you are doing business. It can be region, national or globe. Depends wherever you do business. It talks about the current income, prices, savings, circulation of money, debt and credit availability of a place where you do business. Yeah, you can include all these things. Market for goods and services, availability of capital, foreign exchange reserves, foreign trade, strength of capital market, interest rates, disposable income, even unemployment, inflation. All these factors as a company you should study. Studying all these factors are called as economic environment, because all these factors either provides opportunity or threat. So all these factors will tell the state of the economy, whether good or bad to do your business. So studying these economic factors will refer to economic environment. Demography is population, socio-culture is about the culture, and economic talks about economy of that particular place where you do business. What else we have after this? Political and legal. When you do business in a particular country, will you be thinking of how government policies are there? Within the country itself we will think. If any Indian company wants to go to other place, will they be thinking of the policies of the state government or not? Whether state government is supporting to do business or not. And when you do business, do you need to study the legal factors of the place where you do business? Yes, look at this. Actually, three concepts will be there: government, legal, political. But for you people, only two given: government and legal. Look at the points. Business is highly guided and controlled by what? Government policies. The policies run by the government will have a powerful influence on the business. As a business, what you have to do? Consider the changes in the regulatory framework and their impact on business. Whenever that particular government have introduced any new regulatory policy, you have to understand what is that regulatory policy and change accordingly. Government will have a huge impact on the business functioning. When you do business in a particular place, understand the government rules and regulations. And whenever change happens in that, it will show impact on your business. Not only that, as a business, you should understand about the legal environment also. Every business prefer to operate in a place where the law is very strong and sound. The point says, businesses prefers to operate in a country where there is a sound legal system. If yours is a global company, companies like Amazon, do they need to study about the legal aspects of the countries wherever it operates? Because Amazon is a global company. It operates in multiple parts of the world. Wherever it operates, it need to understand the law there. Amazon can't say that in India, I don't know GST is the indirect tax, that's why I haven't paid. Ignorance of law is not a excuse. When you do business, you should understand the law of that particular land and do your business. Sometimes the changes that happens in legal framework also provide opportunities or threats for you. GST came. That let us push that as a legal environment. It created opportunity and threats. That's the point. Business must understand relevant laws wherever you do business relating to companies, competition, intellectual property. About all these things you should have information. That is about government and legal environment. After this we have technology. Among all the macro components that we have, technology is a one such kind of environment which will provide opportunity and threat to the business. How come? If a business is in a state to grab the technological changes immediately, then it is an opportunity. If not, the same technology will act as a threat to the business. So technology is a one such kind of environment which will provide opportunity and threat. If a company is in a state to adopt to the technological changes in time, then it is an opportunity. If not, the same technology will act as a threat to the business. These are the points that you have to write. Yeah, where are the key terms? You can see here, technology will act as opportunity for those businesses who can adopt the technological innovations. However, the same thing, technology can act as a threat to if a business is not in a state to adopt. So you can start your explanation by writing these two things also. And moreover, can we say business and technology are highly interlinked and interdependent? When you do business without technology, you can't do. So that's the point. Says technology and business are linked, interdependent to one and other. These are some key terms to understand about technology. Are we done with all the macro things now? Demography means simple context, population. And then socio-culture talks about cultural aspects. Yes. Political legal talks about government and legal. Technology acts as opportunity and threats. Economic talks about economic conditions of a place where you do business. Like this, you stick on to these key aspects. Most of the cases, case study may come on this. If not, if you are writing as a descriptive answer, then key terms you have to add and write the answer. Okay. When you are reading all these macro components, study these questions only, the one that I have taken you through now. Not the first one where short description of all the components have given. If you read this, you can easily answer that question also. If all the macro, if you have to write at a stretch. So focus on these things. Next one is PESTEL. One thing about PESTEL that you have to know, PESTEL is a study of macro components. This is the first thing. And acronym of PESTEL stands for political and legal, economic, socio-cultural, technological, legal and environmental. Like theoretically, all these points you can write as we have discussed about all these factors. But if it comes in a practical way, just think for some time and answer. As just before going for the break, I have referred you. In the last MTP, it asked that so-and-so company is trying to enter into new market, how they are going to study their PESTEL framework. Then while you are answering, you should refer to the case. When the company enters into new market, as per political environment, these are the factors they should consider. And then as per economic environment, they should understand the economic factors of that particular. You just check with the recent MTP, then you will understand. In that, this PESTEL question is given. So along with the suggested answer is also there. When you check with the suggested answer, then you will understand how it is asked and what kind of answer is expecting from you. Just refer the recent MTP, then you will get clarity of that. If any case scenario comes, when you are answering that question, how to refer to the case is very important. You have identified that case study is about PESTEL. Then quickly keeping PESTEL as a heading and wrote all these key terms. No. Refer to the scenario that I have asked. Just remember, PESTEL is a study of macro factors. As it says, PESTEL is used to describe the analysis of macro components. And it's a tool. The advantage of this tool is that it will encourage the management into proactive and structured thinking. Like PESTEL is helping the business to think in a proactive way, and PESTEL is helping the business to create a structured way of thinking for the business. And then this political things you have to write. This is just for your subject knowledge. Political factors and economic factors, what they will provide. Just a glance. You don't need to read them until you remember. Just to understand which factor projects what, you should go through this. Like, don't stick on here to remember everything that is given over there. Even for the macro components also, for every component we have 7 to 8 points. If you are thorough with the 4 points also, it is enough. The purpose will be fulfilled. So understand the way of preparation. So then things are easy for you. Okay. Then last factor is global. As a last macro component after pestle, actually we have global. Instead of consider it as a global environment, this has been given as internationalization of business. Internationalization of business is nothing but when a company goes into global markets. So I have a simple way to explain this for you people. What is globalization? Breakdown of? Good. Any other quick key term that you can provide? Globalization stands for? Integration of? Yes. Integration of world into one huge market, we call it as globalization. Any company which operate in a global market is called as? Any company which operates in a global market is called as global company. They are nothing but MNCs and TNCs, multinational corporations and transnational corporations. You are aware of this MNC concept? MNC is global company. When we can say, yeah, MNC and TNC is differentiated. When we can say a company as a global company? When it is operating in more than one country, then we call it as a global company. Internationalization talks about the same thing. If any company is operating in more than one country, then for that business, that process is called as internationalization. If any company goes for internationalization, that company is called as a global company. Got the picture? Globalization means integration of world into one market. The companies which operate in a global environment are called as global company. To call it as a global company, it should operate in more than one country. Understood the point? If any company is operating in more than one country, then it is operating in a global environment. And for the business, it is called as internationalization. So that is what internationalization stands for. You can see it enables a business to enter into new markets in search of greater earnings and less expenses. So that is what internationalization for business is all about. Additionally, now if I say internationalization means geographically company is expanding into new countries, agree? Yes or no? Look at this. Expanding internationally enables the business to achieve economies of scale. Let me test. What is economies of scale? What is economies of scale for a business? Yes? What happens with that? Excellent. Volume of production, by increasing the volume of production, per unit cost will come down. Now this is called as economies of scale. If any company operates in international environment, definitely that will help the company to achieve economies of scale because their production capacity will increase. When production capacity increases, automatically per unit cost will come down. Even to enjoy economies of scale, companies will go for internationalization of businesses. After this, you have to write characteristics of a global company. Tell me when we can call a company as a global company? When it is operating in more than, can we consider Google as a global company? Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, so-called Facebook. Global company or not? State Bank of India? Because I said State Bank of India. It is also global because it is operating in more than one country. SB is having branches in plenty of other countries. No, you can't say it is not a global bank. It is a global bank. ICAI? Is it global or local? Why? Because it is operating in more than one country. As simple as that. If any business is operating in more than one country, then we should call it as Global business. If that company is a global company, it should have three characteristics. That is a concept. Characteristics of a global business. You have to write the three characteristics as it is without making any changes. The first point says it is a conglomerate of multiple units but all linked by a common ownership. When we say Amazon or Meta, Meta consists of multiple units. Meta operates in different countries, but the owner is one. Who is the owner of Meta? Mark Zuckerberg. Got this point? Amazon might be having multiple units. Even though they are having multiple units, owner is one. Who is that? Jeff Bezos. He's the man who founded that. CEO might be different. So, a global company is nothing but conglomerate of multiple units. But all these units are linked to whom? Common ownership. Then only we call it as a global business. Clear? Second one. All these units will share common pool of resources. Whatever the resources these companies are using are same. It is not that in different places they will be using different things. Maybe one or two resources may differ, but in most of the cases, whatever the resources used by global company are same. So, multiple companies, one owner. Sorry, multiple units, one owner. And all the units are using same resources also. But look at the third point. Even though owner is one, even though the resources are same, they cannot have same strategy everywhere. Company is one, owner is one, resources are also same, but the strategy that they are using cannot be same everywhere. Why? My point is, a global company cannot have same strategy everywhere. Which environment? To be precise, legal, government and legal factors. Some countries have some legal restrictions. That's why when the company operate in that country, they have to change their strategy. Like in Middle East countries, Meta Facebook calling, WhatsApp Facebook calling is banned. Middle East countries, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you can't do video call through Meta. You can't do video call through WhatsApp and other applications you need to use. Some countries have banned YouTube. So now if the global company is operating in that countries, are they changing the strategy or not? Because they can't have same strategy. Meta can't say that all the other countries are having WhatsApp video call. Then why Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can't have? No, that's a rule. That is a rule that they have created. Then you have to abide by it. Then when you operate in that place, change your strategies. Which means a global company can have only some common strategies. They cannot have plenty. The point is, the units respond to some common strategies. Three characteristics of a global company. What is the first one? It's a conglomerate of, but all linked to a. Second one, all these units are using same, but they cannot have same. That's the third point. They can only respond to some common strategies. They cannot have all strategies as commonly in all the countries. So, meaning of internationalization and characteristics of a global company. One more important aspect that you have to consider in this, reasons for globalization. Why do companies go global? What made the companies to operate in a global environment? Some good reasons have given. I will straight away take you to the key terms of all these reasons. Then you can correlate with the topic. The first reason, any company which wants to grow rapidly. If you do business in only one country, and on the other scenario, if you do business in multiple countries, where you can witness rapid growth when you do multiple countries. Globalization is helping the company to grow rapidly. First reason. Next one, thanks to technology, rapid shrinking of time and distance, faster communication, speedier transportation. There used to be a time where if you have to do business in the other country, lot of restrictions are there. But now we all are 24/7 connected thanks to technology and internet. Then easily you can do business wherever you want to do. Sitting in India, you can have your supplier from China and Japan. For that, you don't need to go there. Through internet, you can connect with him and place your order and get the material that you want. That is the reason why happily companies are operating in global environment. Rapid shrinking of time and distance. The third reason why do companies go global? When domestic markets are fully saturated. What is this stands for? Exactly. Domestic market is completely occupied. You have no space for growth in the domestic market. Electronic companies in China. Electronic companies in China have fully saturated. Classic example, Xiaomi. Xiaomi is operating in China for such a long time. But in a very recent times, they have come to India. Recent times in the sense, let's say 14 or 16, whatever the time that they have come. But they're operating in China for such a long time. Sir, why they have taken a lot of time to come to India? First, they have proven themselves in the domestic market. They have fully occupied the entire domestic market. There is no scope for growth in the domestic market for them now. As they can't grow in the domestic market, now they are focusing on international market. The first target that they made is India. That's how when domestic markets are fully saturated, companies will thinking of going for global. Now, how the point says here, when the company have realized domestic markets are no longer adequate, you can't get growth in domestic market. That's why you have to focus on global markets wherever you can do your job best. Next, to reduce the transportation cost. Manufacturing in one place, exporting to the other countries, lot of transportation cost. Rather, establish your plant in that country itself. This will save you a lot of transportation cost. Another reason for going for globalization. And to generate higher sales and cash flows is another reason for globalization. To reduce the trade and tariff barriers. If you are exporting, lot of tariff and trade barriers you have to bear with. Instead, if you establish the business in that country itself, then your trade and tariff barriers will come down. These are some of the reasons why do companies go global. We are done with internationalization also, which means we are done with all the macro components. Now let's move to the next topic. With this, we are done with the first area of this chapter, macro components. From here, we are going to understand some small topics. Industry, market, customers. These topics we are going to cover. They are very generic topics if you ask me. Easy to understand also. So look at the concept product. You all know what is product stands for. Product is nothing but goods and services manufactured by a company. Why it says goods and services? Even a service is also called as a product. So product stands for goods and services. A product can be a good or service. Now to call it as a product, it has to meet some characteristics. All characteristics are, if you ask me, generic. Don't need to have any technical skills to understand these points. A product can be tangible or, this is known thing for you. A product will definitely have a company is manufacturing a product with certain features. Products will always have some features because these features will provide satisfaction to the customer. And the product is pivotal for business. Important, pivotal. Without product, core, yes. When you do business without product, what sort of business you are doing? It can be manufacturing or service. Sir, how come service will have product? You may get it out. Sir, you said goods and services are considered as product. If any company manufactures this stylus, it's a product that you can see, tangible. If there is an insurance company, for that also they have product. What are that? The policies, the types of policies that they create is product for them. So a product can be tangible or intangible. That is pivotal for business. Without that, you can't do business. And every product will have a useful life. Thanks to this particular characteristics of a product, that is helping us to go for our next topic. We are saying product is having life. In the sense, product is having a life cycle. Product having birth and death in the market. That we will understand in our next topic. What is that? PLC we have. So before we go with that, are you clear with this topic? Product stands for goods and services. What are the characteristics? Says product can be tangible and product will have some, and it is very important for, and product will have a, so product is also having birth and death in the market, life cycle. So So these are the characteristics. From the last point, we will try to understand our next topic, which talks about product life cycle. So I'll simplify this topic for you by understanding some key terms. Okay, the topic is PLC. In case study, it may come as a topic also. Sometimes in a case study, 1 or 2 points will talks about the life cycle stages somewhere. You never know when a full-fledged case study comes, which topic will be asked. Don't expect that directly they will be coming up with only one topic. The multiple choice questions case study that I was talking about, that case study consists of multiple topics. When you are reading the case study itself, you should understand which topic it refers to. So 15 marks MCQs. In that, the first 10 marks, 5 MCQs, each carries 2 marks. Those 5 MCQs are depends on a case study. And that case study is a full-fledged length case study which consists of multiple topics of SM. Now by reading that line, you should be in a state to understand what topic it is referring to. This can happen only when you have a good conceptual clarity. SM is not about how much you have studied. SM is all about how much you have understood. What conceptual clarity you have, that only makes you to answer the exam. So the topic is product life cycle. It is PLC is a short form. A product also passes through different stages in its entire lifespan, which means a product also have birth and death in the market. To understand the different stages that a product passes through in its lifespan can be studied on a 2-variable map. On a 2-variable map, we can understand the stages that a product passes through. So, on one axis, time has been taken. On the other axis, sales have been taken. On time being, depending upon the sales, a product will pass through 4 stages. On time being, depending upon the sales, a product will be passing through 4 stages. And the stages are, yes, the first stage is introduction stage. And then we have growth stage, maturity, and then decline. So I'll give you the key terms. Pay attention. On time being, depending upon the sales, product will passes through 4 stages. In all these stages, this is how the sales of a product will be. Sales curve, we call it as. Here reminds me of one more alert that I have to give you. For any topic where you can provide this kind of diagrammatical outlines, do that in the exam. Not for all the topics. So far, whatever the topics that we have discussed, PLC is the one that you can draw. In the exam, if you are answering about PLC, draw this outline. First, you will write the introduction, what is PLC is all about. Then you will draw this diagram. After that, you will keep the heading, introduction stage, and the points of that. Growth, maturity, and decline. Like this, you will keep the heading and points you will write. This is an indication of good presentation. So, we'll understand the stages now. And for every stage, I will give you some key terms. First stage is introduction. Introduction stage is nothing but just now product has been launched in the markets. In introduction stage, for the product, we'll understand 4 things. Okay. In introduction about the product, 4 things we should know. First one, sales. Look at the diagram. The sales curve. When compared with the other stages, in the introduction stage, the sales are very less. So, in introduction stage, sales are low. Why? Reason also you have to write. Lack of consumer awareness. Just now product is launched in the market. Many of the customer doesn't know such product is available in the market. Lack of consumer awareness is the reason why sales are low. Next, price. Yes, in the introduction stage, the product of price will be, price of a product will be high. Yeah, the price will be high. So many people think, sir, why in introduction price is high? You have to understand a simple logic here. If you have to buy iPhone 15 and iPhone 11, which will cost you more? Why? Because it is newly launched. Let's consider that as an introduction stage. iPhone 10 and 11, long time they were in the market, reached to decline. Then the price will fall down. Got the difference now? Any new product comparatively priced at a high price, on time being as the product will become outdated, the price will fall. Got the logic now? That's why in introduction stage prices are high. Prices are high for the product. And then competition. Competition for the product in the market in the introduction stage are negligible, almost negligible. Why? Just now you have launched the product in the market. No other competitor have yet copied it. But after time being, what will happen? Then competition will increase, which means in the introduction stage, competition is almost negligible. Fourth one is markets. The availability of the product will be in limited markets. Just now you launch the product. Now only you won't go for geographical expansion. Just you will launch only in few places. Later on you will expand. That's it about introduction. 4 points. What are the first introduction stage? Sales are. Why? Prices are. Competition is. Markets are. Will the product always stay in the introduction stage forever? After some time it will go into growth. Right? So time differs from industry to industry. So for few industries within less time they go to the other stage. For few industries more time. It depends on industry. But when the product goes to growth stage, the requirement will change. Here in growth stage, we will discuss the same 4 factors we have discussed for introduction. In introduction, sales are low. If you look at the diagram, by the time product reaches to the growth stage, sales have increased, not high, increased. So here sales have increased. Why? Reason will become opposite. In introduction low, because in time being customer have come to know about the product, that's why sales have increased. And the prices will reduced. Why? Your product went into growth, which means someone have introduced another product in the market. So you have become a bit outdated. That's why price will slowly come down. That's what prices will reduce. And competition will start. Because other competitors might have started copying your product. And markets will expand. After time being, you will enter into new markets also. This is a slight comparison between introduction and growth. Sorry, introduction and growth stages. Clear with the comparison? These 4 points you write for these 2 stages. Then if we go to maturity, the factors will change. What happens when a product reaches to the maturity? Yes, when by the time product reaches to the maturity stage, 2 prominent things will happen. First one, the product deals with intense competition. Because by this time, so many other players have started manufacturing the same kind of product. Time being, in time factor, other competitors also will start manufacturing the same kind of product. Intense competition. Because of intense competition, the profit margins will come down. So in growth, product deals with intense competition and profit margins will come down. At this stage, company prefers to maintain, stability strategy for its product. So you have to write 3 points here. Intense competition, profit margins will come down, and company maintains stability strategy for the product which is into maturity stage. After staying some time in maturity stage, then certainly product goes into, if you look at the diagram in the sales curve, what happens with the sales in decline? Fallen down or not? So the first point, when the product reaches to decline stage, there is a sharp fall of sales. Why sales have sharply fallen down? Simple logic, your product have become outdated by this time. In other way, new products have introduced in the market. Because new products have introduced in the market, your product have become outdated. Got this point? Sharp fall of sales. Why there is sharp fall of sales? Product have become outdated. What you will do now? as the product reaches to decline stage. Yes, you can follow retrenchment strategy or diversification strategy. As you already have gone through the subject, you know these two strategies, right? Corporate level strategies. These strategies need to be adopted when the product reaches to decline. In maturity stage, which strategy? Stability. When it reaches to decline, retrenchment or? That's it. So quick sum up. PLC talks about the stages that a product passes through in its lifespan. What are the 4 stages? Done. Introduction, 4 things. Sales, how the sales are. Why? Prices are. Competition is. Markets are. When it goes to growth, sales have. Why? Prices have reduced. Competition. Markets will. What happens in maturity? First thing. Due to which? Which strategy is suitable? Decline. First thing. Sharp fall of reason. Strategy. That's it. So while you're answering, first write the introduction. These 1 or 2 points. Then draw this outline. And then you will keep the heading introduction and you will write all the key terms. In this stage, competition is almost negligible. Prices are high. Markets are limited. Sales are very low because lack of consumer awareness. And then when it goes to growth, demands expand rapidly. Prices will fall. Competition increases and markets will expand. Maturity, competition gets tough and profits come down because of tough competition. Company will maintain stability. What is happening in decline? Sales and profits fall down sharply as some new product replaces the existing product. The strategies can be divestment, retrenchment and harvesting. This is how you have to write the points. So these are the topics about product. Meaning of product, characteristics of product and life cycle of a product. What next? We have value chain analysis. This is something related to understanding the market and conditions. This value chain analysis topic has been stated by Michael Porter. It's called as Porter's value chain analysis. So short form is VCA. Let us have a look at what is value chain analysis is all about. First, we have to understand meaning. Why Michael Porter have created value chain analysis. Understand the meaning first carefully, then I'll tell you the activities. What needed to start a business? Only capital is enough. Yeah, straight answer would be resources. In order to establish a business, we need resources. Simply having resources can be considered as a business. Very good. If you have resources, it is not business. And with these resources, you can't create value for your product. These resources are of no value unless they are not arranged in a systematic way. So, in value chain analysis, first point Michael Porter says that organizations are much more than random collection of resources. There is no use of these resources unless they are not arranged in a systematic way, which creates value for your product. Got it? There is a reason why it is called as value chain analysis. Because in this topic, we are going to talk some activities which are connected to one another. And these activities will create value for your product. That's why it's called as value chain analysis. So in the meaning of value chain analysis, first you have to say Michael Porter's statement. Organizations are much more than random collection of resources. There is no use of these resources unless they are not arranged into systems and routines. Along with that, Michael Porter in value chain analysis talks about activities that happens in and around of an organization. This is the second key term. What he talks about, the activities that happens in and around of an organization. Remember these two key terms as a part of meaning of VCA. So what is the first point? He states organizations are much more than random collection of resources. These resources are of no use unless they are not arranged into systems and routines. Second thing, value chain talks about the activities that happens in and around of an organization. Now, all those activities of value chain, Michael Porter divided into two categories. All the activities that happens. Some activities are called as primary activities and some are called as support activities. Okay. All the activities that happens in a business, Michael Porter divided into two categories, primary and support activities. First, list of primary activities. Okay. Yes. First, we have inbound logistics. And all these points are connected to one another. We'll see how. The next one is operations. Yes. After this, we have outbound logistics. Yes, marketing and sales. Marketing and sales. And the last primary activity will be services. These are primary activities. Inbound logistics, operations, outbound, marketing, sales and services. Key terms. What is inbound logistics? In order to do business, what we need? Only raw material. Inputs, resources are needed. Bringing all the resources into the company is called as inbound logistics. Okay, collecting, storing and distributing the inputs. Whatever the inputs that you need for your business, bringing all the inputs into the company, call it as inbound logistics. Now these inputs need to be converted into output. Yeah, that is called as operations. Conversion of inputs into, now the product is ready. I have procured all the resources and I run the process and finished good is ready. By keeping this finished good in my godown, can I create value for it? Then what I should do? Send this product into the market. I should give it to the distributor, wholesaler, it will go to retailer, then customer will buy. That is called as outbound logistics. Collecting, storing and distributing the outputs. One after other. Inbound logistics stands for collecting, storing and distributing the inputs. Once the input is coming to the company, convert this input into output. Operation, conversion of inputs into output. After that, the output need to be sent out into the market. Collecting, storing and distributing the output. Now the product is in the retail. So I have given to distributor, to wholesaler and then it went to retailer. Product is in the shop. How a customer will come to know such product is there in the shop? Yes, marketing. The next step is doing marketing. It's a means by which you create awareness about your product. So because customer should know such kind of product is available in the market. So marketing and sales is all about creating awareness. Okay, you have created awareness. Consumer came and purchased. Sales also happened. Is your job done? You sold, you got your money. What else you will do? Providing some services. We call these services as post-sales services. What are post-sales services? Are installation, repairs, warranty, guarantee. All these things are considered as post-sales services. Now tell me, are these activities are connected to one another? Bring the inputs, convert them into output, send the output into the market, do marketing, and then sales will happen and provide services. One after other. Without operations, can you do any services? You have not manufactured any product. What services you will provide? So these activities happens one after other. Got with the primary activities? If these primary activities have to happen successfully, for them to have support of some support activities. So these primary activities need to be backed up with some support activities. They goes like this. First support activity is procurement. Procurement. After this, tech development, we have tech development and HRM, human resource management, and then firm infrastructure. Firm infrastructure. These are support activities. For all these primary activities, support activities should be there. The first primary activity is collecting resources. Is it okay to have any manpower or skilled manpower? Any material or quality material, any machinery or updated machinery. If you have to get the best, first search for the best. Best will not come to you. Only when you search, you will go to there, then you will get the best. That is called as procurement. If the inbound logistics of primary activity have to happen successfully, it need to be backed up with a support activity called procurement. Procurement stands for collecting all the resources for primary activities. Without technology, can you do primary activities? Technology know-how is included in every primary activity. For manufacturing, you need technology. Even for the procurement of resources also, can a business use technology? Yes, with the help of technology, you can procure the resources. Can you provide services with technology, post-sale services? Can you do marketing with technology? Which means for all primary activities, what is needed? Can you do this primary activity without employees? So manpower is also needed. Recruiting, managing, training the employees. And infrastructure consists of planning. Can you do effective primary activities without planning? So planning, information and controls and finances will come into infrastructure. So all these support activities are helping for primary activities. This is value chain analysis. First you will write the meaning, 2 points as I have said, and then you can write primary and support activities. This outline is to understand. You will not be drawing any such thing in the exam. So key terms are, look at this, one of the key aspect of value chain is recognizing organizations are much more than random collection of resources. These resources are of no value if they will not helping you to create value for your product and the customer. And value chain is widely used to explain the activities within and around of an organization. All these activities have their own importance. You check with all these activities. Can a business create value for a product by removing any of the activity that is written here? If you remove services, can you create value for your product? Without tech, can you create? Without marketing, can you create? Every activity has its own importance. That is the term says. Identifying separate activities and assessing value added for each one of them. Every activity is having value here. This is introduction. These 2 points if you write. And then you will write primary and support activity. Inbound logistics means key term, receiving, storing, distributing the. Operation means conversion of. Then outbound logistics means collecting, storing and distributing the. Marketing means you are creating. Now services includes installation, repair, training and spares. Now that's why I call these services as post-sales services. Support activities, procurement is nothing but acquiring the inputs. Tech development means technology know-how in all the primary activity. HR includes recruiting, managing, training, developing and rewarding whom? Employees. Infrastructure include what? Planning, finance, quality control, information management. All these activities are very important for primary activities. Planning you have to do, finances you need to manage and information also you need to have. This is value chain analysis, primary and support activities. Then we have industry analysis. Here we are going to understand one major topic, Porter's 5 forces model of competitive analysis. So stay with me for this topic. I know you are hungry. This is the right time where you can focus more effectively. No sir, we are opposite. When we are hungry, we tend to forget that we are humans and sitting in the class. Yeah. The rest of the topics are not that seriously to be considered, as customer behavior is only one thing. Competitive strategy is also very generic one. Only competitive landscape we have. So first we will focus on Porter's 5 forces model. Michael Porter have stated 5 forces. Do you know why these 5 forces are? To understand the competitive intensity of the industry. Okay. Michael Porter have stated 5 forces. These 5 forces are for the purpose of understanding competitive intensity of the industry. To understand that, You can see the key term here. It's a powerful and widely used tool for systematically understanding the competitive pressures in the market and assessing their strength and importance. To understand the competitive intensity of the market, Porter's 5 forces model is a powerful tool. What are the 5 forces? Force 1, threat of new entrants. Second one, bargaining power of buyers. And then bargaining power of and rivalry among existing firms and threat of new entrants. Whenever a new guy enters into the market, is he a threat for us? Yes, new entrants are powerful source of competition, because when a new guy comes into the market, he comes with new technology, new product, he is serving the new market, so he will show huge impact on our business. New entrants are always a powerful source of competition. How to get rid of him? Don't let him come into the market, right? So for that, what you have to do, create. So threat of new entrants can be gained by means of creating. How to create entry barriers? Some points I have given here. Increase the capital requirement. Lot of money should be needed to enter into market. The new guy will not come. This is what Jio did. To establish, as of today, to establish a company like Jio, a new guy need to spend more than 2 lakh crores. In 2016 itself, it was 1.5 lakh crores. If you add all the inflation now, definitely they have to spend more than 2 lakh crores to establish a company like Jio. Will anyone dare enough to spend that much amount of money? Created entry barrier. That's why we don't have any other product like Jio in the market as of today. Second one, economies of scale. Reduce the price. Economies of scale is nothing but reduce the price. If you offer the product for such a low price in the market that the new guy cannot offer, then he will not enter into the market. Product differentiation. Try to offer every unique need in the market that your competitor have no scope for offering any uniqueness. Then he won't enter into the market. Switching costs. This let me explain. I am using a product now. I am thinking of changing the product now. Let's say if I am using iPhone, I am thinking that why should I spend this much amount of money on iPhone? Let me check, is there any other alternative which gives me same features for a lesser price? If is there any such alternative available, will I shift or not? This is called switching cost. Let's say if the switching cost is high, I am looking for alternative for iPhone. Whichever the alternative that I want to shift, the price is higher than the iPhone that I am using. Will I shift now? This is called switching cost. Now what the companies have to do, they have to make sure the switching cost will be very high. If it is high, then the customer will not switch. That's the point. Look at the meaning just to understand this. To success in an industry, new entrant must be able to persuade the existing customers of the other product. Someone is using the other product. I want to persuade that customer to my product. Then my cost will be less. Look at the point. Buyers often incur substantial financial cost in switching between firms. When switching cost is high, buyers are reluctant to change. As a new company, if I have to persuade the customers of other brand to my brand, how my switching cost should be less. Then they will shift to my product. Happened with Jio when they came to India. At that time, the people are using other telecommunication. Immediately they have shifted to Jio. It was not less, it was no price, because initially he offered for free. That's how new entrants can be blocked. Brand identity. Create a brand identity in a way, no matter how many players comes into the market, your identity can never be compromised. Created new entry barrier. Access to distribution channel. Existing companies have fully occupied the distribution channels. If a new guy comes, there is no place for him. Where can he sell the product if there is no distributor to take the product? Understood this point? If there is no distributor for you to take the product, where you will sell? What existing companies did? They have occupied all the distributors. Entry barrier. Next, aggressive retaliation. Existing companies are aggressively fighting on price. Then the new company cannot offer for that price, creating entry barriers. So, new entrant is a powerful source of competition. The new entrant can be restricted into the market by means of creating entry barriers. Clear with the first force? Done. Next one, bargaining power of buyers. What happens here is that buyers of a product forming into groups, cartels, and they are showing pressure on the manufacturer either to decrease the price or to increase the quality. This is called as bargaining power of buyers. This can only be seen in the industrial products where the buyers are bulk buyers. You are a bulk buyer. You buy huge amount of quantity from that guy. Then you go to him and tell him to either increase the quality or decrease the price. This is called as bargaining power of buyers. As you can see here, the point very clearly says this can only be seen in the industrial product where the buyers are bulk buyers. You can see mostly this phenomenon can be seen in the industrial products where buyers are forming into groups and cartels. This can only be seen in the industrial products. Same as with bargaining power of suppliers. Suppliers will exhibit bargaining power only under two conditions. When the supplier is monopoly or when there is a scarcity of raw material, then supplier will show bargaining power. This also helps us to understand the competition. As you can see, one point says greater influence can be shown when suppliers are limited in number or their offering is more specialized, unique raw material that they are giving, or there is a very less number of suppliers. Then that is also help us to understand the competition in the market. Then rivalry among the existing companies. Existing companies are excessively fighting with one another. That is also one of the way to understand about the competitors in the market. You know about substitutes. New entrant is a powerful source of competition. Substitutes are latent source of competition. Latent means indirect. Substitutes are indirect competitors. So when you are studying about your substitutes, which means you are studying about your competitors. These are 5 forces. When any company carefully understand these 5 forces, ultimately they could able to understand what? Competitive pressures in the market. To understand the competitive pressures in the market, instead of studying about every competitor individually, they need to understand 5 forces. These 5 forces will help the company to understand the competitive intensity. This is a Porter's 5 forces model. And you don't need to worry about this introduction. You just understand the introduction. It's a widely tool. Already this point I have stated in the introduction. And then all the 5 forces have been given here. After studying the 5 forces, these 3 steps can be applicable. Just for your easy convenience, it is divided into 2 questions. It doesn't mean that 2 individual questions will be asked in the exam. If Porter's 5 forces model, if you have to write, then you will write this introduction and then explain the 5 forces. After that, write the last 3 steps. Sometimes, rather than the entire question, you will be asked in the exam like how new entrants can be blocked to enter into the market. Explain about threat of new entrants. Then you have to write what are the entry barriers by which new entrants can be blocked. Independently also the forces can be asked. If collectively asked for 5 marks, then don't spend more time to write everything. In entry barriers, write only headings. And for every force, 2 to 3 points. So here there is no confusion for you. Every question is for 5 marks. You should decide how much content you have to write depending upon the question. If this question is asked, write about Porter's 5 forces model for 5 marks. You will just explain threat of new entrants, 2 lines. The new entrants can be restricted by creating entry barriers. Write only the headings of entry barriers. And then rest of the 4 forces. Every force 2 to 3 points, enough. If the same 5 marks question is asked, explain about threat of new entrants. Then a bit elaborately you have to explain. So you check how much, what is the question that is asked and accordingly how much content you have to write. Clear? What else I can guide you in this chapter is last topic straight away, competitive landscape. You know what is experience curve means? What is the fundamental concept of experience curve? Look at here. Average cost per unit declines as the firm accumulate experience in terms of, what is the other name for this topic? Economies of scale. Economies of scale is nothing but when you increase the volume of production, per unit cost will come down. The same concept is said even for experience curve also. Experience curve relevance is two scenarios. It will help to create entry barrier and this will help to discourage competition also. There are some terms about experience curve. So value creation you can easily understand. Market, you know what is market, and customer also you know. In the last MTP, I think this question is been asked, customer behavior. In MTP it was there. Just check with this. Just how a customer behavior can be influenced. As a customer, there are some external factors which will influence you buy the product, and some internal factors also will influence you to buy some product, because internally you want to buy the product. Your friend have asked you to buy the product. If your friend is asking you to buy a product, it is external influence. You have seen some advertisement, because of that if you buy the product, external. Internally your willingness is to buy the product, internal. Then you will buy the product, decision making. After buying the product, you will follow post-decision process. All these steps will refer to customer behavior. What motivates a particular customer to buy a product is called as customer behavior. That's one term. It was there in the recent MTP. In competitive strategy, I'm going to explain about competitive landscape. So, competitive landscape is a topic where a company is studying about competitors. If I'm not wrong, this question was also there in the MTP, where steps in competitive landscape has been asked. I'm just referring you about the new MTP. It doesn't mean that you read only, because I have to be very careful when I use these terms. When I say it is given in the MTP, acha, which means he is saying that read this will come in the exam. No. Just I have seen the MTP, I'm giving you the reference, that's it. It has been asked. It doesn't mean that that will come in your next attempt. Because you know how your board will ask questions. Some experienced people might be knowing this. Sir, it is all about expecting the unexpected is this question paper. So don't take the risk of only sticking to the topic. At the end, I will tell you what you have to do when it comes to creating choice in the subject. How you have to take a choice in the subject. I'll guide you in the end. So as of now, competitive landscape is nothing but analysis of whom? Very good. Competitive landscape stands for in-depth investigation of your competitors. As a company, you are studying your direct competitors and indirect competitors. You can see it's a business analysis where a company identifies direct and indirect competitors. You should study everything about your competitors. Let's say their vision, mission, values, niche market, strengths and weaknesses. Next key term. If any company have to understand the competitive landscape, they need to have an application called, yes, these are the two major key terms. Competitive landscape stands for a business analysis to study direct and indirect competitors. To run a competitive landscape, business need to have a tool called competitive intelligence. Now, how you study the competitors, what process you follow to study the competitors is called as steps of competitive landscape. To run the competitive landscape, business need to follow 5 steps. Simple, easy steps. Step 1 is, when you are studying about the competitor, the first thing that you have to do is that this is nothing but answering a question. Who are your? First to know who are your competitors. They can be direct or indirect. Once again, competitive landscape is a study of competitors. To study the competitors, step 1, first know the competitors. That is called as identify the competitors. So after you identify the competitors, step 2 is here you will be answering a question. What are their products and services? Identifying, understanding. Identifying is knowing. Understanding is knowing their products and services. Then know 2 things. Their strengths and weaknesses. While you are writing the strengths, suggestible to write all these strengths. How financially they are strong when compared to you. How they are getting cost and price advantage means how they are manufacturing the product for low cost and how they are selling it for high price. Cost and price factor, you know. If your competitor is able to gain cost and price advantage on you, it is a strength for him. They are getting the raw material for low price and selling a product, low cost and selling a product at a high price, which means they are getting good profits when compared to you. Know that, how they are doing. Next, what they do to, what they are likely to do. Next, how strong is there? If your competitor is having strong distribution network than you, which means it is a strength for him. And human resource, nothing but employees. If your competitor is having more skilled employee than you, it is also a strength for him. Know the strengths. Not only strengths, immediately you should identify the weakness is nothing but where are they? So you are knowing strengths of your competitor, at the same time weaknesses also. So what is step 1 you did here? After that, and then when you know all these things, is it that you have some information with you about the competitor? Now put all the information together. That's the point says. Logical connectivity. Knowing, identifying, and then products and services, strengths and weaknesses. Now I have good amount of information with me. Now what matters is that how am I using this information? Put this information is together, but is nothing but how will the business, what business will do with the information? With that information, what improvements you can make, and finally exploit the weaknesses of competitors. Means exploiting the weakness, competitor's weakness is nothing but you adopt his weaknesses as yours. Weaknesses. Use his weaknesses as an opportunity which create profit to you. That is stands for exploiting the weaknesses of competitors. 5 steps. Step 1. What question is answered here? Step 2. Which question is answered here? Step 3. Step 4. In weaknesses, what you will know? Step 5. These 5 steps are in the process of competitive landscape means which type of competitors you will study, what application is needed to do that. That's it. So that is about key success factors. This is a simple topic to understand. Every industry will have some key success factors. The factors which will help the company to get success. For a bank, process is a key success factor. Because when the process is good, they will get success. For a restaurant, ambience is a key success factor. For a cloth manufacturing company, their colors and design is a key success factor. Like that, every industry will have key success factors. And the key success factors will help the company to gain competitive advantage. For a cloth manufacturing company, if your color combinations are so unique from the other, then you will gain competitive advantage. For a restaurant, your ambience is so unique when compared with the other restaurants, then you will gain competitive advantage. So they are called as key success factors. The key terms, if you want, key success factors are the factors that will affect the industry members' ability to prosper. Prosper is nothing but to grow. Key success factors will help the company to grow in the market. And key success factors will help the company to achieve competitive advantage. Here we have a point. A companies who can understand key success factors can gain competitive advantage. And key success factors will differ from industry to industry, and even from every industry will have their own key success factors. And on time being also, these key success factors will change. Yes. Now, for a company, how they will come to know what are key success factors for them? First, they should study the customers. How customer is choosing between 2 brands? Whatever the reasons that is allowing him to choose between 2 brands, those reasons will be key success factors for you. Right? Company A and Company B. A customer is buying only Company B product. Why is he buying Company B product? The reasons are the key success factors that you should know. Next, what capabilities you need to get success. All those capabilities will be key success factors for you. And finally, whatever gives your company competitive advantage, those factors also can be called as key success factors. If you have to identify key success factors, first study your customer and then understand the capabilities that you need. And then whatever gives you competitive advantage, even that is also called as key success factors. So this is the thing you have to understand. Any factor which is giving success for you in that industry is called as key success factors. And if you are developing that key success factor in a unique way when compared with the competitor, then that will gain you competitive advantage. Done with one more chapter, strategic analysis of which factors? Then we have strategic analysis of that we will discuss when we meet after lunch. So at 2:30 we'll be meeting. Don't come at 3 o'clock as stated to you. 2:30 is going to be the session for you. Yeah, 2:30. Where? Yeah, yes, here only. Huh? 1:45 itself you'll come. No, 2:30 we'll start the session. And then accordingly I'll give you 15 minutes break and then we'll continue with the things. See you after the lunch. What is this chapter is titled as? Strategic analysis of? Yes. Internal environment. So we will divide this chapter into two parts for better understanding. So I'll take you through the list of topics we are going to cover in every part. So in the first part, we will be discussing about stakeholders analysis. Stakeholders analysis. So do you know what is the topic for stakeholder analysis? Manlow's matrix we have that we can understand as a part of stakeholders analysis. Then the major topic will be SWOT analysis. And then in the morning session we have discussed about core competencies and competitive advantages. That also will come into this. Anyways, conceptually we have understood what it stands for there, so I will not touch upon that now. We will discuss strategic drivers. Yes, strategic drivers. So this is one part. These three we will focus on, and the rest of the part will be, this need to be understood as business level strategies. Business level strategies. Whatever the three strategies we have in this, you will be seeing the straight strategies there. They are nothing but cost leadership, and then differentiation, and the last one would be focus. This is the list of topics that we have. Major emphasis will be paying on this business level strategies. So here we'll be paying the most. Yeah, this one will be paying more attention on. These topics are simple and generic topics if you ask me to understand. So we'll get into the topic now. First we'll understand stakeholders analysis. So internal environment, what it stands for, that has been explained. And then first we have meaning of the term stakeholders. So what do you think, who are considered as stakeholders for a business? Yes? Who are stakeholders for business? So who are shareholders? Who are shareholders for a business? The one who buys the share are shareholders. Now who are stakeholders? Who buys the stake? So stakeholders are nothing but who have interest in the well-being of the company. Or else whoever is connected with the company directly or indirectly, they are referred to as stakeholders. If you know the list of stakeholders, who are stakeholders are? Suppliers, governments. Our employees are stakeholders. Is shareholders a stakeholder? Yeah, all these things will come. Stakeholders are all the people, those who have interest in the well-being of the firm. All those people will refer to as stakeholders. As there are so many people who will be having interest in the well-being of the firm, they need to be analyzed properly. So that analysis is referred to as stakeholders analysis. A matrix has been stated, Manlows have stated a matrix to understand this stakeholders analysis. First, a term has been given, who are the stakeholders. So what is a key term? As the first point, explained about the key term. They may be viewed as collation of, a firm may be viewed as collation of stakeholders. So can we imagine a company without stakeholders? So every company need to have stakeholders. Without stakeholders, there is no firm, in fact. And moreover, stakeholders are those individuals and entities that have stake in the success of a business. Not only that, stakeholders can be group and individual persons who has interest or impact on the strategy. Whoever is having interest and impact on the strategy are referred to as stakeholders. Understood the meaning? Stakeholders are nothing but whoever is having interest on the outcome of the company are referred to as stakeholders. Now, studying all these stakeholders will be referred to as, the next topic is stakeholders analysis. Point C, the list has been given. This you all know, like management, employees, even shareholders, customers, vendors, government, labor unions, all these people are referred to as stakeholders. So how to analyze this? An example I have given for an OTT platform who can be considered as stakeholders. And after this, we have a Mendel's matrix as a tool to understand stakeholders. Interesting and simple topic to know. Mendel's, in order to analyze the stakeholders, have created a matrix. In this matrix, he have taken two parameters. One is the power that they will show on the business, and the second one, the interest that they have on the business. First, you need to understand this matrix. This matrix is for the purpose of analyzing stakeholders. To understand the stakeholders, in this matrix, two aspects have been taken. On one axis, interest that they have on the organization. On the other axis, power that they can exhibit on the business. Interest and power. Depending upon interest and power, all the stakeholders are divided into four categories. When you are writing it in the exam, you don't need to write this explanation. If you could able to write this heading, that will be more than enough. The four categories. First, present the four categories. Interest, low and high, two ways it is divided, same as with power also. Now the four categories are, some of the stakeholders are called as keep satisfied category, and key players category, keep low priority category, and keep informed category. So these are the four category of stakeholders that are divided by Mendel's matrix. So what are the two parameters you have taken? Interest and power. So if you observe, let us first talk about key players, because that is need to be understood first. For a business, who are key players? The one who have high interest and who can show high power. They are referred to as key players. Now if you go with the explanation here, so if you say key player, an organization would be fully engaged in the group of stakeholders, making greatest effort to satisfy them. The company will always make the greatest effort to satisfy all the key players. Who are they? Shareholders, CEO, board of directors. In other words, let's say all the people, those who are at the top level, can be referred to as key players for a business. First category. And then let us understand keep satisfied. What sort of stakeholders are they? Interest is low, but the power is high. Low interest, high power. Now who are they? See, look at here. Keep satisfied are banks, government. Look at the condition here. For keep satisfied, the interest is very low, but power will be high. Banks can definitely have some power, but at the same time they have very less interest on your business. That is why it says banks, government and customers. Look, customers cannot exhibit power on you. Can they? Sorry. Yeah, customers can have power, interest. I was talking about interest. Customers cannot have much interest about your business. What customer wants? A quality product at affordable price. Whichever the company offers, I am ready to take. Beyond that, they won't think much about your company. Unless they are loyal customers, unless you are offering any unique feature, customers will never focus much on your firm. Only thing what they want is that a quality product for an affordable price. That's it. That's why keep satisfied. Next, keep informed. These are high interest, low power. High interest, low power. Who will come here? Keep informed are employees, vendors, suppliers and legal experts. I want you to remember this topic with the example, then it becomes easy for you to write the answer. If you can know who will come under that category, it becomes simple and easy for you to answer. That's about keep informed. And finally we have a low priority. Neither they have interest nor they have power on your business. Low priority. Who are they? Magazines and media houses, business magazines. Neither they have interest on your business nor they can exhibit any power on your business. So while you are answering this particular topic, first write the introduction. You will say that Mandlo suggests analysis to analyze the stakeholders based on two things. What are they? Power and interest. After you write these two things, then you will draw this matrix. Just outlines. After drawing this matrix, you will explain each and every heading. This is good presentation of any topic, as I have said in the morning session also. So this is the first topic of this chapter, stakeholder analysis. After this, we have strategic drivers. We have these 4 strategic drivers. These are the 4 strategic drivers that we have. What are strategic drivers are all about? The meaning of strategic drivers is nothing but analysis. Strategic drivers refers to some key markets, analysis of key markets in which organization operates. The key markets where your business is operating are referred to as strategic drivers. What are those strategic drivers are? As you can see here, industry and market, customer, products and services and channel. All these terms are known to you, isn't it? So that's what industry. Industry is nothing but what? Group of similar companies that you know. Market is sum of buyers and sellers in that area, region. This is also you are aware of that. When we study about market, you just understand this. The market may be a physical entity or may be virtual. You know this market can be physical and virtual. In your foundation, as you have studied, brick and mortar is physical. Online is virtual. So market can be of 2 scenarios. Either it can be physical or it can be virtual. That is the point. After this, yes, next is an important element to understand about the competitors in the market. Actually, it's a study of market, but we need to understand the purpose of this particular topic. The name of a topic is strategic group mapping. So what is this strategic group mapping is all about? Strategic group mapping is a tool. First understand this in this way. Strategic group mapping is a tool that can be used to identify strongest and weakest competitors. Remember in this way. So strategic group mapping is a tool that is used by the company to identify strongest and weakest competitors. In other words, this is a topic to analyze competitors. Even though it is stated under the topic of after market, this topic has been given, but you need to understand the purpose of this particular topic. This is a tool by using which companies could be able to identify strongest and weakest competitors. Why this tool has come? Why can't a company directly study about the competitors and understand strongest and weakest? The problem is, when industry consists of so many competitors, a company cannot individually study all the competitors. Right? Individually, if you have to run competitive landscape, it's very difficult, right? Let's say when there are so many competitors are there, individually company cannot run competitive landscape. understanding, identifying product, services, strengths, weaknesses. It will take a lot of time. Let's say if you have 100 competitors, studying about all those 100 competitors, strengths, weaknesses, products and services, time taking process. And by studying those 100 competitors individually, identifying who is strongest, who is weakest, it is also a very hectic process. For that, this tool have come into the picture. So by using strategic group mapping, companies can identify strongest and weakest competitors. How? There is a matrix. Before that matrix, about strategic group mapping, first we need to understand what is a strategic group. Meaning of strategic group need to be known first. Any idea what is a strategic group? What is a strategic group for a business? Group of firms which follows, yes, same strategy and have similar market positions. And have similar market positions. So then we can call it as a strategic group. Strategic group is nothing but a group of companies who are following the same strategy and their market positions are also same. For a company, let's say there are 100 competitors in the markets, as just now I was saying. Among the 100 competitors, 25 competitors are following same strategy in any context. Their strategic approach is same for product and customer and in the market. Then combining those 25 competitors can be considered as a strategic group. Not only strategy, not only similar strategy, we have said their market positions can also be same. Another 25 competitors, they are having same market share as a group. Another 25 competitors, sales are alike. Another group. Another 25 competitors, distribution efficiency is same. So apart from strategy, sales, distribution efficiency, all these things will talk about market position. You can divide your competitors depending upon their sales or strategy, and you can divide the competitors depending upon their market position also. By considering any of the requirement, if you divide all your competitors into groups, then that group is called as strategic group. To create a strategic group, first check on two things. Whether they should be following the same strategy or their market positions have to be same. This is meaning of strategic group. After this, one more aspect you know in this. Under what condition a particular industry will have only one strategic group? In industry, under what condition industry will have only one strategic group? When all the companies follow similar strategies. Just now I said strategic group is nothing but the group of companies which follow same strategy. And next question that I have asked, under what condition industry will be having only one strategic group? Then the answer for that would be when all the companies follow. So you don't go upon the practicality of that, sir. Is it really possible in any industry all the companies are following same strategy? Not possible. Just conceptually it says if it happens in the industry if all the companies follow same strategy, then in that industry there will be only one strategic group. Can you tell me vice versa to this? An industry may have many strategic groups if all the companies are following different strategies. Got the context? If all the companies are following same strategy, one group. If the companies are following distinct strategies, plenty strategic groups will be there. This is meaning of strategic group. Now, how to run strategic group mapping? There are 4 steps. Steps in strategic group mapping. Steps to run strategic group mapping. There are 4 steps are there to run strategic group mapping. Step 1 is first you need to identify the competitive characteristics. Identify competitive characteristics depending upon which you are going to divide your groups. What characteristics you are taking to divide your groups? Sales, market share, product line and breadth, distribution efficiency, profits, anything. So what competitive characteristics that you are taking to create strategic groups? Then those characteristics should be put on a plot on a two variable map. Plotting those characteristics on a two variable map. Like say you have to draw a map. So on one axis you may take sales, on the other axis you may take profits, anything. Okay, whatever the characteristics that you have taken, those characteristics should plot on a two variable map. After you take a two variable map, next thing is create strategic groups. Create strategic groups. So let's say sales high, medium, low, profits high, medium and low. So here I am creating strategic groups. Let's say here 20 companies, 5 companies, 10 companies, 8 companies, 9 companies, 5 companies, groups. When I draw 20 companies, their sales are medium, profits are medium. When I say 5 companies, sales are high, profits are high. Got the point? So create a strategic group on this two variable map. As we have drawn two variable map, we can only take two characteristics, either sales or profit, because it's a two variable map. Only two variables you can take. Once it is over, step 4, only 4 steps are there. Step 4 is to draw circles. Draw circles for each group. Watch, like you will be drawing circles, like the size of the circle will differ. The size of the circle will differ. Do you know the size of the circle depends on what? Sales. Sales. So draw circles. Step 4, draw circles for each group. The size of the circle should be proportionate to the total industry sales revenue. Depending upon the sales, you should draw the circle. Bigger the circle, higher the sales. Smaller the circle, lesser the sales. Now after you draw this, you can easily tell who is strongest and who is weakest. Bigger circle, strong guy. Smaller circle, weakest. You haven't studied about every competitor individually here. But by drawing this, ultimately you have come to know who is strongest and who is weakest. Key terms. First, strategic group meaning we need to understand. What is a strategic group? It consists of rival firms which have similar competitive approaches and positions, which means same like similar positions they will be having, and competitive approaches will also be same. I will talk about attributes that I have said in the second point later on. An industry contains only one strategic group if the firm follow identical strategies. Industry have only one strategic group and all the companies follow same strategies. On the other hand, there can be many number of strategic groups when all the competitors are pursuing different strategies. This is the meaning. And then you will write the steps, strategic group mapping step. What is step 1? First you need to identify competitive characteristics. N number of characteristics have given here. Price and quality you can take. Geography, degree of vertical integration, product line breadth, distribution channel, degree of services offered, any requirement you take. Let's say if 2 of the competitors are having same geographical coverage as a group, then 5 competitors product line and breadth is same. One more group. You know product line breadth? What is product line breadth? For a company, what is product line breadth? So how many products have kept in line? Diversified number of, if you take Hindustan Unilever Limited, they have a long product line breadth. How? HUL is having shampoo, toothpaste, detergent powder. Again in shampoos there is a big list. Again in toothpaste there is a big list. Which means product line is very broad. Got the point? That is called as product line breadth. Frills means additional services. Along with the product, what additional services you get are called as frills. Additional fabrications we call it as. Like that, depending upon the requirement, you can create the strategic groups. Once the competitive characteristics identified, next one is you have to plot them on a 2-variable map. After that, you have to create same companies as a same strategic group. Whichever the companies which are following the same strategy, create them as a group. What is the final thing that you do? Draw each group, making the circle proportionate to the total industry's sales revenue. Depending upon the sales, draw the circles. Higher the sales, bigger the circle. This is about strategic group mapping. You don't need to draw this, don't worry. Don't draw this. This is for your understanding how mapping can be done. It is enough to write these 4 steps. Along with the introduction, what is strategic group, under what condition industry will be having only one strategic group. This is enough. It's enough to write the meaning and then the steps, the key terms, the 4 steps. First, identifying characteristics. Step 2, plotting them on a 2-variable map. Step 3, creating strategic groups. Step 4, drawing circles, and the size of the circle is proportionate to the. That's about strategic group mapping. After this, so we have about customer and consumer. You know, we have studied long back. Product already we have discussed in the last chapter. Meaning of product, goods and services. Characteristics of product also we have covered, and PLC also we have discussed. How to differentiating the product. Product is differentiated depending upon size, shape, color, packing, name. Because you identify a particular product on these requirements only, isn't it? The size, shape, color, packing, all these things will differentiate the product, one product to another product. Marketing strategies. Very quickly I will guide you through this marketing strategies. Just understand the key terms. The first technique we have, all these are called as marketing strategy techniques. Don't get confused with marketing functional area. This topic is not about marketing functional area. Those who have studied in the old syllabus, they might be thinking that this topic is related to marketing functional area. No. This is with respect to marketing strategies. Different marketing strategies that are adopted by the company to fight the competition. This is the context. To fight the competition, what are the different marketing strategies adopted by the company? A quick overview of this. The first technique is social marketing. This marketing is for the purpose of creating social awareness or to promote a social cause. No smoking campaigns, no tobacco campaigns, right? Save water campaigns, avoid plastic campaigns. These advertisements are not promoting any product. These advertisements are meant to create a social awareness. That marketing is called as social marketing. Augmented marketing. Additional services built around the product. When I'm explaining, if you're going through the content, they'll get the key term. Then you can highlight. Additional services built around the product. So the first one, social cause, social practice. Augmented is about provision of additional services and benefits built around the actual product. When you buy a product, whatever the additional services that you are getting along with the product, doing marketing of those additional services is called as augmented marketing. Direct marketing. Any sort of marketing by which company is directly approaching the customers. Any marketing by using which company is directly approaching customers. Now this can have telecommuting, email marketing and TV shopping. Naptol. Direct marketing. They have their own TV channel to market their products. That's about direct marketing. Directly using advertising media that interact directly with the customers. Relationship marketing. Any marketing that has been done to establish value-laden relationship with the customers. Any marketing technique by using which company wants to establish long-term value-laden relationship with the customers. It is called as relationship marketing. Services marketing. Every time marketing is not only for products, we see marketing for services also. Do we see a bank advertisements, insurance advertisement, education institutions advertisement, hospital advertisements? All these mutual funds. All these advertisements are not about product. These advertisements are about service. Any marketing which is exclusively done for services, we call it as yes, you can say techniques of marketing to services. Then we have three techniques: person, organization, place. If a person is marketing about himself, person marketing. Instead of marketing a product, if the organization is doing marketing of themselves, organization marketing. If marketing happens for a place, place marketing. Election movement is going on. What are all the politicians are doing is person marketing. Right? If not, instead of talking about the product, if a company is trying to advertise about the name of a company and the company's brand, then it is organization marketing. If not, tourism, real estate companies will promote places. That comes into place marketing. For these three, key term is same if you observe. Look, person marketing, to create, maintain, change attitude and behavior towards particular people. This is person marketing. Organization, same key term. To create, maintain, change attitude and behavior to target audience towards an. Then place marketing. To create, maintain, change attitude and behavior towards a particular place. Then these are the three types of classifications of marketing that we have. Enlightened marketing. Any sort of marketing activity that has been done for the purpose of ensuring the company's marketing program can sustain in the long run. For a company, when they do marketing, it is not that marketing should give them return only in the short run. Every company expects that whatever the marketing that they are doing, this marketing should give them returns in the long run. For that, 5 principles they need to follow. Companies' marketing efforts should support long run performance of the system. If the company's marketing should help them for the long run, 5 principles they need to follow. First one, customer oriented marketing they should do. Innovative marketing they should do. Value marketing, it is sense of mission marketing, not sense of marketing. Sense of mission marketing. The term is called as sense of mission. And then societal marketing, nothing but social marketing. 5 principles. If any company follows these 5 principles, then the company's marketing system will run in the long run. Differential marketing. Same company, when they target different segments, they will follow different marketing strategies. The same company products are targeting for different segments. Segment is nothing but division. When different segments are targeted, you are creating different marketing strategy for different segments. Look at the example, you'll understand. Hindustan Unilever Limited have Lifebuoy, Lux and Rexona in popular segment, Liril and Pierce in the premium segment. So they have different marketing strategy for a popular segment, different marketing strategy for premium segment. So this is called as differential marketing. Next. What is the pronunciation of next marketing technique? Synchro marketing. This is called as seasonal marketing also. Usually when there is no season, the product demand will fluctuate. We all know that. Due to season, if the product demand fluctuates, regularizing the pattern of demand is called as synchro marketing. If a fast food selling outlet does not have any demand on the weekdays, they will choose one day in the week to create demand, Wednesday. KFC and Domino's also do this. Why they are giving offer on Wednesday? Because on Wednesday the demand will be, generally on weekdays the demand will be very less. They will be having high demand on weekends. When there is no demand, to regularize the pattern of the demand, whatever the marketing that they do, it is called as synchro marketing. As you can see, regularize the pattern of demand through flexible pricing, promotion and other any sort of incentives. Now it is called as synchro marketing. Understood what is synchro marketing means? When there is no demand, regularize the demand through flexible pricing. That's how. Next, concentrated marketing. In concentrated marketing, company will be focusing on sub-markets. When any company exclusively focuses on sub-markets, then we call it as concentrated marketing. Last one, demarketing. In demarketing, 3 things will happen. To reduce the demand or to shift the demand, but not to destroy the demand. What are the 3 things? First one is to Intentionally company is reducing demand. Second thing is to intentionally company is shifting the demand from one product to other product. The third one is not to destroy the demand. If any company is doing these three things, it is called as yes. Generally, why do companies intentionally reduce the demand of a product when there is a mismatch between demand and supply? There is a huge demand in the market, but company is not able to meet up with the supply, then they will go for demarketing. Company intentionally want to shift the interest of their existing product, then also they will shift the demand of a product from existing product to any new product if they launch. Only these two things company have to do. They are not supposed to destroy. Don't destroy the demand. That is called as demarketing. Are you clear with the marketing techniques? These are all different kinds of marketing techniques in order to fight with the competition. Next. Distribution channel. I'm not dealing with that as of now to understand. Core competencies. What are core competencies? Core competencies are unique strengths of a company that cannot be shared by others. Any unique thing that is developed by the company that is not available with the other companies, we call it as core competencies. So core competencies, key terms, they can be defined as combination of skills and techniques rather than individual skills, or it's a combination of multiple skills and techniques. It is not about individual skills and techniques, combination of multiple skills and techniques. What else can be known? Core competencies are with respect to knowledge, skills, and necessary to design a product or a core product, let's say. And superior integration of technical, physical, and human resource have to be there. Core competencies cannot build on one capability or single technology know-how. Instead of multiple technological integrations are needed to create core competencies. Core competencies will differentiate one company from the other company. In order to consider them as core competency, as per C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel, they have identified 3 areas to consider them as core competencies. Okay, C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel have stated core competencies are identified in 3 areas. First one, whatever the skill that you have developed, it should differentiate you from your competitors. And moreover, your competitor should not be easily copying it. A core competency will act as a core competency unless it is not copied by the competitor. Agree? If your competitor copies it, then it is no more a. That's what. So customer value, whatever the core competency that you have created, it must deliver the fundamental benefit to the end user. It is not that as a company you are thinking it as a core competency. The point is that your competitor should think, your customer should think that it is a core competency. It is not that you are thinking it is creating value for your customer. What matters is that customer should feel that it is creating value to them. That's what the point, customer value. And finally, application of competencies, third requirement, must be applicable to the whole organization. You know what is core competency for Apple company? R&D. Now the same R&D is applicable for the entire company. It is not that only for mobiles. R&D will act for mobile, laptop, tabs, or any other product that they launch. Recently they have launched Vision Pro. Even there also R&D is their core competency. The research and development that they did to come up with a unique products. Like that, when you are calling it as a core competency, it should act as a core competency for the whole organization, not for 1 or 2 segments. These are the 3 areas about core competencies. Now, there is a small, what we say is a deviation here. That is about core competency. But if you look at the next topic, it is given by board. That's why in the same sequence concepts have been created here. What is a criteria to gain sustainable competitive advantage? So, core competency meaning under 3 areas of core competency. After that, what are the criteria? If any company wants to achieve competitive advantage, what is the criteria for competitive advantage? So, we have 4-point criteria to call. What is competitive advantage? Gaining advantage over the competitors. How competitive advantage can be gained? By developing core competencies. Now focus here. Capabilities that are, if you have to call them, or it will, if they have to give you competitive advantage, your capabilities should be most valuable. That allows the firm, these competencies are so valuable that they are helping you to exploit the opportunities and avoid the threats. So then only we can call them as, that will help you to gain competitive advantage. Next one is rare. You like it will give you competitive advantage only if it is rare. Then only we call it as core competency. Core competency is something which is very rare. So core competencies are very rare capabilities. Only few of the competitors will possess them. Next one is costly to imitate. Costly to imitate. Whatever the core competencies that you have created, they should be unable to easily copy by your competitor. Like core competencies will help to gain competitive advantage. If your core competency can easily be imitated by your competitor, then it is no more a core competency. And next one, they should be non-substitutable, which means the capabilities that do not have strategic equivalents are called as non-substitutable. No strategic equivalent. No other guy in the market is doing that. You are the only one who is doing that. No substitution is available. Then also we can call it as a core competency. That's it. SWOT. Previously this used to be a very big topic, but now very less of information has been given about SWOT. Only these points, whatever given, is enough to understand about SWOT, and you can draw this outline also. When I was explaining about environment, I have said for a business, from the internal factors, what we can get? Internal environment will provide with strengths and weaknesses, and external provides with opportunities and threats. Okay, and strengths and opportunities will be, isn't it? For the company, strengths and opportunities are helpful, but whereas weaknesses and threats will be with respect to achieving the objective. So actual SWOT is just drawing the four parts and strengths, weakness, opportunity and threat. This is how SWOT looks like. But for you people, there's but little change have happened. And in the old syllabus, definition of the four elements have been given. Strength is inherent capability, helps to achieve competitive advantage. Weakness is an inherent limitation which creates disadvantage. Opportunity is a favorable condition to strengthen the position. Threat is an unfavorable condition to create risk or damage. This meaning was there, but now it is not given for you. So don't worry about it. To understand the meaning of these four elements, rather what you have to write, let's see. SWOT analysis is an acronym for what? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. This is for the purpose of getting full awareness of the factors. Which factors you can come to know by studying the SWOT, external and internal. By studying the fact, what you can do, you can take some strong business decisions. SWOT analysis should be undertaken by the company before initiating any. Let me tell you why it says like that. SWOT helps the company to know the current position. What position you are in, you will come to know by analyzing SWOT. Because knowing strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats will help you to make self-assessment. You will come to know which position you are in now. Any company, before performing any action, first they will try to know their current position. That's why the term says. So before taking any action, a company, if they want to know about themselves, then they will be doing their SWOT. And what else we have about SWOT? SWOT analysis is used to discover recommendations and strategies, because by knowing strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, you can prepare some strategies. SWOT is for the purpose of self-assessment, to know which position you are in. Depending on that, you can plan for future. That's the context. Advantages of SWOT: it will help the company to identify the complex issues for the organization and putting them on a simple framework. There are some criticisms also for SWOT. SWOT generally does not provide for evaluation of strengths and weaknesses in a competitive context. SWOT tells you whether you have them or not, but SWOT will never tell you what to do with them. The people, those who have studied the old SM, they will be knowing which topic helps you to know what to do with the 4 elements. This is something called TOS matrix. Hence, Barrich have provided TOS matrix. There you will understand minimizing and maximizing, if you can recollect the old SM. So SWOT is having this criticism. SWOT will never tell you what to do in the competitive context. That is the same point says here. Evaluation of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats in the competitive context is not provided. Only this content is given about SWOT for you people. So those who have prepared in the old syllabus, just for the knowledge I am telling you, in the old syllabus definitions were there about strengths, weakness, opportunities and threats. Now which was not there, so we don't need to worry about it. Write only these points and draw that outline. SWOT is over. Done. So we are done with one part of this chapter where we have come to know stakeholders, SWOT and strategic drivers. In strategic drivers, we have understood some of the aspects of industry, market and core competencies and competitive advantages also we have covered. Now the topic is with respect to Michael Porter generic strategies. Just give me 1 minute, I'll just be back. Just need to take it something. So let's continue with the other half of this chapter where we are going to discuss business level strategies. But the interesting part here is, here we are not going to discuss them as business level strategies. Actually, morning we have missed a small issue, that competitive advantage we have discussed, competitive advantage topic we have discussed. There a small issue will come. There are 2 certain ways of gaining competitive advantage for a business. Any idea? Anyone? There are 2 certain ways by which company can gain competitive advantage. First I will explain that, then we'll come back to the topic. Any idea? Okay, next one is cost leadership, and next one is that is cost leadership, low cost advantage. Good. There are 2 certain ways of gaining competitive advantage for a business. One is being a low cost producer. Nothing but, yeah, in simply we have, in general terms we have to say you have to manufacture the product for low cost. This is the one way to achieve competitive advantage. Or else being unique in the industry. There are 2 certain ways of gaining competitive advantage. One, either develop the product for low cost or try to offer something unique. These are the 2 prominent ways by which you can achieve competitive advantage. This you have to remember, the 2 ways of gaining competitive advantage. Now if we come back to our topic, the cost leadership, differentiation and focus, we are not discussing them as business level strategies. Rather, how are we discussing them? Gaining competitive advantage through Michael Porter generic strategies. Got it now? So, when we discuss this, Michael Porter generic strategies, in which context we are discussing here? Michael Porter generic strategies, the 3 generic strategies, cost leadership, differentiation and focus. In which context? The strategies that are helping you to gain competitive advantage. What are the Michael Porter 3 strategies that we have? Yes, one is cost leadership, and the second one that we have is differentiation. And the third one is focus. So I will add some additional aspects here just for your subject knowledge. In this context, we are discussing these 3 strategies as a means of gaining competitive advantage. But you have to understand these 3 strategies as these 3 are nothing but business level strategies. Understand this, business level strategies. This is the one thing to know, business level strategies. And they are called as Michael Porter generic strategies. Okay, Michael Porter generic term that I have used, Michael Porter generic strategies. Why the term generic is used here? Yeah, the term generic is used because these strategies can be applied, used by any type and any size of organization, irrespective of a size of a company, irrespective of a type of a company, anyone can use it. That is why generic term has been used. These 2 things you better remember, because in some of the case studies, if it is asked, then I don't want you to get confused. Once again, the topic is Michael Porter generic strategies. In our context, these 3 strategies we are discussing as a means of gaining competitive advantage. But these 3 strategies can also be called as business level strategies. Business level strategies means prepared at which level? 3 levels are there. Corporate business, morning we have discussed. At business level, these strategies have been implemented. And they can be called as generic strategies. The reason why they have termed as generic, because irrespective of a size of a company, irrespective of a type of a company, any company can use these strategies. This briefing is clear? Now we will understand these 3 strategies by some key terms. After that, I will take you through the material reading to understand other key terms about this. Pay attention. In a single stretch, we can cover the entire topic here. Rest of the things is just to read the lines or key terms I will make you to highlight. About cost leadership, you have to remember only 3 points. Under what condition we can say company is following cost leadership? First requirement is that the company will be manufacturing a standard product. A standard product. Nothing but standardization of the product. We have 2 terms, standardization and customization. Customization means changing the product as per the requirement of the customer. Standard product means I am not worried about the customer requirement. I will offer the same product for everyone. That is called standardizing the product. Opposite for standardizing the product is customization of a product. Customization means making the changes in a product as per the taste and preferences of the customer. In cost leadership, what a company do? Standardization of a product, that too for low per unit cost. Low per unit cost. Only in standardization it is possible to reduce the cost. How come? Economies of scale is applicable here. What happens in economies of scale? As volume of production increases, per unit cost will come down. That is what? In standardization, you can increase your volume. Bulk manufacturing, automatically per unit cost will come down. So, standard product, low per unit cost, targeted for price sensitive buyers. Price sensitive buyers. Now, who are price sensitive and price insensitive buyers? Price sensitive buyer. Sir, I want to buy an iPhone, waiting for the discounts to come. Right? He wants to buy an iPhone, but he is waiting for a discount. Sir, whenever discount comes, then I will buy. My intention is to buy. I am desperate about the product, but what bothers me is price. I will buy the product only when the product is offered at discount. Then what sort of buyer I am? Price sensitive buyer. On the other side, sir, I don't bother about the price. I want that product. Irrespective of the price, I will buy. These customers are price insensitive. The customer who always expect the product to come at a lower price are sensitive buyers. Other category, they won't worry about the price. If their intention is to buy the product, they will buy irrespective of the price. Then they are price insensitive. Cost leadership strategies focus towards which customers? Price sensitive buyers. Major three key terms. Standard product, low per unit cost for price. On the other hand, if any company goes for differentiation, here what company do is that they are trying to satisfy unique needs of the customer. Unique needs are addressed. If any company is addressing unique needs, now can they go for standardization here? Every customer taste and preferences are different. Then I have to satisfy the unique needs. Then customization do takes place. If I am customizing the product as per the taste and preferences of a customer, my cost will increase. In cost leadership mass production I did, because of that it helped me to reduce my cost. But here I am satisfying the needs uniquely for the customers, due to which my cost will increase. Then satisfying the unique needs, targeted for price insensitive buyers. Insensitive buyers. These are the major key terms. Cost leadership, standard product, low per unit cost, sensitive buyers. Differentiation, satisfying the unique needs for price, insensitive buyers. But these two strategies, target market is a broader market. So they are offering the product for broader markets, for everyone. Yes, a product for everyone. If you have money, you go with the differentiation, or else wait for the cost leadership company to offer. But here the product is available for broader market. Now this is called cost leadership and differentiation. Now don't confine that, sir. Only these are the terms to understand the topic. There is a lot to understand about these three strategies. How to achieve them, advantages, disadvantages, lot of content. But to understand the content, the base is this explanation. Then it becomes easy to understand those elements also. Now focus. What happens in focus strategy? Focus is all about satisfying the needs of, satisfying the needs of small group of customers in the market. Small group of customers, not for everyone. Broader market means for everyone. Anyone can come and buy my product. But in my focus strategy, I am not focusing my product for everyone. There are only less number of people, those who will buy my product. So it is called as identifying the needs of small group of customers in the market. The moment I say small group of customers, it becomes a narrow market, isn't it? For everyone is a broader market. Narrow market means only few people will buy my products. On the other day, I was just going through one of the tech news. There is one company which will redesign and build Apple products, but at a high-end price. I'm not getting the name of a company. Like which one? Caviar? Kind of. iPhones, gold-plated, diamond-studded. 2 crore rupees mobile. iPhone for 2 crores. Think of it. Who will buy? And Vision Pro is also they are making in the same context. They are using Gucci leather, some other glasses. Technology is same, but they are adding luxury elements to it. This thing, Apple Vision Pro cost you around 3 lakhs or so. Now that one costs you 30 to 40 lakhs. Now tell me who will buy that? Limited number of people only buy. Now that company's strategy is focus. Narrow market, only for customized people. Those who have distinctive tastes and preferences, for them only focus strategy is applicable. That's why identifying the needs of small group of customers. Again, focus is of two types. Focus meaning is satisfying the needs of small group of customers for narrow market. Again, we have two sorts of focus strategies. One is Focused cost leadership. Yes. Focused cost leadership, and the next one is focused differentiation. Focused cost leadership and focused differentiation. What is focused cost leadership? Developing a low cost product for narrow market. It's a combination of two things. One is narrow market, low cost. Then it becomes focused cost leadership. So low cost products. Low cost product for narrow markets. Whereas the focused differentiation is unique product for narrow markets. Unique product for narrow market. You tell me 2 crore mobile will comes into what now? Unique product for narrow market. Focused differentiation. There are some limited edition cars by Rolls-Royce. And then Vision Pro, only 7 to 8 units are manufactured by the company. Look at the narrowness of the market. I was saying Vision Pro, they are rebuilding it with all luxurious items in it. They were manufacturing only 7 to 10 products of that. Which means their customers are only 10 customers in the entire world. But the price is very high. Unique need that they are providing, and the price is also very high. That comes under focused differentiation. This is the picture of these 3 strategies: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. So to understand key term ones, cost leadership, what happens in cost leadership? A standard product, low per unit cost, price. Whereas differentiation, satisfying, targeted for price. Both the strategies target market is focus key term. In the case study, anywhere if the term comes, company is exclusively focusing on these people, exclusively, luxury. If this term comes, then it will go into focus. Only there are few people who will use the product. If such situation comes, then also it becomes focus. Only few people are using and the price is very luxurious, then it is focused differentiation. Only few people are using and the price is less, then it is focused cost leadership. Because sometimes we see most of the cases, case studies will come on these areas only. Business level strategies and corporate level strategies, on the strategies only case studies will come. By reading to the point, you should be in a state to understand what is that strategy stating about. So carefully study. Is it talking about the broader market or narrow market? Are they focusing on sensitive customers or insensitive customers in the scenario, whatever is given over there? Then you can identify which topic this case is all about. For that, you have to remember all the key terms that I have stated now as a concept now. Focus is all about satisfying the needs of small group of customers. That is what you, niche market, the term is. Instead of saying small group, I can say satisfying the needs of a niche market. Niche is all about narrow. In focus strategy, company always focus on niche market. In the case study, even if you found the term niche, that stands for narrow. Then you can identify the strategies with respect to focus. So these are the terms by which you can identify. Okay, first, if any question comes, write a short note on Michael Porter, generic strategies. Then first introduction you will say. All these strategies help the company to gain what? Look at the very first line. According to Michael Porter, generic or basic strategies allow the organization to gain competitive advantage. These are business level strategies, but the context that we are discussing these strategies are with respect to gaining competitive advantage. And then you can say the key terms, cost leadership, and you can draw this outline also. On one axis, competitive advantage. On the other axis, competitive scope. Scope is nothing but target market. Either you can focus on broader market or narrow market. Competitive advantage can be being low cost or being unique. Then easily you will understand. Low cost broader market is cost leadership. Uniqueness broader market is differentiation. Low cost narrow market is focused cost leadership. And the same uniqueness to the narrow market is focused differentiation. Like this, you draw this outline. And then you will explain about each and everything. Cost leadership. What the company is doing, emphasizing on producing what? Standard product. At a low per unit cost. Targeted for whom? Then. So then differentiation. What a company do here? Producing unique products and services. And the target customers who are relatively price focus. Producing the products that fulfill the needs of small group of customers. This is the basic understanding of these three strategies. But the topic is not yet done here. About every strategy, you need to understand the meaning, characteristics, advantages and disadvantages. Some areas I will touch upon to understand the elaborate concept. Cost leadership. So the key terms would be low cost competitive strategy aims at broad mass market. If any company have to implement cost leadership, do they have to go for cost cutting methods? Because your goal is to develop the product at a low cost. Then you have to follow some cost cutting. That is the second point. Pursuit of cost reduction. In which areas they will go for cost reduction? Procurement, production, storage and distribution of products and services. In all these areas, what they should do? They do cost cutting. And you have to offer a product for lower price. I want all of you to understand the point F and write effectively this point when you're writing about cost leadership. This strategy is effective when? What conditions should prevail in the market to make cost leadership a successful strategy? The conditions are, first one, market should consist of more price sensitive buyers, isn't it? If a company have to successfully implement cost leadership in the market should consist of more price sensitive buyers, then only you will get success. And the second one, when there are few ways to achieve product, you can't go for differentiation. Uniqueness you are unable to achieve. When you can't achieve uniqueness, follow cost leadership. And next one is a very funnier one. When buyers do not care much about difference from brand to, in India still so many people doesn't know the name of a brand is Xiaomi, but they are using it. Some people call it as MI, some people say Realme, but they'll never say Xiaomi. Because sir, who cares what is the name? I want a product at a low price, quality, I buy. I don't care about brands. You can never have loyal customers in cost leadership. Don't expect also. You can have loyal customers only in differentiation because their customer is strongly attached to uniqueness. He knows the value of your brand in differentiation. Cost leadership, no brand value, price. Give me at a lower price, I'll buy. That's why when market consists of more price sensitive buyers and when the buyers have significant bargaining power. In all these conditions, you can successfully implement cost leadership. This is one point you can write. For all these strategies, there is a one common disadvantage. Cost leadership, differentiation, focus cost leadership and focus differentiation. For all these strategies, there is only one common disadvantage is that in the long run, competitor will copy. Any strategy that you follow, chances are there in the long run, competitor will copy it. That you will see in all the disadvantages. So how to achieve cost leadership? First, you need to forecast the demand. What is the use of developing the product for a low cost, the product which does not have any demand? Got the point? You might be going for cost leadership, differentiation, any strategy. First of all, what should be there for the product? Demand. Generally, in focus strategy, products will have less demand because only distinctive people will buy that, not everyone. And in order to achieve cost leadership, what you have to do? Optimum utilization of resources. And to achieve economies of scale, which means increase your production and per unit cost will come down. Can you go for customization here? Then standardization of products. And you have to invest in what? Cost saving. Only if needed, go for differentiation. This is how to achieve cost leadership. And then advantages. From 5 perspectives, we have advantages. First one, existing rivalry. You can avoid price war Because you're already selling the product for low price. You don't need to worry about at what price competitor is offering the product. Because ultimately you are offering a product at a very low price. Buyers will never bargain for the price from you because you are already offering the product at a low price. Suppliers, this is a benefit for supplier, not for you. You are following cost leadership strategy. All of a sudden raw material prices have increased. Do you need to absorb that price hike? Because ultimately you should give a product at a low price for the customer. For that raw material price increased, you have no other option than to absorb. That's the point. Cost leader are able to absorb the great price increase from the supplier. Now you tell me this is not advantage for you. For whom it is advantage? Supplier. Anyways, he is getting his money even though the raw material price is increased. But given as an advantage. New entrants. By following cost leadership, can you create entry barrier? In Porter's 5 forces we have discussed. Economies of scale is also one of the way to create entry barrier. And finally, you don't need to worry about your substitute. As long as you are satisfying the needs of your customer at a lower price, the customer will stay. Unless if any other option comes in the market, lower price than you, until then you don't need to worry about your substitutes. These are advantages. Disadvantages. Competitors may imitate, just before as I have said. You are following cost leadership. You tell me, simply by following cost leadership, will you increase your sales? If you only offer the product at a low price, is that the criteria to improve your sales? No. That's why if you cannot improve your sales, there is no use of following cost leadership. That's the point says. This is a successful strategy only if you can achieve higher sales volume. When you are following cost leadership, can you invest money on advertisement? Can you invest money more on R&D? And you can't do more market research also. Not spending money on these three things is not suggestible in the long run. Because neither you are spending money on marketing, nor you are doing any market research, no R&D. That's the point says. Cost leaders tend to lower their cost by means of advertising, market research and R&D. This approach is not suggested in the long run. Technological advancement is great threat. Why? To adopt new technologies, you will incur cost and the impact will be on the price. When you read every point, you have to keep on connect to the element. Then it will be simple to understand. So meaning of cost leader, characteristics, advantages and disadvantages. Clear with this? The same scenario will follow for differentiation and focus also. Look at the differentiation. Unique products have been served. Uniqueness is associated. Uniqueness can be of anything. The uniqueness can be associated with design, image, brand image, features, technology, and dealer network and customer service. In all these areas, you have to achieve some uniqueness. And because in differentiation, as you are offering uniqueness, that will promote you to charge a premium price for your products. You have greater flexibility, greater compatibility. A lower cost is not the right thing. I don't know why they have given. In differentiation, nowhere you will follow low cost. Improved services, greater maintenance, greater convenience, more features. Customer is spending a lot of money to buy your product. Then what he expects? More features. That's the point. A successful, point G, a successful differentiation strategy allows a firm to charge a higher price for its product to gain customer loyalty, because customers are strongly attached to differentiated features. In cost leadership, don't expect loyal customers, but in differentiation, your company may have loyal customers. Risk is competitors will copy sometimes. There is one good risk I have stated here. The risk of pursuing differentiation strategy is that unique product may not be valued high enough by the customer to justify the higher price. All of a sudden, customer is thinking that, do I need to spend this much amount of money on this uniqueness? He got a thought, why should I spend that much amount of money on this feature? Rather, I will search for another alternative. Then there is no use of following differentiation. Got it? This disadvantage is only when customer thinks like that. Customer is thinking that why should I spend this much amount of money for that unique feature? I will look for the another alternative in the market which will satisfy the same need to me. Then there is no use of following differentiation. The differentiation can be on three bases. It can be product based differentiation, where innovative product you will offer. Price based differentiation, high price. Again, there is a correction in this. Lowest price, no ways. Company will never offer product low price in differentiation. And the third basis is organization, which is you are maximizing the power of brand. Brand value is also uniqueness. No other company will have such brand value that your product and brand have. Yes, Apple is always creating that brand value. That's why they'll come under differentiation. Same advantage that we have discussed. Yeah, differentiation, how to achieve, you can know easily. Advantages. Whatever the 5 advantages that we have discussed in cost leadership, they will become opposite here. When you follow differentiation, you don't need to worry about your rivals. Why? Because you are offering that uniqueness, and moreover you have loyal customers. Buyers will never negotiate for price here. Why? First thing, they are price insensitive. Second thing, you are providing the unique features. That's another reason. Supplier, here it is advantage for you also. Even if the raw material price increases, happily you can absorb it, because even if you increase the price, customer is willing to buy. That's the point. New entrants, you can create entry barrier through differentiation also, because unique features will be very difficult for the competitor to copy. Substitutes, your customers are loyal. No matter how many substitute comes in the market, they will buy your product only. Customer loyalty will protect your company against substitutes. These are the advantages. Disadvantage, your uniqueness will last as a uniqueness until it is copied by the competitor. First disadvantage, uniqueness may be difficult to sustain. Second disadvantage, as you are charging high price, your customer is thinking that let me look for the other option for the same price or else lesser price than this. As I am spending more money on this product, let me check is there any other product in the market which offers me the same features for a lower price. Then your differentiation is failed. Too high a price for differentiated feature may cause the customer to switch to another alternative. Next one, whatever the uniqueness that you thought it is unique, but the customer is not thinking that it is unique. Look at that. Basis of something that is not valued by the customer. These are limitations. So we are done with the differentiation also. And next we have focus. Focus is all about identifying the small group of customers in the market. But when you are identifying the narrow market, the market should have sufficient size. When we say narrow market, you have to choose a market which has a sufficient size, which means good amount of buyers and sellers have to be there. Next, the market should have a growth potential. Even though you have chosen a narrow market, but the market should have growth potential. Choosing a market which does not have growth potential is of no use. Market should exhibit certain growth. And whatever the market that you have chosen is not crucial to the success of other major competitors. So when you choose focus, these things need to be kept in mind. There are two types of focus strategies that we have. Focus cost leadership, focus differentiation. What is focus cost leadership? Competing based on price and targeting a narrow market. Focus differentiation, fulfill the demands of a offering unique features that fulfill the demands of a narrow market. That's about focus differentiation. And then advantage is how to achieve. You can niche. Niche, I already have said, niche stands for narrow. You have to select a particular niche, develop superior skills for that particular niche market, higher efficiency to serve that niche market, innovative ways of value chain also you need to focus on. You know value chain topic? Raw material, manufacturing, output, marketing and sales and services. All these things you should do in a unique way in focus, because the product you are manufacturing is so unique. Then you can't follow the normal value chain topic. Your value chain have to be completely different to reach those customers whose tastes and preferences are distinctively unique and different. Then advantages, you can charge a premium price. Disadvantage, if you don't have unique skills, the firm lacking distinctive competencies may not be able to follow focus strategy. Like, as you are serving the narrow market, your skills have to be completely different. Only when you have unique skills, you can serve the narrow market. That's about the 3 strategies that we have. Understood the Michael Porter generic strategies? All the 4 strategies actually. Cost leadership, differentiation, focused cost leadership, and yes, just be careful if any case scenario comes, and keep the key terms and accordingly write. When you write advantages, you should understand the 5 criteria of advantages. And then one common disadvantage you can remember, that in the long run, competitors tend to copy them. Then we have one last topic for this chapter, which talks about best cost provider strategy. This is further development of 3 generic strategies. Whatever the 3 generic strategies that we have discussed now, it is further development of those 3 strategies. What happens in best cost provider strategy? Remember 2 things. First one, offering the products at a lower price that have been offered by your competitor product with a comparable quality. So, you have to offer same quality that your competitor is offering, but the price should be, quality is of same of your competitor, but the price is low. You have one more option. Charging similar price as that of your rivals, but going for high quality and better features. So, understood the 2 areas here? If you are offering the same quality, price should be low. Or else, if you are offering the same price, quality should be high. If you are doing these 2 things, then it is referred to as a best cost provider strategy. So, this is also a very simple and easy to revise chapter. The one part of this chapter consists of very generic topics of knowing industry, market, SWOT, these things, and some marketing strategy techniques. The other part is Michael Porter generic strategies. The Michael Porter generic strategies for the purpose of gaining competitive advantage. Just for your subject knowledge, I am telling you, these strategies can also be called as business level strategies, and they have been termed as generic because they can be used by any type and any size of business. That's why they have termed as generic. And then best cost provider strategy is the last topic that we have. So with this, second and third also over, analysis of external environment, analysis of internal environment. So the next chapter is about strategic choices. This, if you ask me, among all the chapters that you have, strategic choices is a bit broader one, which consists of more of the concepts to understand from 2 segments. One, you have to understand corporate level strategies. Then you should study about portfolio analysis methods. Yes. Along with the portfolio analysis methods, answer of topic will come. So first we'll understand the learning objective. The name of the chapter is strategic choices. The learning objective, 2 parts. 2 parts. The one part is to understand about 4 strategies. Let me call them as corporate level strategies. Corporate level strategies. Who stated these strategies? Gluck and George, generic strategies. Okay, 4 strategies we have. What are they? The corporate level strategies that we are dealing with is stability is a one, expansion, the third one is retrenchment. This can be called as exit strategies. In our subject they are called as exit strategies. And then combination. This is a one part of this chapter to deal with these 4 strategies. The other part is referred to as portfolio analysis methods. Portfolio analysis methods. So in this, if you remember the old syllabus, these are 2 different chapters. Portfolio analysis methods we discuss in the second chapter, dynamics of competitive strategy, and then corporate level strategies we have a separate chapter. Both have been put together and calling it as strategic choices. What are the portfolio analysis methods we are going to cover? They are first BC. ANSOF is not a portfolio analysis method. Many people think that ANSOF's matrix is an analysis method. It's actually planning tool. It's not analysis tool. BCG, and then we have GE and ADL. These 3 are portfolio analysis methods. But additionally in this chapter, we have one more topic called ANSOF's matrix. ANSOF's matrix. This matrix is not for the purpose of analysis. This is generally called as a planning tool. This is a planning matrix where ANSOF have stated 4 strategies. By using the 4 strategy, company can achieve growth. Growth strategies have been stated in the ANSOF's matrix. Clear? This is the learning objective of this chapter. First half we have to focus on understanding the 4 strategies that we have, where technically you need to understand what they are saying along with the key terms. Expansion is a bigger topic because expansion have multiple folds. Like in expansion itself we have 4 folds: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, and alliances. Whereas retrenchment has 2 folds, internal and external. In internal we have turnaround, external we have divestment and liquidation. When the picture is there in your mind about the topic, when you read you will understand. For every chapter, first create a picture in your mind. First chapter where I should understand meaning of SM, advantages and disadvantages I should understand, then vision, mission and objectives. It is not that blindly opening the material, reading a question and trying to remember. Understand the connectivity of the topic to the chapter. In this chapter, this is the topic that I am reading. Let's say the previous chapter, if you check with, if you start with business level strategies, first in your mind you have to understand these strategies are stated by Michael Porter. Michael Porter is saying that these strategies will help the company to gain competitive advantage. They can also be called as business level strategies. They are termed as generic because can be applicable for any type and any size of business. First, this knowledge has to be there in your mind. Then cost leadership, the major things that I have to know. Here the companies are going for a standard product and they are targeting for price sensitive buyers. Yeah, low per unit cost they are going for. Owning the content, you just try to change the concept in a way that you can understand. But it is not that you will write in the same way. Key terms you just have to add there. This is what the conceptual clarity must needed for SM I am telling you. Let's understand with the strategies. The first strategy is stability strategy. So we have not opened the chapter. So we'll go with the key terms for the stability first. Learning objective is clear. As you can see in this particular topic, it is given topologies of strategies. You see here. William F. Gluck and Lawrence or George have discussed generic strategies, which talks about stability, growth, retrenchment and combination. And one more point, these corporate level strategies, there are some other names for this. Carefully understand. These are called as Gluck and George generic strategies. And you know the term generic. Here also we are using the same thing. Gluck and George generic strategies. They can be called as grand strategies, grand, master or directional. Grand, master or directional strategies. So you better remember these names also. Corporate level strategies, they can be called as Gluck and George generic strategies, or else they can be called as grand, master or directional strategies. Gluck and George because they have stated by William F. Gluck and Lawrence or George. These are the two people who stated that, and that is what has been stated here. William F. Gluck and Lawrence or George have discussed 4 generic strategies. These are called as grand strategies or directional strategies. Just before we have discussed, Michael Porter suggested competitive strategies that includes cost leadership, differentiation and focus. Along with the 2 levels are over, corporate level and business level. What is the 3rd level that we have? Which is not there for you in the changed syllabus, but in the old syllabus we have separate functional level strategies. Marketing, finance, production, HR, all these strategies were there. That is the point. There are also some functional strategies which are meant for specific functional areas. These 3 are called as topologies, the different levels that we have in strategies. The 4 strategies that we have, once again it given grand, directional or master strategies, or else we can consider it as generic strategies stated by Gluck and George. Even in that context also we can understand. So first let's jump into stability strategy. Under what condition we can say company is following stability strategy? Stability strategy is pursued by the firm when the firm wants to stay in the current markets dealing with same products and services. Which means the company is not going in new products, in new markets. They are going for expansion. They are not going for expansion. If they are not going for expansion, they are following stability. In the previous topics, in one of the topic we have stated this strategy. In PLC, when the product reaches to the maturity stage, company prefer to follow stability. In stability, company is not entering into new businesses, rather they will stick on to the current business. By sticking on to the current business, they are trying to achieve some growth. Not rapid growth, incremental growth, because rapid growth only get through expansion. Yes, modest growth only they will achieve. So it is the major topic of stability. Stability is pursued by the company when the firm wants to stay in the current markets and dealing with same products and services. Look at the key term. When the firm continue to serve in the same or similar markets and deal with the same or similar products and services. If this condition has been met, then we have to say that company is following a stability strategy. They are not entering into new markets. Rather, they want to stay in the current markets dealing with the same products and services. When company do this, they are not redefining their business. They don't need any fresh investments. The risk is very less and it's a safety strategy. Once again, the terms you have to understand. No need of redefinition of business. You are not redefining the business. No need of fresh investments. Okay, and as there is no need of fresh investments, risk is very less. As risk is very less, it is a safety strategy. So it's a safe zone. You are not doing anything new. You are not bringing much of additional investments. Opposite to all these things is expansion. That we will discuss when we deal with the expansion strategy. So as of now, and sir, no need of fresh investments, like risk is very less, not redefining, then can we consider stability as a do nothing strategy? Stability is not a do nothing. Even though the company is staying in the current products and markets, it doesn't mean that it is a do nothing strategy. Stability is not a do nothing strategy, because the companies even which follow stability have to respond to the environmental factors. Their strategy is stability, but it doesn't mean that they are changing their products, in the sense adding new features in the product, adopting new technological innovations. All these things they will do. That's why look at the term, it says stability is not a do nothing strategy. And a few functional changes are made in the products and markets. And under what conditions stability is adopted? When the product have reached to the maturity stage in PLC. Small organizations will be using this stability, whereas big organizations always want to think of expansion. So that is about stability meaning. And there are a few more things to add for stability. When the first meaning, you better write this: stability is pursued by the firm when this point you will write, and after that add these 2 points also. And then nature of stability, it is not a do nothing strategy. Even the companies which follow stability, they also make some functional changes. These points you have to add. And after that you can add any of this. Actually this is not straight meaning of stability, but you can add some points. In stability, what company do is that they are trying to protect their existing interests and strengths. Whatever they are doing now, they are protecting it, because they are not going into new things. And then they will be having some strong tested objectives. They are doing the business for a longer period of time, so their objectives will be very strong, and they will continue in chosen business path. They will get growth, but the growth is not rapid. What sort of growth that they get? Incremental, modest. Operational efficiency on sustained basis. By doing the same business, they will be reaching to a commanding position, and they will consolidate. Consolidating the commanding position they have achieved. These are some other elements you have to focus on. What else we have in stability is characteristics of stability. Just now I said some characteristics. No need of redefinition of, let's see what are those points are. The first 2 points again talks about the same thing. Maintaining the same product market posture, maintaining the same level of efforts. Functional efficiency is enhanced. The other characteristics are not involved in redefinition of business. It's a safety strategy, and it will maintain status quo, means maintaining same level of efforts, not making any changes. In stability, status quo is maintained. In expansion, status quo is challenged. In expansion, you will never maintain status quo. There you will challenge the status quo, because you are adopting new things there. But in stability, you will maintain status quo. And stability does not need of much of fresh investments. But you have to make some minor improvements in the product and packing. As you are dealing with the same business, risk is very, safety strategy, risk is very less. And what is the growth? Modest growth objective. Here the term says, the companies which follow stability, their growth objective is modest. Conversely, the companies which want modest growth should follow stability. If you follow stability, modest growth. The company which is happy with the modest growth, they should follow stability. So this is how we can understand the point, modest growth. But if you want rapid growth, then you have to go for expansion. So meaning of stability and some characteristics of stability. Reasons. Why do companies prefer to adopt stability strategy? Particularly when the product reaches to maturity stage. As risk is very less, the stability strategy is less risky, and moreover all the employees are feeling much comfortable with the things that they are doing. Like the straight point is, they don't want to involve any risk. If they expand the business, go into new things, risk factor might be high. Just to avoid the risk, they want to play a safe game. That's why they are following stability. So less risky. And the environment where the business is operating is also relatively stable. it is not advisable to expand. They will not go for expansion because they feel that expansion will be considered as threatening. They are scared of expansion. That is why they don't want to go into expansion. And they will consolidate after rapid expanding in the same business. These are some reasons for adopting stability. Because the company wants to play a safe game here. Even though they have opportunity and resources to grow, they will not grow. This is a safe game that they are playing, we can say. They are least risk takers. If they start a new business, a lot of risk is involved that they don't want to get into. That's why they will follow stability strategy. Incremental growth, that's why Tata is there. Okay, expansion, I will draw an outline for expansion. So focus on this outline because expansion have multiple ways, and I'll state you some key terms. I'll state some key terms to understand expansion. Once, not the entire, first I'll explain two major aspects of expansion, and after that we will do material reading. Again we will discuss the rest of the two. In stability, tell me how company, what sort of growth company will get? Modest growth. If they want to get a rapid growth, then they have to go for expansion. Expansion strategy will help the company to achieve a rapid growth. Rapid growth is witnessed, but expansion offers a lot of permutations and combinations. Expansion could be possible by different ways. They are expansion through intensification, and then we have expansion through diversification. So I'll just leave some space. Intensification and then diversification. And then expansion could be possible. There is another way to get the expansion through mergers and acquisitions and through alliances. Strategic alliances. Four ways of expansion: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, and alliances. So first we will focus on intensification and diversification. All these four strategies of expansion will help the company to achieve rapid growth. But how they will achieve rapid growth by following these four strategies is the context here. Through intensification, how company wants to achieve growth. Through intensification, firm wants to pursue growth by working with businesses, or rather we can simplify, by working with current businesses instead of complicating the term. Through intensification, firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. Which means whatever the current business that they are doing, they are sticking on to the current business, but they are trying to achieve growth. Meaning of intensification stands for firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. Sir, how come they can achieve rapid growth by working with current businesses? For this, there are three strategic options that they can follow. This can be achieved by market penetration. This is one strategy by which they can achieve intensification, market penetration. And then they have market development. Yes, market development. And then they have product development. These are the three ways. You tell me these three ways are part of which topic? These three ways are part of which topic? Ansof's matrix. Market penetration, market development, product development, and diversification. I will not explain these three here. Anyways, we have to understand in Ansof's matrix. But these three ways are help the company to achieve growth. And moreover, when we discuss Those 4 strategies in hands of, we call them as growth strategies. What is the 4th strategy in hands of? Diversification. And what is the meaning of I'm not explaining these 3 things as of now. Anyways, we have to discuss them in Ansof's matrix. So what will happen in diversification? Here, firm wants to pursue growth by working with businesses that are outside to the current products and markets. Outside to the current products and markets. Current products and markets. What is the difference that we can observe in intensification and diversification here? In intensification, staying with the, if you remember these 3, market penetration, market development and product development, in these 3 strategies, company is related to either existing product or existing market. If you can remember these 3. Market penetration, existing product in existing market. Market development, new product in existing market. Sorry, existing product in new market. Product development, new product in existing market. In these 3 strategies, company is related to existing either product or market. That's why current business. By staying in the current business itself, company is trying to achieve growth. But whereas in diversification, what the company do? Moving outside of the current products and markets. Outside of current products and markets. Then when the company go outside of a current products and markets, it has 4 ways. Diversification can be achieved by 4 ways. Yes. Vertically integrated diversification. Vertically integrated diversification. Second one is horizontal integrated diversification. Horizontally integrated diversification. Then we have concentric diversification. And the last one would be conglomerate diversification. Conglomerate. These are the 4 ways. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. Again, in this 4 also there is one more thing to know. These 3 are related diversification. All these things are very much needed for case scenarios. Related diversification. How they are related we'll come to know when we discuss. Only conglomerate is unrelated. Unrelated diversification. Vertical, horizontal, concentric are diversifications but related. Whereas only conglomerate is referred to as unrelated diversification. Now what is that relatedness is the thing that we have to know. In vertical, how relatedness exists. Which means diversification is happening there, but the diversification is connected to existing business. That is why we are using a term related. In vertical, horizontal, concentric, in these 3 types of diversifications, company is going into new thing, but that is related to existing business. Whereas conglomerate, no relation at all. Until here we will do the material reading. Then we will go for mergers and acquisitions and alliances. So expansion is of 4 ways. Intensification, pursuing growth by working with the current business. Diversification, pursuing growth by going outside of the current products and markets. 3 ways of intensification, 4 ways of diversification. This is the half picture of expansion. Any of these ways will help the company to achieve rapid growth. So let's have a look at some aspects of expansion and growth. The key terms would be expansion is implemented by redefining the business. Whereas in stability, no need of redefinition of business. It requires, if a company is following expansion, the company have to be dynamic, enthusiastic, and reformation of goals also happen. When you go for expansion, it will take you through unknown and risky paths. You might be entering into new business where you have no experience. Then this diversification will take you into risky paths. Then characteristics. Whatever the characteristics we have discussed for stability, they become Opposite here. There we said no need of redefinition of business. What we are saying here? Redefinition of business. It is purely opposite of stability strategy. In stability, rewards are very limited. Growth is also very limited. In the matter of risk also, they both are opposite. In stability, risk is less. In expansion, risk is high. The same thing states over there. In stability, rewards are limited. In expansion, they are very high. In the matter of risk too, they are opposite to each other. And expansion leads to business growth. Expansion need fresh investments. It's a versatile strategy, unique strategy, because it offers several permutations and combinations. What are they, sir? Expansion through intensification, expansion through diversification. In diversification, vertical, horizontal, concentric and conglomerate. But when it goes to mergers and acquisitions, different types of mergers are there, 4 types of mergers. So expansion offers multiple permutations and combinations. Stability, nothing. Stay in the current business, try to achieve growth. No permutations and combinations. Only one way that happens in stability, to stick on to the current products. So that's why it says versatile. And then reasons, by reading you can understand. Yeah, look at the 4 strategies that I have said. Internal growth strategies are 2. What are the? Intensification and diversification. Whereas external growth strategies are through mergers and acquisitions and alliances. Overall 4 growth strategies that just now I have stated. Intensification is all about organization is trying to grow internally by having some intensifying operations. These are the 3 ways that we discuss in ANSOF. Expansion through diversification. What happens in diversification refers to entry into new products and product lines. Companies going into new services, new markets. Why the company will go for expansion through diversification? Because it's a perfect strategy for innovative firms. Any company which is always trying to identify opportunities from the market, they will think of expansion through diversification only. Now you have a lot of resources which you are underutilizing. That's why to ensure excess capacity utilization also you can go for diversification to use the resources very effectively and to achieve synergy benefit. Synergy benefit is nothing but collective benefit. Expansion through diversification is for these reasons. For innovative firms, it's a perfect strategy. To use your resources optimally, perfect strategy. And to achieve synergy benefit also, expansion through diversification will be most preferred strategy. Then we have different types. First, instead of going for concentric, we'll start with vertical. And then I'll come back to concentric and conglomerate. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. In this flow, we'll discuss. Vertical and horizontal, they are related. Vertical line, if we draw, this is how the line can be drawn, right? Vertical, and this is horizontal. Vertically integrated diversification firm remains vertically in the same product or process chain. Understand this carefully. Supply chain activities, value chain activities we have discussed. So what are the value chain activities? As a business, first you should get some resources, right? Resources, inbound logistics, let's say. These resources need to be converted, production. After production, distribution, and then marketing and sales. After that, services. Let's say these are vertical activities. Now you have 2 options in vertical integrated diversification. In all this, by considering production at a center point, there are some activities that you do before production. There are some activities that you do after production. Got it? Procurement of material happens before production. Distribution, marketing and sales services happen after production. Vertically, when you are moving backwards, then it is referred to as backward integration. Backward integration. I will explain what is backward integration, but first, Backward integration, which means as a company you are entering into the businesses of your input providers. If not, you have another option. If you are not going into that, you have another option called, yes, forward integration, which means you are entering into the businesses of distribution channel. If you enter into the businesses of supplier, backward integration. If you enter into the business of distribution channel, forward integration. This backward and forward integration comes under vertically integrated diversification. Now let's go back here. Vertically related diversification is all about the firm engages in businesses that are related to existing business, but the firm vertically remains within the same product or process chain. Vertically the chain remains as same. Either company vertically moving backwards or moving forwards. When it move backwards, it is entering into whose businesses? Supplier's business. When it move forward, it enters into whose businesses? Distribution channel, not marketing, only distribution channel, you have to remember. Backward integration. Look at the backward integration. Involves entering into whose business? Backward integration? Input providers. Which means you have the raw material and you are manufacturing the product. Backward integration means. Forward integration means you have manufactured the product and you are distributing on your own. This is what backward and forward. If Bata manufactures footwear, to sell the footwear they have their own stores. If Apollo manufactures medicine, to sell the medicine they have their own stores. If Patanjali is into FMCG, to sell their product they have their own stores. All these things will come into what? Forward integration. Patanjali manufactures aloe vera gel, for that they need aloe vera plant. Now Patanjali have their own food park where they grow their own aloe vera plant. Now this comes into what? Backward integration. They have their own raw material, they are manufacturing the product and they are distributing on their own. This is called backward and forward integration. So input provider for effective supply. This will help you to gain high profits. Firm's own supply capability and lessen the cost of production. If you have your own raw material, will this help you to cut your cost? You have your own raw material. Quality of product will improve and cost will be cut down. That's a benefit of backward. In forward integration, where forward integration takes place when the organization enter into the businesses of distribution channel, but vertically remaining in the same line. Standing here, either moving backward or forward. Either I will take care of my raw material provider or I will enter into business of distribution channel. This is called as vertical. So next, what happens in horizontal? Horizontal is also related diversification. Now you have to understand why we have called vertical as related. Because you are entering into new business but related to your existing business. Acquiring supplier is a new business but that is related to existing business. Starting your own distribution channel is a new business but related to existing business. That is why it is called as related diversification. Horizontal. Acquisition of one or more similar businesses at the same stage of production and marketing chain. Here also company is acquiring one or more similar business. But what is the condition? Same stage of production and marketing chain. Now it has 4 ways. In these 4 ways you will understand how it is related. First one, taking over, related. But when you are taking over your competitor product, the production capacity and marketing chain have to be same. Second one, production of, you know what is complementary product means? Complementary product means the 2 products which need to be used together to provide to fulfill a particular need. They are called as complementary products. To run a system, you need hardware and software. Both are complementary to each other. If you are using mobile, having telecommunication network in that is complementary. These 2 has to go together. They are complementary. If any company produces their own complementary products, or else sale of, we know about byproducts. In the manufacturing process, whatever the intermediary things that we get, they are called as byproducts. If any company is selling their own byproduct, that also comes under horizontal. Or else entering into repairs and services. 4 ways of horizontal. Either take over your competitor product, or start manufacturing complementary product, or else sell your byproduct, or enter into, All these are the ways by which horizontal integrated diversification. All these 4 ways are related to your existing business. That's why vertical and horizontal is related diversification. Then we have 2 more, concentric and conglomerate. Concentric is also related diversification. Generally, if a product if any company wants to manufacture a new product, general tendency, they need new technology, new process, and the product will serve in a new market, general scenario. But in concentric diversification, the company will use existing process, existing technology, but it will launch a new product. By using existing process and existing technology, if company is getting into new business, it is called as concentric. This is also synergy benefit. A new product came out by using existing facilities. By using existing facilities, companies have manufactured a new product. Look at the point here, related diversification. The new business is linked to existing business. By what means? Process, technology and marketing. Nothing but new product is derived from the existing facilities. I have used existing facilities and came up with a new product. Now tell me, what is the relatedness here? Because it is related diversification. What is relatedness? Process and technology are same even though the product is new. That's how relatedness can be studied as. Synergy benefit can be achieved with the current operations because you are using the current operations and coming up with a new product. But conglomerate is opposite to this. Then tell me what happens in conglomerate. I am saying opposite to this. A new product came out by using new process, new technology, and the product will serve in a new market. There is no connection between existing product and new products. Hence it is called as unrelated diversification. No connectivity at all. Recently, Apple have announced that they will manufacture electric cars. Unrelated. Previously, they are into electronics. Now they are entering into automobile. Of course, after that, they have withdrawn the thought of not manufacturing electric car. But they have announced. If they would have did that, then that will come under conglomerate. Because whatever they are doing so far now and whatever they want to do, there is no connection between the both. That's why it is unrelated diversification. Taking up of activities which are unrelated to existing business in any of the perspective. There is no common threat at all from the firm's current position. It is totally unrelated diversification. That's it. Vertical, intensification and diversification over the 3 ways of intensification and 4 ways of diversification. And I think you know about mergers and acquisitions. I will not explain about meaning of merger and acquisition. You are aware of merger and acquisition. Merger means, don't look at me like this, sir. Who said we know merger and acquisition? Expecting that you know. If you put such kind of expressions, then I will get a doubt that you have no idea of what is merger stands for. Merger means when one company acquires the other company, we call it as merger. Achha, acquisition means one company associated with the other company. Both companies are working. No. What is acquisition? Which company take over which kind of company? Financially stronger companies will take over the financially, and acquisition happens under what condition? Economic recession. Merger means on a friendly note, 2 companies have come together and they are doing their business, sharing the profits and losses. It is called as merger. Do we have different types of acquisitions? Types of acquisitions. There are no types. Acquisition happens in only one way. What is that? If you owns more than 50% of stake of any company, which means you have acquired it. Beyond that, there are no ways of doing it. But in merger, there are 4 ways. So you know the meaning of merger and acquisition. Merger means process when 2 or more organizations join together. They are sharing their financial gains. Here the deal gets finalized on a friendly terms where both the organizations are sharing profits in newly created entity. Acquisition means one organization take over the other organization and control all its business. Which type of companies acquired which type of businesses? Financially strong organization take over the weaker one. This acquisitions happens under what condition? During economic recession, when the profit margins are declining. Like mergers and acquisitions also one of the quickest way to achieve growth. Because if you have to establish a new company, lot of resources, efforts, money. Someone have already established a company and you have money and you are taking it. So it will save your time and efforts. That's why they say mergers and acquisitions are quickest way of achieving growth. There are 4 types of mergers. This can be simplified with simple key terms. Horizontal merger happens between 2 companies which are operating in the same industry. Nothing but merging with a direct competitor. Classic example, Idea and Vodafone. Previously they both are competitors, but they have merged now. And both belongs to same industries. This is called as horizontal merger. Once again, what happens in horizontal? 2 merging companies belongs to same industry. Nothing but merging with a direct competitor. Vertical. 2 companies belongs to same industry, but operating at a different level of production and distribution system. 2 merging companies are operating at a different stages of production, but they belongs to same industry. You can see combination of firm engaging in the same industry. Here the companies are operating in the same industry, but at different stages of production and distribution. That is vertical. Cogeneric. The 2 merging companies are not operating in the same industry, but they both are connected to one another in one or other way. There is a connectivity between these 2 companies at any point of time. If a washing machine company is merging with a detergent powder company, they both are 2 different industries. But what is the connectivity? Utilization happens at the same time. You need detergent powder to wash clothes in washing machine. If a refrigerator company have associated with kitchen appliances, because we use refrigerator in the kitchen, connectivity, just connectivity. If such merger happens, it is called as co-generic. Conglomerate. The 2 merging companies belongs to 2 different industries. There is no connectivity between the companies. Then it is a conglomerate. Got the key terms? Horizontal. 2 merging companies belongs to same industry, direct competitor. Vertical. Belongs to same industry, different production and distribution system. Co-generic. Different industries connected to one another in one or other way. Conglomerate. 2 different industries, no connection. This is our merger and acquisition. But we are not done with expansion. There is one more way of gaining expansion. Strategic alliances. I will provide a scenario based learning for this. There is a car company in Germany. It's a very popular company in Germany. Now they want to come to India to operate. But the problem is, directly they don't want to come to Indian market. I have a car manufacturing company in India and they came to me and they said that directly we don't want to come to Indian market. We need your help because we don't have any idea of Indian market. We don't know the strategies of India. We don't know the dynamics of Indian market. Then let us come together and we both together will sell the cars. Sometimes these alliances do take place. Moreover, alliances happens only in international market. German car companies associating with Indian company. It is not that if 2 Indian companies have come together, you call it as merger. Alliances happens only in international market where 2 merging companies belongs to 2 different industries. 2 different countries. Then German company came to Indian guy. They both have come together and selling the cars. This is called as alliance. This comes with advantages and disadvantages. One thing, alliances formed in the global market between the companies which are operating in, yes, look at the key terms. Alliance, relationship between 2 or more businesses to achieve a certain objective which neither would be able to achieve on their independently. They can't achieve something. That's why they both have come together to achieve that. They often formed where in global markets. By coming and creating alliance, they are trying to share the benefits out of the partnership. It is like a merger, but two companies operating in different countries. That's it. Which one? Tata's and Starbucks, yes. Because Starbucks felt like independently, if I go to Indian market, I may not able to. I think Tata's have acquired Starbucks. Is it a merger or acquisition? Alliance? Okay. So it have some advantages. Organizational benefit. German company will learn all the necessary skills and capabilities from the Indian company. Economic. They will reduce the cost of production. By improving their production value, cost can be reduced. Both are coming together to increase the production value. Strategic. If German company directly have entered into Indian market, then Indian company, German company are competitors. As there is alliance, now they both are not competitors. Like rivals can join together instead of competing. Political benefits. German company have some political setbacks to come into Indian market. But Indian company is politically influential company. Because of that, that company freely came to Indian market. Sometimes alliances are formed with a local business to gain entry into a foreign market because of the local prejudices or legal barriers. Then you have an alliance with a politically influential partner, then that partner will help you to come into that particular country. These are advantages. Disadvantages. You have to share your trade secrets with the strategic partner. Another disadvantage, that strategic partner have learned everything from you. Now he said that let us separate apart. Let us break the alliance. Now you know what is happening. You have created a potential competitor for yourself. You taught that company skills. You shared everything about Indian market. Now he separated. Look at the point. Strategic alliance may create a potential competitor. And LA may become competitor when they decide to separate. We are done with expansion. Intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions and alliances. So, shall we go for a break? Segment. Active? No. Exhausted? But this is the time. This is the real testing where you have to pay attention for the leftover things. Sir, one thing is bothering. You said that we will see for how long it will take. That is really bothering us. Because just before when we are going for break, I said that we will see when we can end. Sir, that is bothering us a lot. Don't worry, it won't take much time for the last chapter. Because in last chapter, we will not be picking up everything. There I will take only few areas. Because there anyways we can skip with formation and implementation there. So we'll be focusing there only on culture, change, control. Then it won't take much time for that. So here we have the big target now to understand the portfolio analysis methods. But we can simplify even that also. But before that, we deal with retrenchments. So we'll understand what is retrenchment is all about. Instead of calling that as retrenchment, our subject is considered as exit strategies. Yes, cut off or exit strategies. So you better remember them as exit strategies. Rather, you can understand this as a part of retrenchment also. Exit strategy, but I want you to remember this as retrenchment. Now, retrenchment means cut off. That's why they have said cut off strategies. First thing, why do companies have to go for retrenchment? One of the reasons for going retrenchment is when company is in losses. Systematically, they will try to reduce the scope of operations. Retrenchment is all about reducing the scope of business operations. Intentionally, company is doing that because they are in losses. Classic example, what is happening with Byju's now? If you follow the recent news, then you'll come to know. Byju's is following retrenchment strategy. Because initially what they did, removed some employees, then some products they will stop working on, branches they have closed out, now they have closed all the branches. asked all the employees to do work from home and only Bangalore headquarters is running. Why they are doing that? Because they are in losses, and to cope up with the losses they are following retrenchment. Retrenchment means cut off of activities, manpower, machinery, resources, products, production, everything cut off will happens. The reason for going for this cut off is the company is in losses. Now there are two ways of retrenchment. Retrenchment can be done in two ways. Retrenchment can be of internal retrenchment or external retrenchment. Now here for internal retrenchment we have a strategy called turnaround strategy, and for external retrenchment we have two. Yes, divestment or liquidation. So these are the three strategies that we have to focus on: turnaround, divestment, liquidation. Turnaround comes under internal retrenchment. Divestment and liquidation will come under external retrenchment. Based on this, we will check with the key terms and I'll provide you the explanation. First of all, what is exit strategies or retrenchment is all about? Substantially reducing the scope of activities. Company is intentionally reducing the scope. Why are they intentionally reducing the scope? Because the company is in losses. And reducing the scope also happens in systematic way. Capital and revenue expenditure, employment, machinery, branches. After trying for everything, last but one option, asking for takeover. If no one comes for takeover, corporate death. Nothing but corporate death means liquidation. This is how the journey of retrenchment goes. Identifying, finding out the problem areas where the problem is existed, and diagnosing the cause of the problem is also part of retrenchment. And then different steps are there. You see, cut off loss making units, divisions, SBU means strategic business unit, reduce the functions to be performed. All these things are referred to as divestment. Turnaround we'll talk, because turnaround has a topic. We'll understand what happens in turnaround. So this is what the retrenchment is all about. Now let us check internal external retrenchment. First one, turnaround. Carefully understand the key term. Turnaround is all about, in a very generic terminologies, if you have to understand the topic, the purpose of turnaround is to convert a loss making unit into a profit making unit. In a very generic terms. Now you are not supposed to write that. The purpose of turnaround is to convert a loss making unit into a profit making unit. But this need to be understood with the technical terms. For that, 2 points you have to remember. First one, you have to write retrenchment can be done internally and externally. For internal retrenchment, company need to increase internal efficiencies. Increasing that internal efficiencies is called as turnaround. Once again, retrenchment can be done internally and externally. For internal retrenchment to take place, company need to increase their internal efficiencies. Increasing internal efficiencies is called as turnaround. What is the ultimate goal of turnaround? I have said in a general terms, converting loss making unit into a profit making unit, but you have to remember the technical term for that. Turnaround stands for to convert a financially distressed company into its normacy. Nothing but generally loss making to profit making, I have said that I am telling you technically. Turnaround is all about to convert a financially distressed company into its normacy, which means from negative cash flow to positive cash flow, from insolvency to solvency. If you could able to achieve that, we call it as turnaround. Understood the meaning of turnaround? It won't happen overnight. Some steps need to be followed. There is an action plan for turnaround. First, important to understand the meaning. Let me highlight the key term. Retrenchment can be done internally or externally. For internal retrenchment, what company have to do? Improving internal efficiencies. Improving that internal efficiency is called as, when the company will go for turnaround, when the company's performance is deteriorating, reducing. Let us check with the main key term. Look at here. The overall goal of turnaround strategy is to return an underperforming or distressed company into its normalcy. When we say normalcy, it is not that you are in losses. With turnaround, you will become number one in the market. No. Acceptable amount of profits. From negative cash flow to positive cash flow. From insolvency to acceptable level of profitability, solvency, liquidity and cash flow. This you can achieve if you follow turnaround. There is no guarantee that by following turnaround you will definitely achieve profits. Sometimes turnaround strategy also fail. When turnaround fails, again you have only one option. Divestment or liquidation. That's about turnarounds. And it takes a lot of efforts. The point says it is highly targeted effort to return an organization to profitability and to promote positive cash flow to a sufficient level. Then lot of activities have to be done. Specifically, no activities have stated here. That's why simply it says improving internal efficiencies. I will tell you what are those efficiencies in this particular topic itself. These are the efficiencies. First, you have to change the top management. You are into process because people have lost credibility on your company. Build credibility. Whatever the external pressures are, neutralize them. Identify what gives you quick profit. Cost reduction. Try to generate revenue. To generate revenue, if need, liquidate your assets and have better internal coordination. All these activities are nothing but increasing internal efficiencies. Why are you performing all these activities? What is your intention? To convert a financially distressed company into its normalcy. Got the picture? This is meaning of turnaround and indicator. The reasons or what is it? Heading is given for that. Elements that contribute for turnaround. Next thing, when you can know that my company should follow turnaround now. For that, some indicators are there. Indicators or danger signs for turnaround. Look at the indicators. Continuous negative cash flow in your company. Continuously negative cash flow is witnessed. This indicates that you have to go for turnaround. I think you know about negative cash flow. Means? You said yes, sir. What is negative cash flow? Outflow is more than inflow. We call it as negative cash flow. If you are continuously having this negative cash flow, which means that you have to go for turnaround. Your market share is drastically falling down. Month by month or year on year, your market share is falling down. Next, your physical facilities are deteriorating. You are selling all your machinery and everything. You are in losses. High employees, low morale. You have high employees, high turnover of employees, but their morale is very low. Morale means level of confidence and courage. An individual's level of confidence and courage is called as morale. Employees are high, their morale is low. That indicates your company is not doing good. Go for turnaround. Then company's products have become uncompetitive. No use of your product. They become uncompetitive, outdated. Then go for turnaround. With outdated products, you will get losses. And finally, there is no proper management. All these are indicators. Whenever these indicators are found in the company, it's an warning bell for the company to go for turnaround. Meaning of turnaround, indicators of turnaround, contribute that elements. Overnight, it will not happen. Companies need to follow some steps. So the topic is action plan for turnaround. 5-stage action plan is there to implement turnaround. Stage 1, identify the problem, why you have went into losses and go to the root cause of the problem. That is called assessment of the current problem. That too going for root cause. What will happen if we find a solution to the problem from root cause? What will happen if we find a solution to the problem from the root cause? The problem will not reoccur. Instead of finding a solution to the problem from root cause, you are just giving temporary solution, then the chances are that again the problem may come. This is what you have to do. Next, analyze the situation and develop a strategic plan. Because of this problem, you check the chances of your business survival. Because of this problem, can I survive or not? And after that, you should ready with an emergency action plan. All of a sudden, if any odd situation has come, get ready with an emergency action plan to stop the bleeding. It's like first aid kit that we maintain in our home. Why we have a first aid kit? If any cut happens, immediately we can stop the bleed, right? It's not that if there is a cut on your hand, you are stitching on your own. Will you do that? First aid you will do first, right? To protect yourself from heavy loss. That's what the point says. Emergency action plan should be ready to stop the company from heavy losses. That's what, stop the bleeding. Next, restructuring the business. As a part of your turnaround, first you should focus on your core business. For your company, let's say 10 businesses are there. In this 10 business, there will be one core business, and the profitability and the impact of this business will be on the other businesses also. Now you should take care of that core business. The financial health of core business is important. That's what restructuring. Financial state of the organization, core business is important. If you do all these things, then you will return to normal. By performing all these steps, you can see the signs of profitability in your business. 5-stage action plan. First, understand the problem by going to the root cause. Prepare an action plan. Get ready with an emergency action plan. Restructure your business. While you are restructuring your business, your focus should be on your core business. And then you can see the signs of normalcy. That's about turnaround. Are you clear with turnaround? I'm not dealing with divestment and liquidation, expecting that you are aware of that. Divestment means closing down a portion of business. Liquidation means entire business need to be closed. If turnaround has been attempted and proven to be unsuccessful, then the company has to go for liquidation. Closing down a portion of business is called as divestment. Closing down the entire business is called as, yeah, that clarity is more than enough to understand about divestment and liquidation. And finally, combination we have. It is not a big strategy. We are done with stability, expansion, retrenchment. Done? Now the fourth strategy that we have is combination. There the answer lies. Combination is a mixture of stability, expansion and retrenchment. When all these three strategies have been collectively used by the company, then we call it as combination. Which sort of companies can go for combination strategy? The company which operate in multiple industries. You see, Tata's can go for combination. Reliance can go for combination. ITC can go for, because they have multiple businesses. How, sir? In one business stability, in the other business expansion, if loss making unit retrenchment, if nothing is working out, other business liquidation. So look at the term for combination, what it says. Reasons of, there is a print mistake here. This is not combination, liquidation. Okay. And then this one is combination. Okay. Look at the reason. Organization have to be large to follow combination. And organization should consist of different businesses, and every business will be operating in different industry. Then you can go for combination strategy. We are done with one part of this chapter, which is of corporate level strategies. What are the four strategies that we have dealt? Stability, expansion, retrenchment and combination. Expansion could be of four ways. Keep the picture in your mind. Intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions and alliances. Exit strategies or retrenchment will be of two types, internal and external. Internal is turnaround. Meaning of turnaround, indicators of turnaround, action plan for turnaround. And then divestment and liquidation. Keep the picture in your mind when you are reading. It is not studying divestment strategy as a question. Rather, you should understand the broader topic. I am studying divestment as a part of retrenchment. After trying for turnaround, if company does not work it out, then they will come for divestment. This thought clarity should be there in your mind while you are reading the points. This is called conceptual learning. If any case scenario come, then you can interconnect. Liquidation. Even after trying divestment and turnaround, if nothing works out, liquidation is the last option left for the company. Like this, the thought process should run when you are reading. So one part is over. Now we are dealing with portfolio analysis methods. Rather, here they have been given as a strategic choices as BCG, G and ADL. These three are portfolio analysis methods. In that, first I'll be starting up with BCG. It is called as BCG growth share matrix. The name of the topic is BCG growth share matrix. Now the concept is stated by Boston Consulting Group. That is what BCG stands for. Boston Consulting Group, a popular consulting firm, have created this matrix for the purpose of doing analysis of the existing businesses. Understand the flow of points that I am going to tell you now. BCG matrix created depending upon two parameters: market share, market growth rate. Market share means present sales of a company, product, present sales of a product. Market growth rate means the growth of this particular business in the future. If any company sells this stylus, market share is high, which means as of now, this stylus sales are very high. But this does not have growth rate. In future, people may not buy stylus. Got the clarity now? Market share talks about present, market growth rate talks about future. By considering market share and market growth rate, all the SBUs of a company can be kept under four metaphors. What are the four metaphors of BCG? Stars, question marks, cash cows. Let's see what to study about those four metaphors. First of all, there is a matrix to understand for BCG. What are the two parameters? On one axis, company will take market share. On the other axis, market growth rate. Now, market share can be high or low, whereas market growth rate can also be high or low. Okay, for any company. Now, BCG given four metaphors in this matrix. The four metaphors are stars, question marks, cash cows, and then this is a matrix. Tata Group of companies, they want to study their SBUs. They want to know which business is running in which way, where to invest money, where to not invest money. For this, they have to draw the BCG matrix. After taking the help of BCG matrix, they will keep all their portfolios into these four metaphors. Now, which SBU they should keep in stars and what should do with the stars is a question now. We have to learn that particular area now. Which sort of portfolio should be kept in stars? And for that, what kind of decision need to be taken? Like this matrix is clearly telling for Tata Group of company, if they have to keep any of the business into stars, their market share should be high and market growth rate also should be high. Now they will call this business as stars. Stars are the SBUs whose market share is high and market growth rate is also high. Imagine if you have a business and you are owner of Tata, if any SBU comes in stars, will you close it? Rather, what you will do? Will you invest more money in stars? Will you try to expand more the stars? That is the answer. Write the position and decision. Enough. What is the position of stars? Market share is high. Market growth rate is also high. What you do with the stars? Invest more money. Best opportunity for growth and expansion. 2 points. Enough. In the same pattern, we'll understand the three metaphors. Question marks. What is the position of question marks? Market share is low, but whereas market growth rate is, which means as of now, the product does not have sales, but this product have good future. Will you invest money in question marks? Why? Exactly. There you got the point. As a businessman, you will invest money in question marks by keeping the high growth rate in the mind. 2 points are over. Position and decision. There are two more things to understand. There are some other names for question marks. Yeah, they are called as wildcats, or they can be called as problem children. This also you have to add, problem children. Wildcats are problem children. And if any company is not focusing on question marks, they will become cash traps. If question marks are left unattended, they will become cash traps. About question marks, remember 4 points. Point 1, position. Market share is low, growth rate is high. Point 2, decision. Investment is needed because growth rate is high. Point 3, they are called as wildcats or problem children. Finally, if they are not paid attention, they will become. What is the position of cash cows? Market share is high, but the growth rate is, which means as of now, they are enjoying wonderful sales. The product is having good sales, but the problem is no future. Will you invest money in cash cows? Why? Rather tell me what you will do. Cash cows will give you a lot of cash. They are giving a lot of cash because market share is high. What you do with the cash? You will invest the money in stars and question marks because they have good future. That's about cash cows. And cash cows are financial base for the company because they are generating a lot of cash as the market share is very high. That's about cash cows, financial base. Dogs, what is the position? No market share, no growth rate. I will invest more money in this, sir. Dogs. I will keep all money in dogs. I'm a risk taker, sir. I'm a very unique businessman. Whatever money that I have, I will keep in dogs. Then you will become such. That's why they are called as dogs. What you should do, don't invest money in dogs. Rather, what you will do? Divestment or liquidation. No market share, no growth rate. They are creating damage the reputation for your business. Dogs can be minimized by means of divestment and liquidation. Topic is over. If you can provide the points that I have said now, you are safe for the topic. No, sir, the lot is there in the material, sir. So many points I have given. No, the gist of the points what I have said now. Without understanding the topic, if you read them, you found them like points. If you understand the topic, you find them. This is one of the issue of the topic. Let's see. Draw this outline for BCG, which is given in the material, but don't draw dogs and cash cows. Just write the points enough. Now don't show your artistic skills there. Some people do that. They will draw and they feel like, sir, I have drawn. One of a student have drawn spider's web for this one network structure. Because for network structure, you will be having this spider's web, right? So he drawn the spider web and expecting that marks should be given. Okay. BCG, there are two. Vertical axis represent market growth rate. Sorry, vertical axis represent market growth rate. Horizontal represent market share. So stars, you will be writing that product growth rapidly. They need heavy investment to maintain their position. They represent best opportunity for expansion. Cash cows, established successfully, need less investment. You will not invest money in cash cows because this money can be used in the other businesses. But you can see they are financial base for the company. Generally, when market growth rate comes down, the star becomes cash cow, isn't it? Yes. Question marks, what is the other name? Problem children or wildcats. They also need heavy investment, but low potential to generate cash. Why? Market share is low. Company is investing. Why they are investing? By keeping in growth rate in mind. As the growth rate is high, increasing the investment should be relatively easier. Dogs, like they can maintain themselves, but they do not have much future. Sometimes they need cash to survive. You can get rid of dogs by means of divestment and 4 strategies for 4 metaphors. Stars, strategy is build. You have to build strong future for the stars. Question marks need to be hold. You need to preserve the market share. Harvest, cash cows, take all the short-term cash flow because in long term they won't work. Increase short-term cash flow irrespective of long term because in long term anyways they won't work. Dogs is divestment. Liquidate the business because these funds can be used elsewhere. So that's about BCG. And connected to BCG, we have one more topic called GE model. General Electric, G model. This is created by General Electric with the help of McKinsey and Company. There is a consulting firm called McKinsey and Company. Before we understand G model, we should know the other names for this matrix. G model can be called as stop light strategy model, stoplight strategy model, or else G 9-cell matrix, 9-cell matrix, or this can be called as a business planning matrix. Business planning matrix. Why it is called as stoplight strategy model? Because this concept is inspired from traffic control lights. It is as similar to BCG. In BCG, the two parameters that we have taken are market share and market growth rate. Here also, the same parameters have taken. On one axis, business strength. Business strength. On the other axis, market attractiveness. Business strength means market share, market attractiveness is growth rate. Now, in business strength can be categorized into three sets. What is it? Business strength? Strong, yeah, strong, average and weak. Whereas market attractiveness is also divided into three. High, medium and low. Now you can understand why it is 9-cell matrix. 9 cells we got. In this 9 cells we should keep the 3 colors. Yes. Green zone. I said the concept is inspired from traffic control lights. The 3 colors that we see at a traffic control light, green, yellow and red. This 3 will come into green zone. This 3 will come into yellow zone and these are red zone. So one thing here, when we can say a product will come at green zone, when the business is at advantageous position. When a business is at advantageous position. Now, can you compare something in the BCG? Green, we compare BCG, in BCG you compare with stars. If business is at advantageous position, if business is running well, you call it as green zone. Next, yellow. If you need to be cautious, you need to be cautious. If you are not being cautious about this, they become cash traps. Yes, you can compare with question marks. Red zone, any business which is giving you continuous losses, then you keep under red zone. This is how you can divide 3 zones. Advantageous position is green zone, cautious decision is yellow zone, and if it is giving continuous losses, red zone, and strategic decisions are done. This is G model. You draw this outline and write the 3 zones. Topic is over. If you look at here, G can be called as business planning matrix, 9-cell matrix, G model, inspired from traffic control lights. Don't draw G like this. Simply write the points, it is enough. Don't need to shade this lines. Rather, you simply write here green zone, and you will write here yellow zone. That will be more than enough. In this factors, remember 4 factors for each, not much. Factors that helps you to understand the business strength, factors that help you to understand market attractiveness. Each side 4 factors will serve the purpose. What are the 3 zones now? If any SBU has to come under green zone, the business should be at advantageous position. What strategy you can follow? Expand, invest and grow. Yellow zone, any business which need caution while making strategic choices. Red zone, the business eventually lead to losses. This explanation will be enough for G. Okay. Next we have ADL. The two parameters of BCG is market share and market growth rate. GE, business strength and market attractiveness. In the same way, ADL also have two parameters. What are they? One is stages of industry maturity. Stages of industry maturity on one axis. On the other axis, competitive position. Competitive position. Stages of industry maturity, PLC. Yes. Embryonic, nothing but startup. There, they are the stages of product. Here, they are the stages of industry. Embryonic, then rest of the stages will fall as same. Growth, maturity, and then aging. Aging is nothing but decline. These are 4 industry maturity stages. And then competitive position of your company. There are 5 competitive positions that any company can come under as per ADL. They are: dominant is a position, strong is a position, favorable, tenable, weak. This is the matrix. What is this matrix? Carefully observe now. Here we have to learn the 5 competitive positions, because industry maturity stages we have already learned in PLC. Industry has just now started. Industry is in growth, maturity and aging. In India, EV is at embryonic stage. EV industry means electric vehicles. Okay, electric vehicles is at embryonic stage. Just now they have started. Market is yet to grow. Like that, you can understand the industry maturity stages. Along with that, you should understand the competitive positions. Now, this matrix says that, suppose your company is in dominant position, industry has just now started. What strategy you follow? Here is a topic. Your company is in a weak position, industry is already aging. What strategy you follow here? That is ideal matrix. Now, what you have to learn? Positions. About every position, I will tell you 3 points. About every competitive position, 3 points. First one is dominant. When we can say your company is in dominant position, the 3 conditions. First one, rarest position. Second, you are almost enjoying monopoly and you have strong technology. If any company meets up these 3 requirements, then the company position is dominant. Almost monopoly. First of all, rarest position, almost monopoly, strong technology. If any company is having these 3 things, then the company position is called as dominant. Rarest, because monopoly. If company is almost enjoying monopoly, then we call it as dominant. Strong. By nature, here also 3 points. By nature, these companies are really strong. They are less threatened by the competitors and they are enjoying strategic freedom. Okay, virtue means nature. By nature, these companies are really strong. They are so strong that they need to be, they don't need to scared by their competitors. Hence, they are enjoying strategic freedom. Strategic freedom means they can have any strategy that they want. They don't need to worry about the strategies of the competitors. Then it is called as strong. Favorable. 3 points. Favorable position comes when industry is fragmented. Because industry is fragmented, fragmenting means dividing into parts. Industry is divided into parts. Because industry got fragmented, there is no clear competitor for you. Hence, you are enjoying strategic freedom. 3 conditions. Tenable. 3 conditions. Your company is performing satisfactorily and you are justifying your stay in the industry. But the problem is, when a new guy enters into the market, you will close down. Highly vulnerable in the face of increased competition. I will highlight the key terms, just explaining first. Weak. Even though you can grow, you are not growing. Even though opportunity is there for you to grow, but your company is not growing, then your position is weak. Got the 5? Look at the key terms. dominant, rare position, company is almost enjoying monopoly, strong leadership, then your company position is dominant. Strong, by nature you are very strong, you have strategic freedom and your position is not threatened by the competitors. Favorable, this happens only when industry is fragmented. Because of that, no competitor is there for you in the market. Hence, you are enjoying reasonable degree of freedom. Tenable, your performance is satisfactory. You are justifying your stay in the industry. What is the problem? You are vulnerable when competition increases. If a big player comes into the market, you will be the first guy who will close your business. If your position is like that, then it is called as tenable. Weak, unsatisfactory, although the opportunity for improvement do exist. 5, competitive positions. Now if we come back to the matrix, let's say your company's position is already weak and industry is aging. Will you invest money now? Divestment you will do, right? This is what the ideal matrix is. Your company is dominant. Industry has just now started. Wonderful opportunity. Because already your dominant position, industry has just now started. That's how strategies are built here. Here withdraw is followed by the company. Fast grow, build barriers and act offensively. You can quickly grow here. And you can build the barriers also. And you can act offensively. Ideal matrix is clear? The 2 parameters are stages of industry maturity and you see, if this question comes, technically you have to draw this outline. If you would able to remember at least 1 or 2 strategies, try. Without drawing this outline, if you write, you may not be entertained with the marks. That's the problem. Okay? Ideal matrix is over. 3 portfolio analysis methods are over. BCG, GE, ADL. 4th one is not a portfolio analysis method. It's a planning tool. Ansof's product market growth share matrix. So there is a matrix for this to understand. Where Igor H. Ansoff have created 4 strategies. The 4 strategies are called as growth strategies. Observe this outline. In order to develop the 4 strategies, Ansoff have taken 2 parameters. On one axis, he have taken product. On the other axis, he have taken market. Now created 4 strategies. Whatever the 4 strategies that we have here, they are called as growth strategies. Growth strategies. That's why the topic is called as Ansoff's product market growth matrix. You can see here Ansoff's product market growth matrix. 2 parameters are product and markets. Unstated 4 strategies that help to achieve growth. Stated by Ansoff. That's why topic is Ansoff's product market growth share matrix. Let's understand the 4 strategies here. First strategy is market penetration. What a company do in market penetration? An existing product is introduced into existing market, which means your company is already existing in the market. The product is already there. So what is this? When already product is there, company is already existed, nothing but improve your sales. Market penetration stands for improving the sales of existing product. How you can improve the sales of existing product? Ask your customer to use the product daily. Ask your customers to increase the quantity of a product. Then automatically sales will increase. With this, can you get growth? With this strategy, will you get growth? Why not? Your sales are increasing. You are asking your customers to repeatedly use the product. This will ultimately help you to increase your sales. Got the point? Look at what market penetration says. Market penetration means selling existing product into existing market. Nothing but making more sales to present customers. Already your customers are using product. You push them to use more. With this, the sales will increase. So this will help to increase market share, increasing product usage, frequency of usage, quantity to be used. Now this strategy will help the company to achieve growth. Next, Second strategy, product development. What is happening here? A new product is introduced into, already company is existed in the market. They have launched a new product. This happens in two ways. Either launch a new product or make modifications to the existing product. Only two things. If you don't do this, you won't get growth. Because you are offering the same product every time, then customer will not buy. Then what you have to do, you have to make modifications in your product. Look at the term product development. Product development. What happens here? To introduce new product into existing market. Can be done by two ways. Adding new features to the product or developing a new generation product. This will help you to achieve growth. Initially, you have to spend a lot of money in R&D, because in order to develop a new product or to make modifications in the existing product, company need to spend a lot of money on R&D. And then third strategy, market developments. What is happening here? Existing product introduced into, which means already product is there. This company is taking the product into new geographical area. New market means new geographical area. Previously the product is sold in India. Now they want to sell in US. This is called as market development. And taking the product into new geographical markets. When you take the product into new geographical markets, you should make some changes. New pricing policy, new distribution channel, packing. These things you need to change just to attract the customers of new market. Will this give growth or not? Yes. Market development. What is happening here? Existing product into new market. Identifying new markets for the current product. Nothing but new geographical markets with a new product dimension and packing, new distribution channel, and you need to change your pricing policy also. Why? To attract the customers of the new markets. That's how. And what is the last one? New products, new market. In diversification, new market stands for new industry. Company have taken new product into new industry. This is called diversification. They have entered into a business where they are not connected to any previous businesses. When I say Apple thought of launching EV cars, it is diversification, new product in new market. One small thing here. For market development, new market means new geographical area. For diversification, new market means new industry. Understand this differentiation. Got the point that I have said now? Yes. Look at the explanation. Diversification. What is happening here? New product into new market. Acquiring businesses outside to the current products and market. This strategy is very, because you have entered into a business where you have no experience. Then only we call it as diversification. Even though risk is involved, growth will get. Agree? Even though risk is involved, as you are entering into new industries, this will give you rapid growth. This is nothing but expansion through diversification. Remember the expansion strategies now? That too, in diversification, can you tell me which diversification is this? Conglomerate diversification, where unrelated companies entering into a new business which is not connected to existing business. Done with the fourth chapter. So two areas. One is to understand the corporate level strategies. Second, to understand the three portfolio analysis methods and Ansof's matrix. Now we have implementation and control. For implementation and control, I will touch upon not everything. As I have said, few areas. Organization structures also I will not touch upon. Formation and implementation also I won't touch upon. Rather, we focus more on understanding change. I will discuss about, I will tell you the areas that we are going to cover. Change we will discuss. Corporate culture we will discuss. Strategic performance measures and control. These are the four areas that we'll discuss. I don't know why the surprising thing that happens in the restructure of your syllabus, strategic management process is kept in this. This has to be in the first chapter if you ask me. SM model, 3 stages: formation, implementation and evaluation. I have no idea why they have kept in the last chapter. As you can see, SM model. Actually, in the revision of this syllabus, the perfect place for this topic would be the first chapter, where we have discussed the definition of SM, the same steps we discuss, right? And one next topic is also related to first chapter, stages in SM process, because all these stages we discuss in definition. Yes or no? See, develop like vision and mission, creating vision, mission and objectives, then doing analysis, formulating the strategies, implementing strategies and evaluation. All these things we have discussed were in definition. So as we are clear about definition, these topics, if you ask me, well, right place would be in the first chapter. They have given in the last chapter, I don't know the purpose. Then you study here. So after this, formation and implementation, I am not going with anything with respect to formation and implementation. Can we say strategic formation and implementation are dependent on one another? Because there are 4 situations which will prove they both are dependent on one another. Just without leaving that, I'll give you one small glance of the topic. Strategic formation and implementation, these two are connected to one another, dependent on one another. How? I'll tell you 4 situations. First situation, for any company, strategic formation is good, implementation is not good. Will they achieve goal? Then what they have to do? Identify the reasons for ineffective implementation. Company have prepared a good strategy, but implementation is not doing well. Then they should identify the reasons for ineffective implementation. Reasons might be lack of support from top management, lack of experience, lack of funds. These are the reasons that they are not able to implement the strategy effectively. Situation 1. Now situation 2, reverse. Reverse for situation 1. Situation 1, I have said formation is good, implementation is not good. Reverse. Formation is not good, implementation is good. Which means even the useless strategy, employees are very carefully implementing. The strategy is of no use, but employees are showing excellent implementation skills. Will the company reach goal here? Then what to do? Change the strategy. No problem with implementation. Problem is with the strategy. Change strategy. This is second situation. Third situation, both are good. Finally, this is the perfect place every company should be in. Both formation and implementation have to be good. Last situation, both are bad. This is the situation that every company should avoid. If any company is in that situation, they can't achieve what they want to achieve because formation and implementation both are not good. These 4 situations are enlightening us the connectivity between formation and implementation. That is what the topic says. From there, efficiency and effectiveness will also come, which also conveys the same topic. Now let's move to some of the major topics of this particular chapter is of strategic change. In strategic change, we are going to discuss 2 areas. Steps to implement strategic change, Kurt-Lewin change process. Okay. When do companies have to change? Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors. Implementing change is not easy process for the companies. It is a very complicated thing. Why? Change cannot be surprise to the members of organization. All of a sudden, if you bring change, they will resist. They will say, I will not follow. So change has to be brought in a systematic way. That's why we have a topic called strategic change. In this, we'll be covering 2 topics. One, steps to initiate change. The other one is Kurt-Lewin change process. First, steps to initiate change. There are 3 steps. First one, recognize the need for change. Recognizing is nothing but diagnosing the areas which culture is supporting and which is not. How you can come to know which is supporting and which is not? By doing environmental scanning, where you study the internal and external environment. So first, recognize the need, why you have to adopt change. Once you recognize the need, among your employees, you should create a shared vision. Convince your employee about the change, where your employee should be wholeheartedly ready to accept the change. That is called a shared vision. Shared vision is nothing but convincing your employees to accept the change, that wholeheartedly. So create a shared vision. Tell all your employees why you are changing. What is the need of this particular change? What happens if a company work in the changed environment? Like this, you convey all the things to your employees. Once you create a shared vision, then finally institutionalize the change. Nothing but bring the change that you want to bring. That's why it is called as action stage. Which means you are bringing the change that you want to bring. 3 steps. First, need to be recognized by studying the environment. And then create a shared vision to manage the change, and finally bring the change that you want to bring. Sir, why just for a small change topic this much of a concept? Because change have to be very carefully implemented. Change is not supposed to be surprise to the members of the organization. All of a sudden, if you bring change, resistance will come. That's why follow the process. This is the process. For this, an author have given some steps. This is what we call it as Kurt-Lewin change process. Kurt-Lewin change process. He also stated 3 terms, and he also stated 3 phases by using which change can become so simple and easy. The 3 steps are: first one, unfreezing the situation. Step 2, change to new situation. Step 3, refreezing. What is this stands for? Freezing and refreezing. First one, unfreezing the situation. Whatever you are following in your company now, remove all of them. Strategies, policies, procedures, everything remove, so that you can start from a clean slate. If you have to begin something new, existing need to be removed. Agree? If there is already something existed there, you can't welcome a new one. Applicable for all the aspects. I know what you are. Yes, sir, that is true, sir. I am talking about on the OneNote. If I have to write something new on OneNote, I should delete the existing one. I don't know what you are thinking of. Up for the business also. So unfreeze, remove everything that you are following, so that you can start from a clean slate. Look at the term. Change should not be as a surprise to the members of the organization. Management have to create a way to successfully implement the change. For that, what they have to do, unfreezing is the process of breaking down old attitudes and behaviors, customs, traditions, so that they can start with a clean slate. Remove whatever you are following previously, so that you can start afresh. Then change to, you have removed everything now. Now slowly bring the change that you want to bring. It's called as change to new situation. When Kurt-Lewin was stating this topic, in between H.C. Kellman came and said that I will tell something to change to new situation. So then H.C. Kellman have proposed 3 methods to change the behavior pattern of employees. 3 ways he said. First he said compliance. If your employees are listening to you, reward them. If not, throw them out. This is called as strictly enforcing reward and punishment strategy. You said to change. If they are changing, adopt. If they are not changing, remove. Compliance. He said one more way to change to new situation. Identification. Psychologically impress your employees. Tell them why it is good to change. And how you are going to tell them? By giving them some with role models whose behavior they would like to adopt. You tell them that if you work in this changed environment, you will become like your role model. He said that, sir, I want to become like a Pawan Kalyan, sir. Then this manager said, you are in a perfect company. You work in this changed environment, you will become like him. Psychologically impressing by giving them some with role models whose behavior they would like to adopt. Here, smoothly you are dealing. But in compliance, if you are listening, stay. If you are not listening, go out from my company. Strict enforcement of reward or punishment. Internalization is also more or less in the same way. Involves changing the individual's thought process. You are convincing your employees to change the thought process so that they can adjust to new environment. Give some freedom to your employees to adopt to new behavior. 3 methods. Why these 3 methods? To change to new situation. Compliance, identification, internalization. Who stated these 3 methods? You follow any of these methods and change to new situation. When all your employees have adopted to change, finally what you have to do? Refreezing. Bring the new policy, new strategy, new structure. Because in step 1 what you did? You removed all the things. Now slowly you bring all the things back. Refreezing occurs when new becomes normal way of life. That's about change. What are the 3 steps in Kurt-Lewin change process? Unfreezing, change to new situation. While changing to new situation, H.C. Kellman have stated 3 things. Compliance, identification. Instead, 3 steps to implement change are: understand the need for change, create shared vision to manage change, institutionalize the change. This is one topic we have, strategic change. After this, we'll focus digital transformation. I'm skipping. I'll directly go for corporate culture. If we touch the digital transformation, you have to sit until 8:30. Will you? Sir, we don't want last chapter also, sir, on that case. Let's go with, do you have basic idea of organization structures? Let me check. In which type of organization structure there will be narrow middle management? In which type of organization structure there will be narrow middle management? Hourglass structure. In which type of organization structure large amount of the work will be given for outsourcing? Network structure. In which type of structure one subordinate will have 2 superiors? You are writing in 2024 November, I think, exams. No, you are writing in November, right? When? No, when you are writing your exams? Sure? You are looking at me as if, sir, this is the first time we are listening to SM. That is why I said in the very beginning session, don't consider this as something you learn. You have to consider these kind of sessions as something that you revise. Revision happens for the topics that you already know. Isn't it? Let's say if any company is operating in multiple portfolios, which structure? SBU. Good. Strategic Business Unit structure. So like this, all the organization structures will go on. Depending upon the situation, company will follow any of the structure. There, whenever strategy change, company needs to change the structure. That's what about organization structures. Then the next topic that we have is corporate culture. Already in socio-cultural environment, we have discussed a bit about culture, isn't it? So that is socio-culture. This is corporate culture. But meaning remains as same. Culture means values, beliefs, traditions, we said. You just add corporate in front of it, then it becomes corporate culture. Look at the meaning. Corporate culture refers to a company's values, beliefs, business philosophy, principles, traditions, work climate, ways of operating an internal work environment. All these things are referred to as corporate culture. The values that are followed by the company, beliefs and traditions followed by the company. Work climate doesn't mean that it is operating in summer and winter. Internal work climate between superior and subordinate, that talks about corporate culture. And every company will have their own set of doing work. See this? An organization has its embodied pattern of how to do things. Every company will have their own beliefs, behaviors and thought patterns. All these things put together is called as corporate culture. These 2 points are, these 2 points need to write in the meaning of corporate culture. Every company will have their own set of cultures to follow. They are internal aspect of a business. If you go back all the way to the 2nd chapter, internal environment, we have discussed corporate culture. Just a point I have said, internal environment consists of corporate culture. These are internal aspects of a business, the values and beliefs that they follow. Where does it come from? For a company, culture comes from where? Several factors are there. What are the factors? First one, what management say and what management do. That defines culture. Is management is practicing what they are speaking. Next, the ethical standards and official policies of a company also determine their culture. Dealing with stakeholders, how a company deal with all the stakeholders, talks about it culture. Then traditions that they are following in the company. Supervisory practices, how work is supervised in the company, also defines culture. Employee attitude and behavior, also culture. Peer pressures, peer means superiors there, but peers are not superiors. The people, those who are working along with your same designation, are called as peers. In some companies, you may not get a pressure from the manager, you will be getting pressure from peers. You are an innocent guy, he is a cunning fellow, and he escaped the work, that work comes to you. This is called as politics. If any company is having high politics, then it is not a good culture. Peer pressure. That's what, organizations, politics, the term is already used. Chemistry and vibration, don't misunderstand those terms. It talks about the togetherness among the employees and work motivation of employees. Now don't say that, sir, when I am going from the HR department, I am getting good amount of vibrations. Is it a good culture? Not in that sense. Togetherness among the employees and the work motivation towards the work is referred to as culture. No science is involved in there. So all these things are the elements from where corporate culture comes from. So meaning of corporate culture, where does it come from? What else we have? Yes. Is corporate culture helping for strategic execution, or it is creating obstacle for strategic execution? It's a question. Is corporate culture is LA or obstacle in strategic execution? Neither an LA nor an obstacle. It depends on the kind of fit that maintains. If your strategy is in a way which is supporting the culture, then culture will help for strategic execution. If your strategy is mismatching with the culture, then the same culture will become as an obstacle. That's why the point says either an important contributor or an obstacle. It purely depends upon the perfect fit between what and what? Strategy and culture. If there is a perfect fit between strategy and culture, then culture will be LA for strategic execution. If there is a mismatch between strategy and culture, then the same culture will act as a obstacle. That is what the explanation says. If there is a compatibility between what and what? Strategy and culture, then culture becomes a valuable LA. If there is a conflict between what and what? Strategy and culture, then it will hurt the execution. Then it hurdle successful implementation. Then the culture becomes a hurdle in the successful implementation. So corporate culture neither helping nor obstructing. It depends upon the fit that is maintained. It's a very small topic we have here. Yes, changing a problem culture. Meaning of corporate culture, where does it come from? LA or obstacle? Next one is changing a problem culture. Nothing but there is a culture which is not supporting for better strategic execution. Now what you should do? Remove that culture, in that place come up with a new culture which is promoting better strategic execution. It is called as changing a problem culture. Replacing unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. This is the topic we have. That one is not needed. Understand this. Changing a problem culture. It stands for replacing unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. What is unhealthy culture? The culture which is not supporting better strategic execution. It is called as unhealthy culture. Replace the unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. It is called as changing a problem culture. Next, to remove unwanted cultural obstacles and introduce new one that are more strategy supportive. Remove any culture which is not supporting your strategy. In that place, implement a new culture which is more strategy supportive. This is called as changing a problem culture. There the topic itself is giving you the answer. There is a culture which is creating problem, you change it. That's what it is called as changing a problem culture. To replace an unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. To remove cultural obstacles and introduce new cultures. It can't be done overnight. You need to follow some steps. Then steps in the process. Steps in the process of what? Steps in the process of changing unhealthy culture to healthy culture. First, what you have to do? Diagnose the areas. Identify the areas which are strategy supportive, which are not. So, in your company, you identified that in R&D department, culture is not supportive. Then what you have to do? Talk to them. Tell them in your department you should change culture. Because of your culture, strategic execution is not happening properly. And once you tell this, you follow up. Follow up. Check whether they are doing it or not. Whether they are adapting to the new changes or not. Then every now and then revise your policies. Because policies also define culture. If culture is not good, which means there is some flaw in the policy also. So revise policies. After that, make changes in incentive systems. Incentive means salaries that you pay to employees. If you are encouraging the new cultural traits by giving them incentives, this will encourage other employees also to adapt to new change. That is what the next point says. Visibly praise and recognize the people who display new cultural traits. Seventh point, long story short, replace the employees, those who are associated with the old culture, with the employees, those who are ready to adapt to new culture. That's the intention of the point. Hire the new employees who are ready to work in a new culture. And replace the employees, those who are strongly attached to the old culture. That's the point says. Before that, you communicate with your employees why you are adopting to new change. And you can get the support from unions. Sometimes your employees may not listen to you, then they will be listening to unions. You can take the help of unions. This is about change. Meaning of change. Sorry, culture. Meaning of culture. Where does culture has come from? LA or obstacle and changing a problem culture. Changing a problem culture stands for replacing unhealthy cultures with a healthy cultures and some steps to follow. That's about the point. This won't happen overnight. The conclusion says making culture supportive strategy is not a short-term exercise. If a company is a very big company, to adopt a new culture, it will take a lot of time. Leadership is also hoping that you can easily go through. What are the two types of leadership forms that we have? What are the two forms of leadership forms that we have? Transformational and transactional. These are the two leadership styles. Which type of leaders are authoritative leaders? Leadership case studies will come. Understand that. On leadership chances have previously I have seen case studies. I think in the December attempt, the case study that has given is about leadership, if I am not wrong. So the situation has given where it will ask which leader is following which leadership style. So there are two leadership styles that we have. They are nothing but transactional and transformational. Transformational leaders are charismatic leaders. Lot of enthusiasm. They will always support. Whereas transactional leaderships are authoritative leaders. They follow rules and regulations. They will motivate only to the limited extent they will motivate. But whereas transformational leaders, they will offer high motivation. Basic differences. So understand. The last topic is to understand strategic, not strategic controls actually. They should be considered as organizational control. The topic is organizational controls. That is the last step in the SM process if you observe. The last chapter, the last step that we have discussed is taking corrective adjustments. Once the strategies have been implemented, controls need to be assigned. Why control need to be assigned? Just to check whether strategies have been implemented as planned or not. Controls need to be assigned to check, are there any deviations? Top management have prepared strategy in one way, but when it comes to lower level, it will be implemented in the other way. Strong controls is the only solution to make sure the strategy is executed in the way that it has planned. Most of the organizations, it's a very challenging task to make sure the strategy is implementing in the way that it has been designed. When it comes to lower level, it will completely change. My observation, I'll tell you. Food delivery app executives that I've seen, Swiggy and Zomato. At a top level, company has created a strict policy. When you are providing delivery, you should wear the t-shirt and the helmet, and you should have that bag. You should keep the delivery in the bag. This is top level strategy. UCR guys. First thing, they will not have any uniform. Second thing, they are hanging the food to the tire. You see, I have seen some of the people doing that. Or else they will hang the cover to the handle. If it falls down again, he will keep it and bring. We have seen. He will come in a hurry to give a quick delivery. Top level has a strategy, but at the bottom level, is it being implemented? This is the problem. That's why controls have to be there to make sure the strategy is being implemented as planned. There are three types of controls we are going to discuss here. One is operational control, management control, strategic control. Operational controls are with respect to day-to-day operations. Whatever the day-to-day operations that happens in your business, assigning controls at day-to-day operations is called as operational control. You see the example, then you will understand. Stock control, production control, quality control, cost control, budgetary control. These are regular tasks that happens on business. So assigning controls at this tasks is referred to as operational controls. Operational controls are assigned with respect to day-to-day operations, whereas managerial controls are assigned during setting of goals, long range and short range goals. Pursuing the long range and short range goals in a most effective and efficient manner. That control is called as management. Operational control is with respect to regular operations. Management control is with respect to setting of goals. Third one is strategic control. Strategic controls deals with two things. Just now I said that strategy is being implemented as, because top level did the planning, middle and lower level people are implementing. There is deviation. Controls will ensure there shouldn't be any deviation. And second one, results produced by the strategy are those of intended means expected. Will I be getting the expected results by implementing the strategy in this same way? If I am not getting the expected results, which means there is something wrong in the strategy. That controls will tell me. Control will tell me that if you are implementing strategy in this way, you will never get your intended results. So strategic control focus on two things. Strategy is being implemented as planned. Results produced by the strategy are those of expected or not. Three types of organizational controls. Controls for day-to-day activities is called as operational control. Control at the time of setting goals is called as managerial controls. Strategic control deals with two questions. Strategy is implemented as planned. Results produced by the strategy are those of expected or not. Controls are not over. We have four types of strategic controls. Most of you, those who don't remember the topic, they are thinking over. Isn't it? No, there are four types of strategic controls are there. What are the four types of strategic controls? Premise control, the second one is strategic surveillance, special alert control, implementation control. These four will come under what? Strategic controls. Pay attention at least for the last topic. No, you are paying attention for all the topics. Continue the same attention. Premise, not premises, premises. Then what you will write if that comes in the exam? We have read, sir, 2 points by heart. It is there in the mind, we will write. Premises stands for assumptions. Premise means assumption. When you prepare strategy as a top level, most of the times they will keep some assumptions in their mind and they'll prepare strategy for future. Agree? Most of the strategies are prepared for future. The top level management of that particular company have kept some assumptions in their mind and they have created a strategy. Will these assumptions will be as expected or they may change? Because they are assumptions. Now what manager have to do? Check the validity of the assumptions, whether that assumptions will perfectly happens or not. Checking that validity of assumptions is called as premise control. Got it? When strategies are prepared depending upon assumptions, checking the validity of the assumptions is called as premise control. How to check the validity of the assumptions? By monitoring the environmental factors. Look at the key terms. Strategies are formed based on certain assumptions or premises from the environment. Over a period of time, these assumptions may change. Just to check the validity and accuracy of the premises on which strategy has built, the manager need to monitor the environmental factors. That is nothing but internal and external. So this kind of control is called as premise control. Next, strategic survey lines. This one is purely unfocused, no assumptions, nothing, unfocused. What top management did, general browsing of environment, they have read something in the newspaper and they have heard something in parties and clubs. Depending on that, they have prepared a strategy. Controlling the strategy prepared depending upon these kind of things is called as strategic surveillance. That is why it is unfocused. All these sources are not facts. It is not necessary that everything that comes in the newspaper have to be a fact. Everything that you hear in the any club or party should not be a fact. Assigning controls in that situation is called as strategic surveillance. Special alert control. Rather, what has written over there, I'll tell you one more simple key term. Special alert control can be assigned in two conditions: unexpected events, natural disasters. Because of unexpected events and natural disasters, if your company's strategy got disturbed, assigning control is called as a special alert control. Unexpected event, terror attack. He won't send invitation before coming. Terror attack. Sudden merger of your competitors. Your competitors will never tell you that they are merging. Sudden announcement of government, particularly when this kind of PM is there, 8 o'clock he will come in the news and say that currency is banned. Man ki baat, he will come and say that lockdown. Unexpected. No one thought that it will happen. Then you should change your strategy, that unexpected event. Natural disasters are nothing but like earthquakes, tornado, tsunami, all these things. When these things happens, how you are controlling your strategy is called as special alert control. This is what happened with the Taj Hotel during 26/11 attacks. So unexpected, but they have managed the strategy very well to withstand the reputation of the hotel. That's how. For this, they will be having some crisis management teams. Implementation control is nothing but when you are converting major plans into actions, while implementing the strategy, you need to assign some controls. In implementation controls, again, two things are there: monitoring strategic thirst and milestone review. Monitoring strategic thirst is nothing but, already we have discussed in the meaning, this talks about determine whether the overall strategy is progressing as desired, which means the strategy is going on as I have planned or not. Checking that is called as a strategic thirst. Milestone review. To implement the strategy, does the company need resources? If you have to successfully implement strategy, you need some resources. Manpower you need, machinery you may need, money you need. So, did the company assign those resources properly or not? Look at the term. All the key activities necessary to implement strategy are segregated in terms of all the resource allocation. To implement the strategy successfully, does resource allocation happened or not? Checking that is called as milestone review. These are the 4 types of strategic controls we have. Once again, the topic is organizational control. 3 types of organizational controls are there. What are they? First one is operations, managerial, strategic control have 4 types. Premise, strategic survey lines, special alert, when strategies are prepared depending upon assumptions. Unfocused one, unexpected events or natural disasters. While implementing the strategy, converting the major plans into concrete actions. This is what strategic control is all about. SPM we can ignore, strategic performance measures. We are done. Last. That's what I said. Strategic performance measure, you can deal with that. That's why I said in the last chapter we'll be focusing on more key areas. Yeah. One last thing, just give me 2 to 3 minutes. Certain things that you have to focus on is that spend good amount of time to understand the entire case study with respect to MCQs. Because that case study will consist of multiple topics. First thing. Second thing, when you are answering any scenario based question, kindly in your answer refer to the scenario and start writing your answer. Because most of the questions you will get, you being a strategic manager, what will you suggest the Suresh to follow which strategy? Then your answer, don't straight away start with the strategy. Then your answer, being a strategic manager, I will suggest Suresh to follow turnaround strategy. Hence the company is in losses, they should convert that into profits. Then you write about turnaround. Most of your questions will be case based questions. Hardly 1 or 2 questions will be direct for you. That too in the last column. Because if you see the recent MTP, first question is compulsory. 3 questions are there in that. Previously there were only 2 in compulsory. Now in first compulsory question, 3 questions. Each carries 5 marks. So in rest of the questions, you have to write 4 to get that 15 marks. So in that 4, hardly you will be having 2 to 3 questions as choice. So 1, 2 questions are direct, rest of the questions are case scenarios. If that case scenario is talking to give you some suggestion, your answer should start from the suggestion stating. One thing, give it a direct question, straight keep the heading and go with the points. And some of the points I have already stated in the morning. Wherever needed, draw the diagrams. Don't overgeneralize the content. Follow 60-40 principle. Key terms you have to write in the answer. Presentation matters. Writing matters. For you, the big challenge is that now it is FM and SM. Now it is FM and SM. On the other hand, it is also a very big paper to study and understand. Sir, previously also big hurdles are ES and SM. But at least you have made your mind for ES and SM. Put together, you might have focused for 40 there. But here, segregation of time is the biggest challenge. So how you are doing that? Focus on internal revision exams. Check how you are dividing the time for both the exams. In a final also, read the paper first carefully. Understand which questions you are comfortable with. Start with them. Compulsory question you can't avoid. Rest of the questions, whichever the question that you are more confident, start with that. Presentation matters. Side heading under that point. Definitions should be in paragraphs. Meaning should be in paragraph. Advantages, limitations you can write in a bullet points. Don't tamper with side headings. If 5 stages action plan for turnaround, 5 stage action plan. Stage 1, the point has to be in that context only. Understanding the problem, whatever the stage 1 is there. Assessment of the problem. It has to be the same terms. Don't tamper with the heading. That's my request. Follow the simple inputs. Have to see, because as you people are going to be the first batch to write this, how you are going to manage the time for the 2 papers need to be checked with. And I was talking about choice. Don't leave any chapter for choice. Rather, the content of the chapter you can leave for choice. I've seen some of the people say, sir, last chapter I will leave for choice. Never ever do that. Even though when the syllabus have not changed, I have never suggested any student by saying that weightage based chapters. I never said that. Now also I am saying the same thing. There is no weightage for chapters. all chapters have equal weightage. Concepts of the chapter you can ignore depending upon the requirement. Some of the topics that I have ignored, yes, you can ignore that. But in the last chapter, don't ignore organization structures. Because of time factor, I have not considered that. Leadership and organization structure from the last chapter, you have to study. So don't live the chapter for choice. Rather, the content of the chapter you can live for choice. So this is the last thing that I thought of sharing with you people. This is it. So done with the journey that we have started. Hoping that helped you out to brush up your basics, could able to understand some of the topics. Glad for your active participation. So don't waste your time. Focus on the things. Do more practice. Hoping that the best will come for you people. Good luck for your exams. All the best.